Welcome to Sunshine Forest on Farming Simulator 25. We're reclaiming a wilderness. It's episode 1 with me, MrSealyp. Ladies and gentlemen, and so it begins. I'm heading up MrSealyp's Pioneers, my company, and our job is to go into areas and re-establish communities, I guess is the best way of putting it, whether it be abandoned logging operations, whether it be abandoned farmsteads, farm estates, whether it's mining operations, whatever it might be. We're sent in first. We're the pioneer team, and we come into the area, and our job is to clear routes, is to clear a path, is to re-establish communications, is to rebuild buildings, whatever it might be, infrastructure and access, so that bigger operations can then commence. Now, we've been employed by the Ministry of the Interior. We don't have any funds ourselves. I pride myself on the fact I can come in here with nothing but a pocket knife, and we can make things work. And we have got nothing. Top right, no money. I don't have... do we have a flashlight? Oh, we should have a flashlight, shouldn't we? Flashlight. We have a flashlight. That's it. So, the Ministry have already laid on a job. And we're in that position. There are no contracts. There's no contracts available. There are no fields. But we do have the contracts plus. So we've got deadwood, logging bits and bobs, things like that. So we can get sort of started. So we have got one laid on for us, and we need to head out to what was the previous. Well, let's have a look at the map. This is the map. We don't own any land. I don't have any land either. Nothing. I don't have a logging camp. I don't have a tent. I don't have anything. So what we're going to do is, so the Ministry owns this plot here, which has got the railway. Now, the railway runs fairly regularly, comes right the way through and off out. Anything we need to come in is going to come in by train to start off with. Potentially at some point we might get stuff coming by road if we're going to get heavy hauling stuff, and I don't know what we're going to do. So what we're aiming to do, now this was originally a logging mining operation out in this wilderness. Decades ago. The company that ran it on behalf of the Ministry went bust. The Ministry wouldn't fund it anymore and kind of gave up. But I'm talking that's decades ago. Administrations have come and gone, and the cool thing with that being, this is such a cool area, that over those decades, trees have regrown, stuff, it's all as it is and was. And what's that? Now there's a result. Look at that. We have a means of transportation, ladies and gentlemen. A logging bike. That's what we do. Let's see if we got this. Oh. Hope we can get out of here. We've got a bike. We haven't got to walk everywhere. Well, that's a result. Cool. Now, I'm also going to, before anyone starts doing the whole, oh, this is going to be like it. That's it. That's all there is. There's a bike. There's nothing else. No other vehicles, apart from obviously the contract stuff, which has been laid on, whether that's been brought in by train, whether it's been flown in by helicopter. That's what we need in game. I remember seeing that years and years ago. Was it Landy Kid? It was Landy Kid was doing a series and flew a tractor in by helicopter. Oh, it was so cool. I remember sitting watching that thinking, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Obviously, we had it a little bit on Alien Jim's map, didn't we? The helicopter that would go up and down, you could load it and off it went. And that was pretty cool. I used to like that. Anyway. Well, that being said, so so our job. Can we get into here? No, I wouldn't thought so because we don't own the land. So, so yeah, of all the of all the ones I've done in the past, this is going to be an interesting one. So anyway, so the point behind this being, when this started off originally as a logging camp, and there is a precedent for this. But like I said, I was watching the other day. I was watching. Hang on, which way do I need to go? I think it's this way. We'll find out in a minute when we cycle for the next 5 minutes and don't get anywhere. Yeah, I've been watching a logging series called The Woodsman. And on part of the series I was watching, they go out to re-establish a logging camp that was abandoned like 15 years previously. And the bears have been at it, and the moose, and it's a bit of a mess, and it all needs a lot of the equipment. It was just abandoned. Now, these logging operations are worth however much they're worth. They go completely bankrupt. It costs more money to bring the equipment back out again from these remote locations. Just gets left, bang, everything. And I was kind of blown away by that. But I suppose it happens all over the world. these really remote locations that are only accessible by train, and the train journey could be a day, you know, or longer to get to where it's going. So logging operations started off. During logging operations, they found various different seams, different locations for things to mine. So there was like iron ore and coal and limestone and all sorts of stuff was mined out of the area. And then out of that, because it was costing so much money to have food and necessities and essentials bought in, a thriving community built up. I suppose like no different to the pioneering, you know, the Wild West, you know, when the Americas were established and everything landed on the East Coast pretty much, and then everything headed west, gold rush and that kind of stuff. These towns sprung up out of necessity because the miners needed resources. They needed feeding, they needed hotels, they, you know, and then obviously the farming in this area then sprung up around that because it was cheaper and easier to have farmers out here that were farming the land, producing food to feed the workforce than it was to keep bringing food in. But obviously, once the mining packed up and then the logging operation stopped and that all then disappeared, the farming very, very quickly followed suit because the farmers, it was then too expensive for the farmers to farm and ship their stuff out of the area elsewhere. So it all just dried up. So our job is to get all of that, if we can, some of it, part of it, back on its feet. And that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to rebuild a community. So some of the stuff here, you know, we've still got, like I say, the railway line still comes through. Yeah, we have to do everything. I'm excited for this. I do like these. You know, when you start off and you've got all this ahead of you. You know, Riverbend Springs, we went into an established farm. We got cracking with some stuff when we moved out onto Prairie Farm. Now this is running alongside Prairie Farm at the moment. And this is not, you know, this is not full-blown narrative storyline. This is just the backstory behind why we're here. From this point on, we're just here. You know, we'll have some stuff every now and again. We'll have to establish, oh, that's what we probably need to do at some point. We'll get a radio tower in. If we can get a radio tower in, once we can establish radio communications, rather than just a sat phone or something like that. Actually, I don't even have an axe or a machete. Don't even have the money to buy one. Then that's when we can radio for supplies and stuff like that. We can get the little lumber mill up and running if we can. What else? I don't know. Like I say, I don't know at the moment. This will depend very heavily on what we already have available, and it will also depend very heavily on what new items become available, you know? Let's park our bicycle. So this is it. This is what we've got for our first job, which is a bit of a result, but this won't stay once the logging operation's done. I mean, I'm assuming I'm going to have to do a few of those because we need to sort out a small plot of land. Actually, just have to have a look at the map. You know, where are we going to? So from here, oh, okay, that's going to be a bit of a... We're going to have to go from... What's that? That's peculiar. How is the farmhouse? What plot of land do they own? So if they own that, how do they own... Okay, that's weird. I don't even remember seeing that. Okay, well, there's a farmhouse. I don't think I can access it, but we'll go and have a look. That'll make life a little bit easier. Just thinking, if we've got this lorry, that's where we've got a log from. I wonder if we can go straight across here. Oh, no, the railways. Oh, we can have a look. Otherwise, it means driving all the way back down the way we just cycled to... Oh, that's the river, isn't it? There? Then back up? Yeah. That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Right, okay. So what we'll do, let's go and do this first log job. Then we'll have a bit of money. So a bit of money. What's this one worth? 7 grand, something like that. Something along them lines. Oh, rock removal. Okay, so we've got all those deadwood, rock removal, those bits and bobs. This, I said this a while back. This makes life... Oh, that's not a bad one, actually, rather than sort of a 3 grand or a 4 grand. And then what we've got to aim towards is, let's say, a plot. I don't know what are the prices. We need to find a cheapish one, 106. Well, they're not too expensive, generally speaking, anyway, are they? 78? Okay. 81. 122. 81. Oh, 53, okay. 82, 53. Oh, okay, so 53, 7, 53, 4. That's cheaper. Mind you, though, is that open ground or has that got logging on it? I need something with a bit of a few trees, but I suppose they're the cheaper ones, aren't they? By far. Yeah. Let me get on to the more expensive, I guess. Oh, not too bad. Well, okay, that's going to be, we'll have to build up to that. Yeah, so let's have a look and see if we can. Oh no, just suddenly realised, haven't I? It's too funny. You build up. Like when I was doing Riverbend Springs, I built up my whole kind of my logging operation, and we'd got to that point where is there a crossing anywhere? We'll have a bit of whiz around and have a look. Yeah, we got to this point where I was doing like log transport jobs, and I had my log transport rig, my gear, and off it would go with my telehandler, my lorry, bang, wallop, fill a lorry, bosh, back, done. But that was using the telehandler to load. This is a little bit more. We haven't got. I'm wondering actually. Just looking here, thinking. So I'm thinking way ahead here. There's a log crane there. But that's a small grapple like this. I'm just thinking that there's a log crane mod, isn't there? I wonder if that's. Can you put that over a track, do you reckon? It would make sense, wouldn't it? There's not really a crossing, is there? We're going to end up just bumping over the track. I'm just concerned if I try and bump over the track and I get stuck. Best way to do this is at an angle. Never go straight on, because you can get yourself in real hot bother. That probably was. Oh. I was just about to say I probably shouldn't see if there was a train coming. There you go. Trains are fairly regular. Oh, hang on. Oh no, you muppet. I literally just said the river, didn't I? The river runs up there. The river goes between us and... Is that a river? Oh, trackway. But there is the river, isn't there? We're going to get all the way over here and realise we can't cross the river. I'm just thinking, that plot we were looking at, that's out here, isn't it? I just thought we'd get straight on with it. While we're kind of, you know... Might as well. I need to get some money in my pocket. I say I need to get a machete, axe, chainsaw. I suppose I could just go straight for chainsaw, but I guess we should really start off small and work our way up. Oh yeah. Ooh. Let's get the sat nav open. Oh yeah, we need to be over here, and it's going to be the other side of the river. There's no crossing point, is there? So I'm going to end up having to go. Oh, it's just there. There you go, that little log pole. That'll be something as far as infrastructure goes. Then we can get some bridges in at some point. But that's going to mean owning the land either side. As far as I'm aware, it's fairly flat. There's a few hilly bits, nothing horrendous. Yep, there's no crossing point, is there? Okay. I'll see you over there in a minute. That's something we can do at some point. Maybe grab the bicycle and we can scout the area. We'll have a bit of a cycle around and see what's what and what's where. Oh look, there's a crossing right here. That would have made more sense, wouldn't it? Oh, I want. Oh, that's a bit dangerous. I'll say, what if we just went along the railroad tracks and then just came off of the railroad tracks? But that's probably a little bit. Probably a bit silly, isn't it? Right, let's go. I was just thinking as I was driving out this way, I wonder. So I've never actually tried it before. I don't. Depends how deep the river is, mind you. I don't want to waste the wood. That's the problem. This is going to be interesting. I was actually saying that. I think we are going to need to put in something, aren't we, at some point? I wonder if the rock breaking job will be removing rocks like that. They won't stay broken, gone. Obviously, the rock falls continue. You know, we know that happens. Yeah, I was just thinking, if that river's not too deep, if I don't own both sides, I don't know how well this would go over it. I think it would be a case. Oh no, I'm sure the wheels roll. Sorry, I'm just thinking through a process which I haven't fully explained yet. I was thinking, if I don't own both sides, and I can't, because I can't put a bridge in unless I do, generally speaking that's the case, what if I cut down some trees and I laid the logs this way, so if like 6 foot long cuts or something, 8 foot maybe, laid the logs in that direction and filled this up. The water could still flow through past the gaps and stuff like that. I'm not talking about like damming it up or anything like that. With the thicker stuff at the bottom and thinner stuff at the top to fill in the smaller gaps, would we be able to drive across those logs? Yeah. So we do need in game, which we don't have yet, do we? We need a bridging, a bit of equipment that does bridging. So not a bridge that you place, a bridge. Hang on a minute. Oh no. Just trying to think. I don't think we have. They've all got front plates to them. I was just thinking like the IT runner packs. That'd be perfect. You just need a flatbed one, but the problem is I'm sure they've all got like headache racks on one end, haven't they? If you could put one of those down, potentially. I don't know. I'm just thinking of ways we can put a little bridge in without having to own the land and making life a little bit easier for ourselves. I don't know. But again, I'm kind of excited because my brain is already thinking, okay, you know, what can we do here? What do we need to do here? Let's put that about there for the moment. Do we need to unfold that? I'm dreading this bit, I'm not gonna lie. This is the bit I didn't want anyone else to see. This is the bit where it all gets really, really ugly and goes horribly, horribly wrong. I'm sure I can do a couple at a time here, but let's get to the middle. Otherwise, this is going to be a catastrophe. So what I need to do as well, bring that towards me, drop it into the gap there, then push forward a little bit, and then close. Come on. Come on now. Oh, we're not central. But we might be alright. Let's go that way. Oh, tearing me. I definitely need to go higher. You know what? I don't use these cranes a lot. Mod reviews, I mean that's pretty much it. So what we'll do, I think, if I swing it around that way, I don't know why I'm swinging around that way, but I don't know. We now bring that down, no, one that in. Just keep that up and that down. There we go. Nope. Might do one in cab. Should we try one in cab? Or is that just is that tempting fate? I'm not sure that's a good idea. Right, let's open that up. You know what? That could have been a lot worse. Right, let's try one here. What's our other view? Oh, I thought we had one from this is going to be a lot trickier, isn't it? We'll do one like this and I won't put you through the rest, don't worry. But two at a time's not horrendous. I mean, there's a few here, aren't there? That's because this is one of those yeah, it's that depth perception again, isn't it? How close up? Oh, actually, that might not be too bad. Really? Right. Get it nice and high. Swing around, it's just to speed this whole operation up. Swing it around, don't open it up. There we go. Bring that in towards me, keep that nice and tight. Once we're past that, which we're not, are we? Go that way a little bit, do that. I did it! I did a thing! See, you know, everyone says, oh, the log grabs, they don't work, the physics... I'll be honest, in the past, I'm going to have to get closer, I know that much, because we're quite a way, aren't we? They haven't always been great, I'm not going to lie, but... Twist. Yeah, boy! This is actually... I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I'm going to be doing a lot of this until I can get myself to a point where I can get a rig. I guess the thing is, I tend to shy away from... Well, not shy away from, I just don't tend to do it very often. I don't tend to... a little bit. I don't tend to lease stuff. I tend to go straight for it. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to buy it, you know. Are we there? Yep, we're there. Cool. I tend to say, oh, we'll buy it rather than lease kind of thing. Oh, that wasn't so good, was it? We were in the wrong position there. Let's do that. Can we close that? Bring that down. Can we just nudge that over? No. That does not want to be nudged. Okay, yeah, so I think what we might need to do, because we're not going to have a lot of money to start off with, if I want to get a speedier rig for loading, I think we might have to lease. I'm definitely going to lease a telehandler or something, get that bought in, because I need to speed this process up. If this is how we're going to be earning our money to start off with, I think what I might have to do is get onto the ministry, I need to refer to them as the ministry, and see if we can pick up that rock breaking one as well. I say, it doesn't hurt. They'll supply the equipment. Drop that down. Come on. Close around it. There we go. Yeah, we'll do the rock breaking as well. I'll get a little bit of money. And then what we'll do, it'll just be a case of we're going to be building this up. And see if I go... Oh no. I did not mean to do that. How did I do that? I knew it wasn't going to last. Come on. Grab both of them again. Kind of. Let's bring that back. Slide on there. There we go. Swing that way. Open. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Right. Now we can extend. Brilliant. Right. See you in a bit. Let's get these loaded. So I'll get onto them and see if we can get that rock breaking one. We'll get that done. At least it will give us some money in our pocket in episode 1. We've established what we're going to be doing. Established what we're aiming towards. And then we'll see what we can do. I'll have a look. I'll try to as best I can. I know it's not always easy, and like I've said this so many times. You will know yourselves, because we all do it. We have got equipment and machinery that we like, equipment and machinery that we favour, because we know it works, we know how it works, we're used to using it, and you know, whether it be the price, the horsepower, whatever it might be about it that we particularly like. Oh no, not quite there. Oh, I didn't realise I could drive at the same time. Probably not supposed to be able to do that. There we go. I will try to use stuff I haven't used before, whether it be telehandlers and stuff like that. Maybe it's difficult because that Merlot's got a 3-point on the back, and that makes perfect sense if I'm going to do something. Anyway, sorry, I'm just thinking all these things out loud, all these ideas I've got buzzing in my head. Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm really proud of myself. I have to say, I know speeding processes up and getting to a point where you can be making money more regularly is, you know, that's what you're aiming towards and that kind of thing. And will I get there quickly? Hopefully. But I really enjoyed that. And it was very fulfilling. I really felt like I'd achieved something. Like I say, I don't use the cranes very often. Not in anger, you know? So that was brilliant. I really, really enjoyed that. Apparently... Yep, I think. The little rock removal thing has been dropped off, and it was exactly where I thought it was going to be. At least I assume so. Rock removal... Yeah. So when we came through, there were red flags. I mean, that was... When I say I assume so, the red flags were there. So the rock removal is going to be for there. So that will put us in at over 10 grand. 10,695, which is a good start. So I'm honestly, seriously, what do I do? Is this where I'm dropping these off? Well, it was just on the... no, wrong place. Next one over. This is the lumber, isn't it? The logging. But I need to double check. It's not over by the railway. Well, it's always the first time, isn't it? And then once you've done a few of these, it becomes second nature. Bang, straight there, no problem. Yeah. Do I go telehandler? Do I go with an older tractor, something cheap that we could pick up with a front loader, which would get us going to start off with? But if we get a tractor with a front loader, is that going to be high enough to load onto a lorry like this? Do we go for... Oh, I've just had an idea. There was a pickup, wasn't there? That pickup that had a log back to it. So I've done it with pickup before. Western Wales, I just had the pickup, chopping up short logs and throwing them into the back of the pickup. I'm sure there was one with a log bed, wasn't there? Where am I taking these? I don't know. Come back to the map. We're not quite there yet. I'm assuming it's over here. I might have to put on my interactive markers and whatnot, at least so I can work out, and then maybe put in a ground marker, something so I know where triggers and things are. Oh, we're at the right place. We're over a little bit. Maybe it's in here. Let me just double check things. It would make sense, I guess, in here, wouldn't it? We may have cracked it, potentially. If we can drive over, we should be able to drive under here. Out the other side. We'll do the front first. And just over here, we should be right. Fingers crossed. Oh, we're on 21 sold wood. Nice. And then we should be on to the last bit. We should be contract complete. Done. With another 17 on top. A bonus. I also noticed while we were doing some stuff, a couple of locals have come out of the woodwork. Deary me. Yeah, there's a guy there, Noah. We've just been chatting to Noah. We were asking Noah actually just now about where would we sort this whole kit and caboodle out. And he directed us to some very cunningly concealed markers. There, and then you got these little on the corners here. That's the area within which the woods can be done if you don't have your markers on that. Yeah, you won't find that on yours, potentially. I think Noah might have done it for us. And then Ben's around somewhere. There's a guy called Ben. Ben and Noah are knocking about. Anyway, yeah, they just kind of appeared out the forest. Once they realised there were some people about doing some stuff. I guess locals who... He might have run this. He might have run the lumber mill, potentially. I'll have to have a chat with him. They are available for conversations, should you wish. Yeah, right, that's that done. So rather than walk, because I'm... That's right here. Rather than walk all the way over here. Oh, I'm not doing that. Crikey. let's grab this, whiz out and do that rock breaking. What I was also thinking, I'm seriously considering, I think possibly next episode, I'll give it some thought. We have got some piles of rubble and bits and bobs knocking around. If we can find some gravel, or soil would wash away. I'm thinking gravel, stones, something along those lines, and we can build up. What we really need is, I don't think we have them, but we had them on a previous thing, didn't we? Like a piece of pipe. What we want is a bit of round concrete pipe, like a culvert type pipe. We want to put the pipe in first into the water. This is for building a bridge. Then put logs around it, larger ones or smaller ones towards the top to even out. Then across the top of that, put a layer of gravel. If we can smooth it down a little bit, mind you, we are going to need a bucket or we're going to need something. We need a vehicle. We need a vehicle that's got a bucket, potentially. I'm still edging towards the Merlot again, you know. I was only saying like 10 minutes ago, not even that, whenever it was, about trying different equipment and machinery. I'm going to have a look and see what we can get delivered to us first of all. I'll speak to the ministry. We've got to pay for it because, you know, whilst they are paying us, they're not funding what we do. We pitched, you know, there are a lot of companies out there that are doing what we do. What we pride ourselves on is the fact that we can do it and keep the cost down. So rather than keep contacting them saying, right, send us this, send us that, we will pay for the equipment, it will be ours, they will put it on a train, but we're not saying you've got to fund that, we will fund it. And then we gain all this equipment and machinery. At the end of a project, we can sell on or leave for whoever's going to be doing it, and they buy the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak. So anyway, what I was going to say was, I'm pretty sure, looking at the land plot, the mappage, that the ministry owns all this bit here. I'm sure the land they own extends to this bit of forestry. I'm sure it does. In which case, we could potentially lop down a couple of trees. I think the smaller ones might be better actually. If we could lop down a few small ones, not some of the big boys. I mean, we could take them some of the big boys, that'd be quite handy. But I'm just thinking for the thinner branches and logs, I don't want it protruding out of the river too much. We want it as flat as we can possibly get it. Because I reckon if we're going to be doing work out there, if we're going to get logging contracts, because that's going to be a log point, I reckon. And obviously the rock removal is going to be out there as well, or one of them. I assume there's going to be others around the map. We will find that out as we go. But we are definitely, because I can't do this all on a bicycle. And it's all well and good, you know, yes, I've got these bits of equipment, these aren't mine, I don't own them, they are simply for the job we're about to do, and then they will go back again. Wherever they just appear out of the ground. Like magic, it's incredible. But we're gonna need a shortcut. We can't, this is going to take ages to keep doing this, so if we can cut across that part of the map, that'll be absolutely golden. And like I say, we haven't got the money to buy the land yet, so I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm certain in my head. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. At the end of the day, we've lost nothing by trying, you know. And I'm also thinking if we're using the thinner bits of trees as well, they're not worth as much. So if I was using like a whole tree that's got you know, it's got a bit of worth to it. When I was watching that logging thing that I was talking about before, which kind of inspired all of this. This was that kind of, oh, you know what? And I suddenly thought of all the equipment and machinery that we've got available that could be really cool to use. And again, stuff I probably wouldn't normally go towards. And if you're watching this, if you're still with me and you're still on the whole kind of, I'm not a big fan of forestry, we are going to be doing farming. Like I said, we are trying to make this community come back to life again. We are going to have some logging we're going to be doing. We're going to be loading up the train. Sending logs out will only be done by train, I think. We'll see. We've got the lumber mill. If we can do the lumber mill, we might do a bit of that. We might do some production work. We might get some productions running, because if we're going to need infrastructure, we're going to need to create things, because it's going to cost a lot to keep shipping things in. To start off with, it might make sense to ship things in, but as far as farming goes, we are going to need an agricultural arm that we are going to need to be fed. We're going to need things, you know. Corn and potatoes are a good staple, sugar beet, those kind of things. Obviously carrots, parsnips, anything carby, you know, are a good idea. Wheats and things, again, all the things we know. Flour, if we can get some chickens, we've got eggs, you know, we can then start feeding, get a few pigs, we've got pigs. You know how it works. Am I going to get to that point? I don't know. I hope so. I was watching DJ the other day. I watched a few bits and bobs here and there. He's on episode 75 of his Riverbend Springs. I know Daggerwin, his ones go on for, you know, episode after episode after episode. And I tend to get to sort of, I think we did, what, 45 on Riverbend Springs? And I was getting itchy feet to move on and do some other stuff. I could have carried on, but I would, if I'm doing this, I'm thinking, oh, you know, I would really like to go the whole hog. Get a whole load of stuff running, rather than just set myself one target and say, right, okay, we're done. Because we've got all the peat stuff on here as well. I've got no peat equipment, I don't own the land. And the land of all of them is the most expensive, but once purchased, peat harvesting collection, this is what I'm talking about. So whilst we've got a bridge here, we need a pipe, a culvert. There you go, look, they've done the same thing here. I mean, they've packed it in with stones, but a culvert, I know I'm getting my feet wet, but that's right. A culvert with some logs around it, and gravel across the top, maybe. That might work. I mean, we could just put logs the other way. It's a pity, because I know we get like bundles of timber. Wouldn't it be cool though if you could split a log in half, and you could put it down so it was like face up, so the flat side was up, and the round, and you could potentially put in a bridge. We could just put logs across the river, but they won't stay in place. The problem with that then is you need to be able to drive over them without the wheels of a vehicle sliding the logs out the way. So it'd be some way of fastening them in place. Potentially a little bit of landscaping. I don't know. It's not something I've really fiddled around with that much. Bridge building, but you know. Anyway, I'm going to say what I always say. This is. I'm going to get this done here. We'll claim our money back from it. I need to sort myself out a chainsaw, axe, machete, one of each. I don't know. I might start off with an axe. I fancy doing some axe work, you know. And then we'll move up to chainsaw. We'll have the money to buy a chainsaw, but I want to keep the money back for if we're going to lease some gear, and then it's going to be a case of sitting down. I might ask Noah if I can just stay at the lumber yard. I'm going to need a sleeping bag and some gear. This is taking a while. See what I mean? We would have been way quicker if we could go straight across. I'll get the rock breaking done, and I think we might even be done. I want to try, if possible, to try and get the episodes in at sort of 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes maybe each episode. Doing a 50-minute episode, I like the longevity of an episode. I like getting a lot done within an episode, but the problem with that is the time taken. And with the way the things are, I'm just trying to work out ways of trying to make everything work. With the way things are at the moment with mod drops and maps, weekends are fine, but in the week, with Giants dropping the way they have been dropping stuff, I then run out of time to do my Let's Plays, and I don't want my Let's Plays to just be weekly, you know? So, if I can do shorter episodes, then potentially I can squeeze them in around other stuff. I don't know, I'm just trying to work out the best way to provide, you know, everybody with a bit of what they want, you know, with what they want to see. Let's clear this. So I say it's a pity these don't stay cleared, because that'd be quite cool. And then, there you go. Got to be careful, because you can get clobbered if you do the wrong bits, you know. Because that bit there's got no flag over it. So I'll avoid that bit at the moment. I have been caught out a couple of times. That's that bit there. Do this bit here. Nearly there. Which leaves me with, let's go around the back. Whoa. Yep, end up in the drink. It's just what we need. There we go. there we go. So you've got to be careful, because if I'd done those other 2 bits, I might have got in trouble, because those weren't ones that it said it needed doing. I don't think we can landscape those out though either. Do that, and I'll head back with this. So our intent is what was that? Is that stones left over? Oh yeah, of course it is. Our intent is clear. What we're intending. Oh, I should have. Oh, we haven't got anything to grab. I said we should grab those. Can we grab those? Have a little pile of stones. That will help doing our little bridge. Our intent is clear. I've now got to go away and do some thinking about what do we do next. What bit of equipment? What are we going to grab? I mean, I could just do what I've done before, and if once we finish these 2 contracts off, if we get any more of these pop up, am I going to pick them up? Of course I am. Log collection deliveries, log collections, log deliveries, whichever one. They're going to be our bread and butter to get started until we can afford our own little plot of land. Until, you know, whatever we end up doing, that's going to be what pays the bills, because there are no fields for contract work. And again, we're back to that thing again. If you're watching this thinking, well, you know, he's already cheating because he's doing these contracts. If these contracts weren't here, explain to me, please, in the comments. I've asked a lot of times, and people do say some very strange things. If there are no contracts for fields, if there aren't these contracts, if I come onto the map with no money, no land, no equipment or machinery, how do I make money? How would I make money? I've had people then message me when I've said it before saying, well, just put some money in. Okay. And if I do that, then what do you think the response will be? So you've got to think about, you know, I will do the work that needs to be done. Like I say, we did that log loading with a crane. I can't remember the last time I did that. And this is going to take a little bit of time. But like I say, we have got a plan, kind of. I've got an idea of what I want the end result to be, however far down the road that is. We'll find out. But this will encompass a whole load of stuff. All sorts of aspects of Farming Simulator. And it will include farming. Don't worry for the farming people out there. There's going to be some forestry. There may be, I don't know, I'm trying to think what other things we've got available. I want to just try and experience a whole, you know, a whole thing. Experience a whole experience, yes. But I'm really keen to do that bridge. I really want to try it. At the end of the day, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But in my head, it should. We know how that often works. It should, shouldn't it? And imagine if it did work. If it works, then it's really cool. We just need a pipe. We need a... The problem is there's not a liftable, like there's decorative items, but to place a decorative item, you need to own the land. So that's not going to work. It needs to be something I can put down. But anyway, this is where I'm going to leave our first episode. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, please give us a like. Give us a like anyway. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then of course, please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. I'll see you on the next one. And thanks for watching. As you've just seen, another log delivery done. What didn't even... It's typical, isn't it? How long have I been doing this? How many log contracts? It's because I got into that habit on Riverbend Springs of having my own gear. When I said about the contracts I had, the rock breaking, and I forgot about the lease of the vehicle. Obviously, because I don't have a log vehicle, so it wasn't the full amount I got. But with that one done as well, so that's 2 log deliveries and the rock breaking, we're up to 17,918. We were a little bit higher, but I bought myself an axe. Now, that was done earlier. There goes the train again. As I was cycling, I've been cycling around actually. I've been doing a bit of a recon, a reconnoiter around the area, and I've come across mounds, various different piles and mounds and things. At some point, if we want to get the latrines up and running, they've had some kind of organic waste failure here. I mean, it's going to need cleaning. We're going to clear that out. But I found some piles of gravel. There's some sand. There's some bits and bobs about. Where did I find them? Over here. Here we go. There's a pile of sand there. There's some gravel. Now, yeah, the problem I've got is because this is owned by the ministry. For those of you wondering, if you haven't watched me do one of these types before, the ministry, I'm playing on multiplayer. That's, you know, so I can have two different farms. My farm, this one, where I started with absolutely nothing, the ministry has money, and the ministry can send me stuff in if they want to, but, you know, it gives me the ability to be able to, when I'm doing a storyline or whatever I'm doing, move stuff around as I need to. But I've been, yeah, cycling about, I found, where was it? There was a pile, I can't even remember myself. Over by the lorry, there was some stuff. Anyway, all that being said, I've got a deadwood contract. Now, the deadwood contract, all I've got to do is cut the trees down, which I can do to start off with. Now, everyone will be saying, but you can take them away and you can get the money for them. If I take them straight to the sawmill, I can, but I've got no means of doing that at the moment. So what I can do is the first few deadwood ones I do, I'm just going to take them down. I'm going to lop the trees down, and I've got myself an axe, which cost me 50. Now, in this portion, since purchasing my my saw, which I did, I got a message, a very nice message. Let me just, yeah, so here we've got soil of some description. I don't know if that was topsoil, that's just soil. Anyway, there's some piles of stuff knocking about. And as I was on my way out, I cycled past something and suddenly thought, hang on a mo, I have a plan forming in my head. Which I'm going to try now. I was just having a quick chat to Noah. You saw me walk over. I was just talking to him about the situation. He let me know there was an axe available, so I grabbed that. Yeah, we're cycling out past here. Here we go. As I cycled out past here, out towards the woodland, I saw that and suddenly thought, oh, hang on a minute. A wheelbarrow. We've got some wheelbarrows. We've got one that's a bit funky, one that's got straps and a capacity. If I could get the ministry to send me in a wheelbarrow and a shovel, I could at least start. There's a hand cart, there's a few bits and bobs. Now, I want to do a few more log contracts. I'm again, from the last episode, I'm in a bit of a dilemma at the moment. I'm thinking telehandler, but then I thought, you know what, I want to go with something with the front loader. I don't tend to do front loader ops very often. And I thought what might fit in quite nicely here, and it's quite a handy one, this. Was it medium tractors? Where was it? No, have I not installed it? Oh, I have, yeah, look. A Zator. I thought about getting a Zator, maybe. I mean, I haven't said whereabouts in the world we are, but they're not expensive. And I was thinking, because these got up to 150 horsepower? I'm sure it was 150 horsepower, for not a huge amount of money. I think this one here, albeit two-wheel drive, but they do have an option for, I'm sure they had an option for front loader. Front lights, exhaust, attachers. Oh, maybe not. Did I dream that? Oh, okay, maybe not then. I'll have a look through. Oh, I could have sworn. Okay. But anyway, yeah, so I need to look at some options. Something really cheap that's got okay horsepower with a front loader attacher, so I'll start attaching buckets or grabs or whatever I want to start moving logs around to help me with various different contracts. And just generally, like once I'm cutting down a few trees, part of I have got a few mandates of clearings of forest, looking for some old mining equipment, or not mining equipment, a mining area. I've got to part of the forest here that's owned by them. I've got some trees to cut down. Now, when I take those trees, because I don't own the land, it's their trees. I'm pretty sure when I sell those trees or bring them over to the lumberyard or put them on the train, whatever we end up doing with them, I won't get paid, but the ministry will pay me for that lumber. So I've got a job of clearing some lumber for them, and if I can build up to a point where I need about 50 grand, and that's the thing, is that, like I said before, scales of economy. Whereas I'm on, I need to shop tonight. On Prairie Farm, I'm earning big money for the contracts, but what I need to buy is big machinery, so that big money disappears really quickly. On here, I'm thinking I need 100 grand. 50 odd grand for a tractor with front loader and a couple of bits of equipment, 50 odd grand for a plot of land, and I'm off. We're off to the races. That 100 grand is going to be hard to get to. It's going to be hard to achieve without. I'm going to have to chuck in quite a few delivery contracts and stuff like that, which I can do. I absolutely can do. But I'm going to end up putting in the same amount of time as I would do on Prairie Farm, doing a job that might earn me, you know, or a couple of jobs that might earn me a couple of 100,000. Like I say, it's just a scale. It's just the way it works. So let's get on to the order system, because I'm thinking, was it underhand tools or miscellaneous? And I'll show you. Look at all this cool gear. Not that one. Oh, where is it? Oh, please tell me I have. Well, there's the shovel. I want a shovel. Standard. We'll go 800 because that'll be a little bit easier. I'll change all the stuff on this. We'll get that. Where's that going to be then? Miscellaneous under here. There it is. 500. That's all. We're going to go for a larger capacity as well. Light, yes, because I absolutely love the fact you can have this with a light on it. How cool is that? Cover. Do you want to cover? And I was also reached out after I did the look at this. To let me know you can do passenger support on this, so you can put a passenger in. That hadn't even dawned on me that could be a thing, but apparently it is. Let's go with that. Cover colour, not too bothered about. Handles, colour. Should we go red? Yeah, let's spice things up. Lamp colour, it's got to be yellow. Has to be a yellow lamp. Like the old waterproof ones. Rim colour we'll leave as is, I think. So, this we're going to buy. That'll have to get brought in for us. And then... Oh, the shovel, yeah. So that and the shovel. I might be able to put some logs across the top of it, because I'm sure this has a tension strap as well. So, like the smaller logs, take those over. If I can shovel up any of the gravel, so what I can do is do the logs into the river. If you missed the first episode, I'm going to try and build a bridge. I feel like Intrepid. I feel like... oh no. Oh, that's how my brain works. I feel like Indiana Jones, but we're going to be building a bridge, so we could be Bridge It Jones. Okay, I'll stop there. Right, I'll see you in a minute. I'm going to get both of these ordered, and then we'll go and lop some trees down, and we'll see if we can get this bridge done. If we can get the bridge done, that gives us a shortcut, and then we can go over and get the Deadwood contract done, and that'll be our next step. I think getting that bridge done is important. Again, I had people messaging me after the last episode saying, why don't you just buy the land either side of it and put a bridge in? It'll be easier. Yeah, it would. You're absolutely right. I'm not going to say anymore. Okay then, they're on order. Be coming by train soon. I've just taken another wood contract, a wood transport, and it's literally just over there. It's not too far away, so it should be fine. I'm going to try. Again, I can't remember. I'm trying to remember the multiplayer rules, whether or not, as far as logging goes, if I've got permissions for, like, if I've got contractor access, can I cut down trees on land I don't own? I can't remember. I thought what we'll try and do, because they own, like I say, we come down this road a little bit, and then they own a bit off to the left, but I'm just thinking they do own all this land out here. Can I take down, like, this one here? One that's going to be easy for me to deal with. That's going to take a lot of limb removal. I need straight stuff. I'm going to take the end bits because they're smaller. When our wheelbarrow arrives, I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to put the smaller logs across the wheelbarrow, strap them on, and then wheel them out. I honestly, like I say, this is all just Daft as a brush stuff. Let's go up. Where's my X gone? Has it been stowed? This keeps doing this. There's our 2 contracts. I keep finding when things go missing, especially with its hand tools. Come into here. There you go. There's our axe. Pick up. Put it away for some reason. Anyway, it was 50. There we go. This thing, when I've got it, this thing's an absolute weapon. I mean, it is it is a weapon. We know that, but it's okay. Look, let's go low. 2 chops, don't know my own strength. It doesn't make a lot of sound, doesn't that? Anyway, so while we're onto this, I got sidetracked and didn't say the rest of the stuff I was going to say. So let's say that when we can, I'm lopping all these down. I'm going to be taking the ends. Because the ends I can carry. With enough of them, put left, right, we can fill up the riverbed. Hopefully. Then if I can grab some gravel or sand or something into the wheelbarrow, put it over that. How am I going to level it? Don't know. If I'm just careful, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even think it's going to work. What I need to do, how long do we need? I need it to be sort of 6-8 feet, but enough that I can pick it up as well. Wow, that's crazy. Can I pick that up? No. So, let me take some off that. What about now? How about now? Okay, that's not too bad. Let's stick that on the road. How long is that? Right, so that width, we can get a lorry over that. So I'm thinking if we go left, right, and have enough of those in the river. Again, if it lets me, I would do these, but I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with those. That's the plan. Anyway, I'm going to get onto this message. I received a message. There was a little note tucked into the door at the shop. I was going around doing some bits and bobs. There was a note, and it says, "Hello, MrSealyp. I've heard you're trying to revitalise the Sunshine Forest community, but you don't even have a chainsaw." You're quite correct. I don't even have a chainsaw. I left it behind in my other trousers. Please take this old chainsaw of my grandfather's. I no longer have a use for it, and it sounds like you do. Sincerely, Hank Oliver. So it's very kind of him. So what we'll do at some point, I'm going to pay for it. I'm not just going to take it. I mean, that would be, a pretty poor show of me. Let's bring that back to here. So I need to take a few more down. The problem is, though, because this is... See what I mean? I've turned around and I'm like, because this tree came down in the long grass. How do you lose a tree that big? I took the end off of it, not the... Where? What? I can't even see the stump. Oh, here it is. Oh, where's that gone? How did I know? I suppose because the tree was that way, I ended up out on the road all the way down here. So what I need to do as well... I really do need to do a few... I need to do some more contracts. I need to get... I thought I was going to go for a pickup first, but I think something for moving logs around, something so I can get log contracts done, something so I can just manipulate things will be better than getting a pickup first, I think. I thought I'd go the pickup route, but now I'm thinking, but if I do the pickup route, I don't know. Like I say, it's a chunk of money for both options. So this then... whenever I get whatever I'm going to get, I've got to remember where they all are. What I need is you need little markers you can stick in the ground. As I'm going to miss a load. I'll then chop these up, and then these will go onto the train or to the lumber yard. And like I say, because I don't own these, just this type and length, doesn't say who's owned by, just the mass. Maybe I will get paid for it. I guess the thing to do would be, let's... I suppose it's a little bit frustrating that we don't have on the back of here, we don't have a little strap. I thought we'd have a little tension strap on the back of here. I could have put one log on the back of there. So what we'll do, let's go back over and see whether or not our stuff's been delivered. If it's been delivered, then we're absolutely golden. We can grab the wheelbarrow, grab the shovel. Let's see if I can put some stuff on it. Then I'll cut some more trees down a little bit further along. I'll find some more I can cut down. We'll take the first few over and put them in and see if it even works, if that will start to fill the thing up. Putting bigger logs in would make more sense. I could fill the river up faster, but I don't have anything to manipulate them. But I could, I guess... I don't know why, again, I'm shying away from leasing stuff. I could lease from the ministry a piece of equipment, but I don't want to jump ahead and onto big stuff. I can't afford to lease big stuff, but I suppose I could lease something now, couldn't I? I'm trying to think, is there a cheap skid steer loader that I could lease? Maybe. Yes, we're here. We are in business. Keep forgetting where I've left the bike as well, which doesn't help. By the end of this episode, I'm building that bridge. Well, I hope so. Tension strap off. Can we pick that up? Yes. Oh. Thought it was tension strapped in. Right, so I can lift that and walk with it. That's probably going to be quicker, because it'll have a speed that we can go at, which will probably be about 4 miles an hour. Like I say, I don't know. Actually, should we try and... is it worth me trying to scoop up some gravel, see if it'll let me put some gravel in it? I assume it will still work when it's got contents in it as well as... like I say, I don't know. First time kind of using this. Again, all these things I will often use on a mod review, to show them on a mod review, but then don't sort of use them in anger. And then I'll get to a point like this. What stuff's this? Well, drop that. It's not too thick. Would that work? I don't know. I don't know. And now I can't pick up. That's weird. Start your engines. Put it somewhere you can see it. Oh, did that? Huh? I didn't even use a shovel. What happened there? We've got construction gravel in it. Huh? What happened? Oh, it's just... don't even need the shovel, so I can do it. Oh my days, and I think I've got some on the shovel as well. So we've got 2,800 litres of construction gravel. It did work. Okay, now we're cooking. Oh, looks like my arms are gonna snap. Well, this is going to take a little while to get down there. Let's see if I can strap. Let's just turn that on. Horn. Love it. And that's all come off the back of me, just cycling past there, seeing a wheelbarrow. My brain went, hang on a minute. There's a wheelbarrow with straps. And then when I was looking, I saw the hand cart as well, and I thought, oh, hang on a minute. That might work too. So if you're getting started, you don't even have a pickup. Yes, it's going to take you ages to walk anywhere to do stuff like this, but it just goes to show. I mean, the wheelbarrow cost me 700 in the end with the changes I made, and the shovel was... what was the shovel? Can't remember now. It wasn't expensive. And actually, it turns out I might not even need the shovel, which, fair enough, that's okay. I really thought I'd have to just... it was all those things, you know, in your head you think, this is a good idea, let's try it. It's only a stupid idea if it doesn't work. But you've learned another way not to do something. And I thought, well, 1, will the wheelbarrow work anyway? 2, will the shovel be able to shovel the stuff up and put it into the wheelbarrow? Because we're using multiple different mods here that I don't know if they'll all work together. Then 3, I don't own the land, and the stuff's piled up there. Will I be able to shovel it up even though I don't own the land? All of those things all went cha-ching, 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 done. So, what we'll do, we'll see if we can... this is going to be ridiculous. But, again, if it works, I don't care. We'll take one over as a proof of concept. I'll grab a small... Stop. Right, engine off, drop that. Can I go? This really should not work, should it? If I can balance it. Oh, that's not good. Let's work out where the centre of gravity is on this. A bit further along. Maybe there. That's not too bad. Can we tension strap? I have officially lost the plot. Absolutely lost the plot. Right, where was the tree down? I need to find the end of the tree. It was further along here, wasn't it? Where was it? Oh. It's here. What? Oh, I obviously moved it. Yes, I did. Oh, dear. Sorry. Right, let's grab that. Can we put that in the wheelbarrow as well? We are loading this thing up. Can I do another tension? Am I going to even be able to wheel this? Another tension strap? Shit. Might have overextended that tension strap. Start the engine. Whoa. No, don't. Please, 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 please work. Oh, I really need you to work. I really need you to work. Please don't stick in the ground like that. Turn. There, straighten up, straighten up, straighten up. Take your time. Take your time. Nice and straight. I mean, we're going. Right, okay. I'm going to see you over the sawmill in a minute. First thing I'm going to do at the lumber mill, put that big chunk in, sell it and see if we get paid or they get paid. That's another test. Then we're going to go, without trying to turn too much, I've got to be very careful how I turn. Whoa! We're rocketing along. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to put too many on there, but that's going to be a lot of backwards and forwards. But at the end of the day, like I say, it's my time I'm wasting, not yours, don't worry. You won't have to, I'll skip ahead those bits, it'll be fine. And we'll see if we can make this work. Oh, I suppose the next thing I'll do will be when I get a log contract over that side, we'll then have to drive something over it and see what happens. I don't know. Just thinking, could I put some heavier logs on the sides of it if stuff did move to weight it down? No, don't turn too much, don't turn too much, don't do anything silly. Stay upright. We had a bit of a mishap. I think the shovel moved and I seemed to spread gravel all up along the road. I think it was 800 litres off the shovel that spread. So what we'll see now then, what are we on, 17,158. Okay, we did get paid. Fair enough, okay. So we know then we can cut the trees down for them. They haven't got to move money around for us, so we can clear the bit of forest there for them. We'll get paid for the wood, that's good. The problem I seem to have at the moment, the wheelbarrow was going fine to start off with, but I couldn't slow it down. And it just kept going and going and going. I've got to see now if I can take off the... I'm going to need to do something else. I thought this would be... You know, it does kind of work, but also kind of not work. Will it let me grab that shovel out? There we go. Ah, there we go. That's what happened. The shovel turned over. Which is not what you want. Let's see... I need to rotate it so we can get it into a better... Why is it not twisting the way I want it to twist? Let's try that. Yeah, we had a bit of a mishap here, look. Oops. Looking. Any more along here in the verge? Like I say, I just that's weird. Are we full? So I must have lost some. Yeah, 800. Okay, right. Then what we might do is pop this on the floor, and we'll just use the thing for the time being. Because like I say, I don't technically need this, but having 800 litres there, we can always put in something in a little while. Right. So what we've got to do now then. Is take this over to the river and see if we can put the log in. Okay. So I've got my cruise control set as 0. So I'm hoping if I kind of let off... No, it's done it again. No, come on. We're off to the races again. Look. Come on. It worked fine to start off with. Let's cruise control back up again. What's it go up to? 7. But we were doing about 10 or 11, right. No, it's not going to do it, is it? Oh. Just going backwards would be better. Backwards seems to be staying level. Stop. 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 I cut another one down on my way. I thought, you know what, should I try and balance it? And I tell you what, backing up. Oh, backing up is the way. Ah, dear. Isn't it funny? The stuff you do on Farming Simulator and the things you never think you're going to do on Farming Simulator. And then you find yourself doing this. Taking a thumbnail and your brain's going, what? And I'm pretty sure that when Giants thought this all up and people started making mods, and this is what I keep saying, I'm sure that when this mod was made, the wheelbarrow and stuff, people thought, they'll use it for this, they'll use it for that. I bet no one thought some moron is going to put some trees on it. Oh, actually, I'm going to go a little bit further along. It's got a lot of bulrushes and stuff here, which are not in the way, but I just want to be able to see what we're doing. Actually, they might go all the way along. Well, I'll try and find a spot where we're open. I don't want it too wide, don't want it too deep. I don't want to go too far. Like I say, it's supposed to be a shortcut. It's no point if we carry... Actually, I don't think we're going to, are we? We might just have to pick a spot. I suppose we can always landscape around it, can't we? It goes across the road just there. It's gone a bit further where there's no more bushes, and then I'll be going backwards and forwards. I'm going to go back and get, I think 2 at a time works. If I can balance it 2 at a time in reverse, if we can, don't hit that tree, don't hit that tree, don't hit that tree. Let's say using bigger logs would work better, would be quicker to fill the void, but I'm not going to be able to... Actually, how wide is this here? Oh no. Okay, let's undo the tension straps. Let's do that and that. No, where are you going? No, 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 no. Don't do that, please. Whoa, there we go. Let's have a look. Oh, it's not too bad. It's quite steep, the sides. Can we fill... I don't even know. Like I say, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know. It's a zany idea. Late at night, and I thought, oh, you know what? It's actually going to be a lot deeper than I thought, isn't it? It's going to take a lot of logs to fill this up. But if I can get them to sit... Yes, we can get a bit wet, but kind of perpendicular-ish. Level them like that. Get enough in here. I reckon we could do it. The problem I'm going to have is remembering where the crossing point is, so I'm going to have to mark that, but I can't mark it because I don't own the land. So how am I going to remember? Farm dog's not sure either. Right, I'm going to go and get some more. I'm going to leave this in here. Do I put this in a pile of thought? No, we'll leave this in here for the time being. Oh, that's a good point. Is it going to let me pour this out if I don't own the land? Maybe off of a shovel? Oh, I never thought of that. Yeah, it might not. Might didn't it? Let's have a check on the old map-a-doodle here. Yeah, I don't think, because that's on that plot, which is one of the ones I was going to buy. Oh, wow, okay. So if we buy that, we'll own the land. So what we could do is just get to a point where that's where our Deadwood contract is, and that's where our next... I mean, it doesn't pay very well, because I've had to borrow equipment. It'll be just under $2,000, I think, for that one, the next log delivery. But I do know now that if I cut down some of their trees, if I lop that up into smaller bits, we could make a bit of money getting some trees over. But I need to build up enough money It's all those, that list of things is growing again, of equipment and machinery that I need to make this work. They look really small in there now, don't they? What was I even thinking? What was I even thinking? Right. We should be right going back. Shouldn't have any issues. So this plot of land, if I buy it, it's not a lot of forestry on it, but I've got some open land. Somewhere for me to pitch a tent that I can call my own. And it does give us some option then, of course, for potentially, if we get a tractor, we could get a plough, we could get some farming going, we could get ourselves, like I say, a tent, and then we can get ourselves some corn on the go, some potatoes maybe. I don't know. It means them leasing or buying a seeder. We'll get there. We will get there. This is the inaugural. Can I build a bridge first, and we'll go from there. For all those of you that were already shouting at the screen, I had a big brain moment. I was coming back over with the wheelbarrow, and I was coming on the track here thinking, right, I need to head for the woodland, which is just sort of through there, and came past my log pile, which I've got for my log delivery contract, and I suddenly thought, hang on a minute, I've got some stuff here for doing the log delivery contract. Now, I'm not going to try and take that to sell that. I suppose I could do. Unlike where you go onto fields to do contract work, this log contract equipment that I've got for doing this, there's nothing to stop me picking up other logs. So I cut down one more tree. The two I'd already done, and I've got another thin one. What I'm going to do is take those thin ones out of the water, put these ones in to pad it out, put the thin ones on top, and then go. I'm still not sure I'm going to be able to unload the gravel on top though, because I don't own the land. But like I say, if we can at least get over it, maybe. Once we can afford to buy the land, then maybe I can make it a bit more kind of permanent. Mind you, once we own the land, I can just put a bridge in, I suppose. This is just a temporary fix, and I don't know how well it's going to work, but yeah. And I thought, but I tell you what, same as it was in the last episode, I'm really enjoying using this crane. It's doing the job well. I haven't had any issues with it really. Sometimes one of the arms on this particular one, I didn't do it on the other one, on the arm, one of the arms stays up at a funny angle, so all you have to do is just close the grab completely, reopen it, and it's fine. I've got to find my spot. It was over by one of these trees. What I'm thinking is, where I've got that longer one that's sticking out there, and I've got a stubby bit there, what I might do is put a couple of logs standing upright on the floor, so you can see them sticking up out the grass. Oh dear, I do. Yeah, I mean, will it work? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. It was out past this tree. I guess the thing to do is now look in the river. See if we can see a couple of logs. I can see a shape. I can see some shapes just over here. This is where we decided to do it. So it's by this tree, which is great. I suppose what I could do once I own the land. Oh no. We'll work it out. So what I need to do is take those small ones out. What we need is a bunk that tips. So I can just tip these straight in. That would make life a lot easier, wouldn't it? What I'm going to do is take this smaller one off the top, because I want the smaller ones at the top, because that should make hopefully a slightly smoother, flatter surface. Let's lose that in the grass. Let's get back in the water. Grab that one out. If I haven't got quite enough, that's not a problem. I'll just go and get some more. Drop that there. If I can put the other one on top, I should be able to find them. Bridget Jones. Oh, that still makes me smile. I have a very strange brain. Right-ho then. Right, what I'm going to do is let's get the axe out. And let's just lop that end bit off there. What? I can't cut this tree because I'm not on land that's owned by somebody else now. So I can't... You can't make out, can you? Right, okay. This one here though, I can grab that out. So I say my plan was wherever I put the thing in, if I get a long enough stump like that and stand it like that, as long as I can see it out of the grass, I'll put mine in a slightly longer one. If I put one on one side and one on the other, I can, when I'm coming across the land, I can see where my posts are, where I'm aiming for my shortcut. Again, assuming of course this even works, this could be an absolute disaster. And I'm going to look a right old Charlie, ain't I? But I guess the only way to find out now is to just... How many can I grab? 2 maybe? No, 1 maybe? It's funny because it picks up 2 of the contract ones, no problem at all. No, I can't see what I mean. But the grab does that. Just close it right up, open it back out again, and you'll be absolutely golden. So maybe we'll only do 1. Grab 1 then. Do 1 at a time. Yay! But we'll fill the water up a lot quicker. He says. Swing that round. Oh, got to be careful. I haven't put the legs out. Rotate. I need to be closer. Definitely need to be closer. Let's drop that one in. Hopefully it'll roll to the bottom. That's, you know, I mean... I suppose the other thing I could just do is drive into the water, and I know it's that, you know, the whole nefarious thing. I could just drive into the water and just reset the vehicle. This isn't going to be enough, is it? That's a lot deeper than it looks. Or does it look as deep as it is? I don't know, maybe. I need to put the legs out. Where are we? Support group legs. We need some support. Tilt that? Do I need to tilt that? Not really, I'll leave that as it is. Right, switch that back. Again, I'll see in a bit once I've unloaded all these. And we'll see where we're at. I don't know. Come on. 1 then. Just 1. Don't you dare. really. Can't swim the water. Do that. Close that a bit. Bring that in a bit. Drop that down a bit. There we go. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. It's 12:33. I mean, regardless of, I mean, I know, like I say, I hope you're enjoying what's going on. I'm having a whale of a time. I'm loving it. Something a bit different to sink your teeth into, isn't it? This is definitely the plot of land I think I'm going to be trying to purchase. But that being said, I'd like to say I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to tip this because it requires you to unload. If you don't unload the land, you can't unload. The shovel may also be the same in that when you try to tip it, if you don't own the land, I'm not sure it's going to pour out onto the floor. That all being said, what I'm going to do... Stop. Engine off. That's my engine, of course. We kind of have a thing, you know? I can't chop any of those. I was going to try and trim them, but again, I don't own the land, so it won't let me. But I've got some some very varying different lengths. But what I thought I'd do, and this is from up there, I've come out of my way, but I want to see if this will work. Now, admittedly, the larger log transport contracts that have been over here, and this is why I was creating the shortcut, require the lorry and the trailer, or they offer the lorry and the trailer. I don't know how they'd get on over this, and I don't even know if this is going to work. So I'm going to say this now, it's certainly better than going down into the water in that deep ditch. And is it a temporary fix, a temporary solution? Yes. Will I be able to put gravel on it? Don't know. I mean, I suppose that the other option, again, I'm trying to think what people might be thinking or saying, or... I mean, it's working. It's a little bit of a splash here and there. But I've got a couple more logs there we can put in. Hey, look, it's a bridge. It's not quite the bridge to Terabithia, but, you know, it's not bad. Like I said, I'm pretty sure, and I don't know how we would do this anyway. I don't think we're even going to get on there, are we? I think it's going to be better off with the... Oh no, please, back up. Oh no. Oh no, I tell you what we can do. Turn the engine off. Can we pick this up, or is that too heavy now? Oh, we've got this gravel in it. Come on, there we go. Okay, well, I mean, at the end of the day, I can try with the shovel, but we have got a crossing point. I've left this stump here. I've got a couple of slightly longer ones a bit further over, which I can bring over the wheelbarrow at some point. But that should do for the time being. As I said, we have got this contract's got to be completed. Farmland. There we go. Sunbeam Creek. So I suppose we could call it Sunbeam Bridge, couldn't we? It is the bridge over the Sunbeam. I'm assuming that's a waterlogged point and not a ford. All this time, and there could well have been, or I should have cycled out over there. I'm also considering if I can pick up sand or gravel or whatever, like I've done here, again, potentially with the shovel. I'm wondering whether I can put a level crossing in. Like, we've got the level crossing here, but we have to sort of come out and drive round along the road to the crossing over. Whether or not, if I can put sand and gravel in amongst the tracks, the train should still run, but just give me a smoother passing point over the tracks, maybe here. Again, don't know, we'll see. So I'm going to take this, drop this off. What I was going to say was, yeah, that's where our deadwood contract is. And we've got our axe now, so I can whiz over and do that at any point. I suppose now we've got the bridge, I could whiz over and do it now. Shall I do that now? And then we'll take this back and we'll deliver that. And maybe with the shovel over there, I could try with the shovel and see if we can... I mean, I could splash through there on foot anyway, but I'm just thinking with vehicles and stuff when we start doing this. Which direction are we heading? It's over here somewhere, isn't it? Yeah, we'll just lop the trees down, get that one done as well, get those logs delivered, and then it'll be moving forward. Yeah. Again, have I done what I set out to do in this episode? Yeah, kind of. It's that thing of I was kind of hoping for that perfectly smooth, you know, put some gravel or something, sand or stones or something across the top of it. If I could drag something across that, like a leveler or a bucket, and smooth it right out, it'd be perfect, you know. But I don't think we're going to get perfection with that. So it will just be a temporary fix. The real test is going to be when we get one of the bigger log contracts, and we see if we can actually get the lorry across it. So we need our axe has gone into storage again. Why does it keep doing that? Hand tools, pick up. Boom. Right. So we want to find the marked trees. Let's put that away for a second. Within the circle. And that's not a deadwood though, is it? Where are... Oh, there we go. There she blows. Let's get these down. Is it marked? It is. Should be nice and quick with this as well. Boom. It's easier because it's a little bit thinner here, so we can actually look through the canopy and find the, well, hopefully find the deadwoods. I'm saying that. There we go, is that one? We're just about inside the boundary. Right, let's get these done. And what I'm probably going to do off camera between this and the next episode, do a few more transport jobs and try and build up a bit of money, either to buy that plot of land or to buy a pickup or to buy a tractor. I haven't decided which yet, and we'll then get those shipped in, and that'll give us a little bit more scope. I can cut some more trees down on the land owned by the ministry, and we can start getting some logs sold and start ramping up our money, and then we can really get our teeth into it. But this was just the initial... Yeah, what was I going to say earlier? Oh yeah, I was say, I guess there's that. I mean, I could just borrow money from the bank. You know, I don't have to borrow from the ministry, which we could borrow from the ministry. But I could get a bank loan. At the end of the day, I'm running this business, and if we have to borrow money from the bank to get some equipment and machinery, and then pay it back, we could do that. I mean, that of course is another option. It's not something I generally do very often. I tend not I avoid getting bank loans. I have done them. I've done them on various different Let's Plays as well. But yeah, I don't know why. Not shy away from it, but right. I'll see you in a minute. Just to show that we're out of doing it, I'll go back to the vehicle, get that delivered, and Bob's your uncle. We'll give a go with the old shovel and see what happens there with regard to maybe potentially trying our own level crossing type deal. Right. That's half of them done anyway. It was 10, wasn't it? Was it 10? Oh, 9. That's all right. There's one. So as you've just seen, as a proof of concept, it does work. We are putting it down. I had a couple of little peaks there, and I thought what I'll do is just drive the tractor, and it did smooth them a little bit. So I'm hoping if this works like compacting a silo or something like that, if I can get some more down in between, let's got to keep an eye out. Always a bad idea to have your back to where the train's coming. If I can get some more in there, just get it up to the level of the tracks, or at least the sleepers, tracks in the middle, sleepers at the side, then it's not as much of a bump over. It could work, you know. Still a bump fully at the moment, but we can reduce that, I reckon. So what we'll do, like I say, it is a proof of concept. Let's get this wood delivered. We have finished our deadwood contract. We'll complete on both of those, and that will be the end of this episode. We kind of bridged. I'm going to try and take the shovel over and see if I can pour some onto there. Like I said, I don't know if that'll be a thing, but we can but try, can't we? At the end of the day, we're done. So we are complete on that. Complete on that. Anything else active? Nothing new at the moment. We'll see if anything else pops up. When we're up to 20 grand. I mean, we've made a good start. At the end of the day, like I say, the bits of equipment we bought today cost barely anything, and that using the equipment that was provided for a contract, a cunning strategy. We may employ that moving further forward. I'm going to go and grab the shovel, grab some more gravel, see if I can smooth that out a little bit if I can. But I will see you on the next episode. Like I say, between now and then, hopefully get a few more bits and bobs done, maybe a few more wood transport contracts and stuff done, and then hopefully we have a bit of money to then buy a bit of equipment, whether it be a pickup, whether it be a tractor, whether it be... I was looking at some of the excavators and stuff, but they're like, I think the cheapest is 160 grand, and it's 190, and then up from there, so it does get a bit pricey. The JCB backhoe, there's a few I thought might work. I think it's 108 grand for the Merlot. So I don't know. We'll have a fiddle around to see what we can do. But hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Hopefully you'll join me. And I hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 7:04. It's September. I'm on one-day months because we can go through the year a little bit faster. Thank you to everyone who's been reaching out. Thank you to everyone, nearly everyone who's been commenting. It's been a weird few days, I'm not going to lie. As you can see, the money is up. I've spent a bit of time, well, we'll go back to that in a little while, cutting down some trees on the ministry's land, and I've been picking up the contracts. Now that picture you've just seen, and I was doing that, I've done it a lot on the Let's Plays I do, just to show that if my money goes up between episodes, I'm doing the contracts to build the money up. A lot of people have said that annoys them, they don't want to see that, because it just shows I'm just doing loads of contracts, which, again, we're back to the same conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Of course I am. Should we have the conversation again? Am I a bit salty? Just a little bit. There are no contracts. There are no contract fields on this map. This land, the ministry land, we can cut some trees down on their land. Which, to be fair, at the start, I didn't. Not that I didn't know that. I wasn't sure if we could. I couldn't remember if we had to be on their bank account or ours. But as it turns out, we can cut them down, and in delivering them, we can get paid for them, which is great. So there's a couple of things I was going to try out today. Yeah, so if I'm not doing contracts, how do I earn money? We're back to that same situation. And it doesn't seem to matter how many times I say it. People will still comment and say, it's the same as always, it's just doing contracts. What? The options are I put money in, which other YouTubers do, and people don't seem to mind. Every time I do it, it's cheating. I don't know. I'm going to edit this bit out. So I'm just going to spiral. Anyway, I'm having a great time. But I want to show you something that I did yesterday. And this was using, I don't think I've put them in the description yet. What I was going to say was, anyway, yeah, so those images of me doing contracts, I'm not going to put them up anymore. So I'm sure I'll get comments because people won't necessarily watch this video, this episode, and they'll watch another one and go, hang on a minute, he's cheating money in. I am telling you now, if my money goes up, it's because I've done contracts. If my money goes up, it's because I'm selling logs. And I'll show doing that if I'm doing that. But the contracts, I'm not going to keep putting those up anymore. So if my money goes, well, it's going to go down now because we're going to get some equipment. But if my money goes up, it's because I've done contract work or I've sold logs. But I had a brainwave, and this was off of, again, it's those fate. The stars align. Yesterday we had a concrete plate that became available. The ministry said they would send me out some concrete plates. The concrete plates are 10. What are we on? Come on now. We're on pounds, obviously. Yeah, we're on pounds. They were £10, and then also I suddenly remembered there was a dairy placeables decoration pack that had some concrete slabs, and the concrete slabs they were either slatted or square, singles or stacks. And I thought, I wonder, can we combine those together to build ourselves a level crossing? Because I was doing gravel and it wasn't working quite how I'd hoped. So I think it cost me about 500, 400. Look what we did. So these are the concrete plates, and luckily you can stack them. These are the thicker ones, which were from the dairy farm decorations. See, look, train goes through no problem at all. I left, thank you. Luckily I didn't step out there because I was looking at that. I left enough gap for the train wheels, thick slab in the middle, and then just did combinations of them to give us not that huge step up off the sleepers and the rails, then down in the middle and back over the other side, to try and smooth out that transition over the top and build ourselves a little level crossing. It's the little things, people. It's the little things. I love it. And again, it's that bush ingenuity. It's that thing of, we're out in the wilds. What have we got at our disposal? How can we make this work? Bang. The gravel didn't work out I thought it was going to, so there we go. Right, I'm going to do something again. This is bizarre, and this is just another test, another theory. So somewhat I'm doing, you'll have seen before. I've done logging before, of course I have. But I want to try, I'm trying different things and trying different bits of equipment. Anyway, what I was to say was, oh yeah, the message from loads of people reached out about various different things. And I appreciate everybody that's offering me bits of equipment and things to use. I think people, they don't like to see me struggling. And people are like, oh, it was awful watching you using that wheelbarrow yesterday. It was not cringy, but I chose to do that. It was. I thought I'd give it a go. I'm going to do something else now, but we are going to ramp up a little bit. But I just want to try something else. So yeah, Tom reached out. Now Tom, I did some stuff for him on Spakovo. It's to do with Nico, his pet, and Nico, his pet, eats blueberries. So when we were on Spakovo, we had that blueberry greenhouse, didn't we? So he asked, could he have some blueberries? So I delivered blueberries to Tom and Nico. So he's reached out and said that they've got a tractor available. I'm buying it. They're not giving it to me. Well, he wants to give it to me, but I'm going to buy it. And because of the blueberries thing, it's blue, which I have no problem with at all. Nico has a gift for you, his blueberry buddy, which is an old 6135 Bureau, number plate 100 NCO. So that's what we're going to get. I've had a bit of a look, and actually, how much have we got? 78 for I want to get a front loader for it. I've also found something very cool that I'm going to try for a log grapple, and I'm steering away from. I'm not doing the the big bag handler thing. We're going log grapples, log forks. I've really enjoyed using the cranes on the trailers and stuff. So I think we're going to try that. And we'll try to avoid productions as well. We're going to go full lumber. We're going to sell lumber. If we get to a point, we might buy the lumber mill, but that'll be it because the lumber mill's already here. We'll get to a point we're going to be loading logs onto the train because the ministry needs logs as well. But for the time being, we're going to be supplying Noah over at the lumber mill. And then we're going to build up the farmstead and get the farmstead going. I mean, that in essence is what I'm intending to do. Logging to get the farming industry up and going. The whole point is I'm prepping this for a whole bigger industry infrastructure to come in. We are just setting things up, ready, clearing a path, clearing different ways, clearing some trees down, getting a few things up and running, getting the farming side of things going so that when crews move into work, they can be supplied and fed. That's the point. I was going to go for the whole, let's build a whole thing, but I don't know. What do we want? Oh, yes, that was also I say as well. Wood transport. So, I've got available to me. Now, I use this one all the time. This is my fallback. The HW80 wood trailer. 3,800. It's a no-brainer. And again, if you're new to the channel, this thing, when you're starting out, it has a rear trailer hitch. So you can buy one, then a second. And you can complete your log contracts just using these. Absolutely no problem at all. So if you're doing wood delivery, these are absolutely spot on. No problem at all. I use them a lot. So I thought, well, why don't I try something else? I'm going to hopefully build up to that, but for the time being, I'm going to go for this. It's only £1,000. It's smaller. I'm not going to get as many logs on it or anything like that. But we're going to get one of these. Do I want to... Yeah, that'll do. Rim colour. Let's just go... Oh, you know what? No, let's brighten things up a bit. I don't know why, but let's brighten things up a bit. So we'll buy that. That's going to cost us 1,100. Oh, I'm using my money. What am I thinking? Let's get the tractor next, actually, because I don't know how much that's going to cost me. Then that will tell me how much I've got left to buy the other bits I want to get. Oh, yeah. The other thing I was going to try out now, and this is in the same vein as the wheelbarrow. Now, it could be under miscellaneous. I can't remember where it was. There we go. The hand cart is 200. I think I'm probably just going to leave it like that. No, let's go with that. I like the look of that. Leave main colour, leave design colour, 200. Bang. So I can chop logs up. I think that's got tension straps on it. And we can pile logs up and we can... So if you're just starting out and you don't have any money at all, like I'm doing, for 200, you've got a little vehicle. It's a little bit more stable. I should have used that instead of the wheelbarrow in the last episode, I reckon. That would have worked way, way better at getting my logs out. But again... But you'll be looking thinking, that's ludicrous. And again, I had people messaging me yesterday, and I do appreciate it, saying, just get a loan. Why are you doing this? Why are you putting yourself through it? Get a loan. I could do. But again, you have to remember, I've been doing this a very, very long time now. And when I've done that in the past, people then get angry and say, oh, what's the point? You're just going to borrow money to buy whatever you need. So where do I find the middle ground, I did buy that, didn't I? Yeah, right. So... tractor then. It's very exciting. So I'm just going to wait a few minutes for the stuff to arrive. I honestly I don't know. I've been talking to a few different content creators over the last few weeks since Llama and yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that's been going on. I don't know why, but people just seem to have lost that. I don't know. I keep saying there's nothing wrong with being a childlike. There's nothing wrong with being excited. There's nothing wrong. Ah, no, come on. Is my stuff not on there? Oh, come on. Really? Okay, I have to wait for it to come around again. Oh dear, maybe it'll be on the next one. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being excited and awestruck and wowed and why is it wrong to have fun? Why is it wrong to have a good time and enjoy yourself? This game is designed to be enjoyed and played again however you want to play it and have fun doing it. I don't know why when it became so bad to enjoy things. It's very strange. Doing the stuff I'm doing, yeah, it's a bit bonkers, it's a bit zany. I'm enjoying doing it. So if I'm enjoying it and I'm playing it, what does it matter? I really, a lot of people are 100%, oh, I'm loving it. This is really cool. It's fun. I think I had one comment yesterday just said boring. Okay, but that's fine. It's not for you. That's not a problem at all. You don't have to watch it. But it's just, I don't know, we're in that strange realm again, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I don't, I want to enjoy it. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm having fun doing it. And yeah, using the hand cart is crazy. But what I was leading on to say was, I know, I'm not going, this is not full-blown narrative, this is not a full-blown storyline, but just to add that bit of immersion, that bit of feel for what's going on, with the train bringing our stuff from the ministry, I even had people commenting. I had a direct message from a guy yesterday saying, why are you bothering doing that? It's ridiculous. But again, okay, but that adds that immersion. Because if I was genuinely out in the wilds, it's always the thing. If I'm at a machine shop in the middle of a town and I've gone to get stuff, they've got inventory out the back, and you buy something and bang, it appears out in the forecourt because somebody in the store has gone to get it out the back and they bought it around the front. Brilliant, you can go with that. We're in the middle of nowhere. We're building this up from nothing. We're in a wilderness that's been abandoned for potentially decades. There's not an inventory of equipment and machinery sitting at the back of the shop. I can get on the radio. Oh, we need to put a radio tower at some point. And I can radio the ministry and I can say, we need some gear. This is what I need. And I'm paying for it. I'm not getting it free. And they say, no problem at all. We'll stick it on the next train available. Bang, and out it comes. It just adds to that, I think, personally. But again, if you don't feel that, that's absolutely fine. You're entitled to an opinion. We all are. So I'm going to get on with what I'm doing. I'm going to wait for the train. When it arrives, we'll unload our gear. I'm going to try the handcart first, and then we're going to take down our tractor, our new loader, our grapple. I don't know if that grapple's going to work. I've always, again, if you're new to the channel, I tend to, when I'm doing logging sort of from scratch, I will use something like that, a fork with grapple, or, is there one in here? Oh, there's not in the base game stuff on telehandlers. There always used to be like a silage, we've got that all but manure fork. There was like a silage fork. Well, it's a silage cutter now, I suppose. But that would do the same thing. I would pick up logs with those. I just find them far, far easier to use. These are better because they've got two prongs. But the ones that were a single prong at the top and a double at the bottom, I always found the logs twisted. They just never really worked. So I'll always try something a little bit different. So I'll see you in a moment when the train arrives, and let's get on with getting some logs on a trailer, get them up here. We need to build our money up again because the next thing we're going to purchase is a plot of land down there. When we buy that plot of land down there, we can then put an actual bridge in. And up until that point, because I'm still doing contracts, again, the time between me doing contracts and you seeing what I've done, I might have put 2-3 hours off camera doing contract after contract after contract to build my money up. And while I'm doing those contracts, I'm using that temporary bridge we made, and we're going backwards and forwards across that log bridge, and that's absolutely fine. Because if I then buy the land and put in a bridge, I know what people will say. Why did you bother building a bridge if you were going to put one anyway? Because for the hours and hours I've been doing contract work up until that point, I've been using it. I've been using my temporary bridge. It's been incredibly useful, and will be incredibly useful until we reach the point where I can put in. This is still. We'll see how this works. I haven't driven over it yet. I have no idea how it's going to work. So let's see what we've got available. Okay, wood transport. I'm going to accept that, not borrow items. We'll try our gear and see how it works, and then we'll accept this anyway, because I'm going to tell you what I have noticed. The last accept contracts, I want to borrow equipment. Yeah, the last few contracts I've had, I haven't had any of those large log contracts, the ones that pay 7,000 and something. I keep repeatedly getting the ones that pay out 3. This time I'll get the full price for it because I'm going to use my own gear when it arrives. Hello. Could be a while. Ladies and gentlemen, another big brain moment. I've just paid out 200. How many of these? I've paid about 200, maybe a little bit more. For more of these, because I suddenly thought, hang on a mo. When I was getting some stuff off of here before, bearing in mind the platform comes to here, which is fine for loading stuff, but for the flatbed, you've got a bit of a gap if you're loading pallets and stuff on. But if you're unloading things, or you want to drive onto this, drive vehicles on, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. There's a bit of a gap, and it's quite high, the difference between the platform and the... So I thought, well, if I get some concrete slabs, if I put some that way and some this way, and kind of interlock them, sort of, if I build that up a little bit, I can bring that out so we're a lot closer. Plus, if I look down the side of there, we don't stick out far enough that we actually come into contact with any of the rest of the train. I don't think. We'll see when it comes around again, won't we? Oops. I built this after the train arrived, so yeah. I just sort of make life a little bit easier for loading and unloading of vehicles. Now, I don't know, actually. The hand car itself, it's not one I can pick up. And it does only go at 4 miles an hour, which is fairly slow. So I'm wondering whether I can pick it up in the grapple just to take it down. I'd say this is a proof of concept. This is an idea. Because the straps go that way, you can put logs on facing that direction. We can put them on any way you want, it's up to you. But I just thought, because you can cut them so they overhang, we could probably even try and do those long ones we were doing the other day. But if you cut them to the overhang, like I've done with other trailers before, but one on the outside, one on the outside, and then stack them up into a sort of a pyramid, you get a few logs on that. And again, for a starting implement, if you want to call it that, cargo cart, I think that is. So here's our rig. Trailer's not, like I say, that was a grand. Doesn't have a rear trailer, so you can't daisy chain them. But I'm looking at it thinking it's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. So potentially, am I going to upgrade to one of the Forestry ones for 3,800? Probably. Oh. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Let's take off the tension straps. Nothing there. Nothing there. And that one just there. Now we should be alright. Let's try that again. It works. Oh, I'll tell you what we can do while we're here as well. Should we try a level crossing? Oops, I'll raise that. This is going to work a treat. Look at that. I'm just thinking the amount of logs you can get in that grab, where it's going to close to about, I don't know, there maybe, before you got the small stuff falls out. You'll get a fair few in there. It doesn't have tension straps or anything, but it doesn't need to have tension straps. How's our level crossing? I mean, come on. Come on. I'm very happy with how this has all worked out. So, let's see if we can grab the handcart. We'll head on down. This isn't the fastest thing ever. It doesn't need to be. Like I say, it's got a bit of horsepower. I'm thinking that when we get a few logs in the front, especially if we're doing larger logs, we might need a rear weight. Potentially. And we might have to do a couple of runs for that log contract. I don't think we're going to get all in there. Is this going to... I don't even think we're going to be able to pick this up, are we? We can try. Oh, hang on. Yes. Oh. I wonder, if I jump onto that now, then do the tension straps and do the tension straps again, will they strap themselves to the... Maybe. It's not moving now. Lights! We have got rain coming. This is where we'll find out whether the tension straps have actually hooked on. So yeah, I've spent a bit of time yesterday, in between doing my contracts, cutting down some trees. So I've just lopped some trees down, left, right, and centre. As you can see, there's a few down, and I've pushed a few together. So I was a little bit with the when I was getting the log contract equipment, and I had the fan zelt and the trailer. I was using the fan zelt and the trailer to shove logs around. Probably shouldn't have done, but you know. So let's see. I don't know. It's going to work. Is the tension strapped on? Potentially. Let's just double check. Do that. Yeah. Now we should be able to, no, back to the tractor. There we go. Okay. So this is going to work, I reckon. So, have I got any smaller logs? How long are these? So this is the sort of length I was doing yesterday. Now this will overhang at the front. There's no way this is going to. It will drop to the floor, but yeah, it's touching the floor. Sideways. If you put these on sideways on here, because of the way the straps go, it's not going to like it. The straps are going to be all over the place. Is there a centre of gravity? Are we kind of there? Let's move that along a little bit. Because the wheelbarrow was obviously the front wheel only, it had a tendency to tip. This has got 4. Yeah, I mean it kind of does. Start the engine. Yeah, and it's not tipping like the wheelbarrow did. So potentially, but yeah, getting the stuff at the right angle, we could load this up like that. But the other thing I was going to say was, what you could then do is, let's see. Oh no, what's going to happen? Hang on. I meant to say as well, picked up chainsaw, but I'm not going to lie, the axe is fast. It's faster cutting trees than the chainsaw, which makes no sense, but it's true. Let's do that. So yeah, so what I was going to say was, what you can do is logs like this, as long as they're not too long, like that. Oh, yeah, you're not going to be able to get particularly long ones, are you? I don't know. Like I say, it was just an idea. I want that to tip back. Come on, there we go. You know you want to. Probably not in the best position either. I know this is fiddly at the moment, but this is no different to when I did Western Wilds. And when I started out on Western Wilds, I had the pickup, and I was cutting every single tree down into 1 metre chunks, like a tree like this, 1 metre chunks, and I was loading up the flatbed of the pickup with 1 metre chunks, and I did that for hours and hours and hours to build up the money to get a trailer. Then I went from there, but then I had to get, because I still could only pick up by hand 1 metre lengths, but that's, how long is that? I should say at the bottom, 2 metre. So 2 metre logs, and if I keep piling them up into a pyramid, I can then, you know, off we go to deliver, if you wanted to. Like I said, I just wanted to see if it would work. And for the price, it's not too bad. I can pick up all my scraps and bits and bobs with that if I want to. So at least we kind of know that would do what you need it to do if you needed to do it. Which you're probably watching thinking, what on earth is he doing? I get it. That's fine. It's not conventional. So, like I say, weight-wise, this is where I may realise I probably need to get a rear weight. And I think these are going to be way too long for this trailer, so this could be the deciding factor whether this trailer stays or goes. I'll make sure I don't interfere with. Interfere with the hitch. So can I? Doesn't get under that, does it? That's weird. I think those spikes would be more than happy to. Oh, That's only 2. Let's get that nice and close to the tractor. Yeah, we're definitely going to need a rear weight. Okay, I mean, the grapple will work. That'll work. That's 2 fair-sized logs. So smaller logs would probably get more in, and we might get 1 big log in there, but we definitely need a rear weight. Okay. Well, let's say proof of concept. So what we're going to do now, let's take 1 out, and let's try. Let's just bring that back a little bit. Let's do 1. Can we do 1? And we are two. It's because our front loader is a large front loader. It's very long, so the whole lot is sticking out a long way out the front, which is not ideal. So yeah, we are definitely going to need a rear weight. We're going to need a rear weight that has a trailer attacher, because obviously we're going to need to attach our trailer at the same time. Actually, this might be alright. We won't get a... Oh, did I just catch the tines across the... yeah, we won't get a lot of logs on it. We might get half of that in, which obviously means, as far as it goes for doing, if we get one that pays out 7,000 and something, those ones that have like 20 something odd logs to do in that contract, this trailer, that would take me load after load after load, and for the amount of money that you're saving yourself, yeah, that's probably going to interfere with the hitch, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure this trailer's going to work, is it? Again, it was worth a try. It's $1,000. I just don't think that's going to be for doing log contract stuff. I can overhang it a bit further, but I guess as well, because it's a single axle, this is the sort of thing you might need a pickup for, maybe. I think we might need to go back into the brochure. And, yeah, I think we might have to accept reality here, regardless of how you feel. Now, I'm sure people will mention and suggest various different log trailers that are available. I've got to look at price as well. There are tons of trailers. I say tons. There aren't that many. There are a few trailers like this, but look at the price. They're expensive trailers. That's the one I'm aiming for. What are we on, 16 now? We're not far off that. So I think I'm going to get one of those. We're going to leave it standard? Probably. And we'll buy one of those. We'll get that delivered. And we'll get a weight as well. 3,800. And then what we'll do, we'll use this to do the log contracts to build up a bit more money. And then we'll probably move on to... Again, it's just stepping stones. That is what I'm aiming for. Because that is a trailer hitch. So I can put it in the back of my tractor. And when you detach it, it's got those supports there, so it will sit like that. But if we do that, log forks. So we've got a semi-trailer sized log trailer, which we can pull with our tractor. I say we can pull with our tractor. When it's fully loaded, I don't know, we'll see. We're definitely going to rear weight. I'll fiddle around with that. That's going to come in at about 27 something, I think it worked out at. So we need to build up a bit of money to get to that. Weight was what we're going to look for, weren't we? We need a fair size weight, not bonkers crazy, but right. I'm gonna head back over. I'm gonna I'll take this log. Just close that grapple. Let's see how we're looking here. Probably could put some more on there, but I need it attached to something to stay in place, you know. Yeah, not great. We'll take that. We'll drop that off. Oh, the other thing, something to note. Be careful, ladies and gentlemen. Wood transport contracts. That says lumber mill. Every single one I had said lumber mill. Brilliant. I had one I did, and I'm so lucky I checked, because it didn't say lumber mill. It said here, bring it to the selling wood station. I went to drop off here, and as I went to drop off, I suddenly thought, I don't know what made me look. I went to the map, and the circle was flashing around there. I thought, hang on a minute, because if you sell to the wrong place, you get clobbered, you get a fine. So I'm glad I checked. That will still turn. I suppose we could get more on there, couldn't we? No, we'll get the bigger trailer. It just makes more sense. Hey, it's a bit of an ugly duckling. It's not pretty, but if it works, that's all that matters. This trailer is an absolute godsend. I think I might have used it on every single Let's Play since 19, maybe. I think probably. And because you can daisy chain them, I'm pretty sure on the larger log contracts it will require a second trip, because even with the second trailer, if I had 2 trailers, I'm sure it overloads them. I'm trying to remember now. So now we can see, can we get 2 logs? What's that? Is that a little bit wider? What will it let me grab? Come on, so grab a little bit. Oh, that's better. With that weight on, that makes all the difference. There we go. So with the grab, the crane that we got with the there is enough room to get another one in there. We just can't seem to grab another one at the moment, which isn't a problem. But yeah, the crane, I was picking up 2 at a time. So, oh, right down the middle. Oh, that was a bit luck, wasn't it? Of course, that was intentional. I mean, oh, come on. It's not my first log rodeo. It was 100% intentional. What I'm also thinking as well is when we get the deadwood contracts, if we can then build up to that other log trailer. So I say this is an interim trailer. You know, have I wasted the money getting the trailer when I could have maybe just carried on borrowing equipment for the time being to build up the money to get the other trailer? Yes, maybe. Again, you know, yeah, I guess so. Right, let's see if we can we? Not sure. Get the angle right. Can we get 3 in? Is that too heavy? Oh, we are what? We got 3. Okay. We are teetering though. We'll come around the other side. Is it staying in there? It is. This grab. Oh, so glad I found it. I've got to just make sure I remember to put them all in the description for the video. So, curl that back. Get right through the gap. Thread the needle, so to speak. Bit of the old tiltage. Oh, look at that. Come on now. With only 3 left to go. What? So that's maximum money for any of these contracts. I've only had log contracts, delivery contracts from these 2 locations so far, the 2 you've already seen. Yeah, so what I was going to say was the deadwood. If I get that larger trailer, the deadwood contracts, what we can then do is we can actually cut them down and we can load the entire tree on as it is onto that long trailer, bring them up to the lumber mill and just sell them. You don't make a huge amount of money, but it's a little bit on top of what the contract's already paying. And the deadwood contracts aren't paying a huge amount on here. If you can get that right into there, like that, bring that underneath. There we go, look at that. The triple. And that weight is just perfectly balanced to get us. Don't fall out, don't fall out. Come on, you were fine a minute ago. That was inside. Why is that suddenly decided? Oh, because I'm not central, that's not good. Ooh, lummy. Right, we'll get this delivered. Then we'll go over to the log piles and I'll chop some logs up, because what we can do then, interspersed between the various different contracts. I don't want to just rely on contracts. Contracts was to get us to where we are now, to buy our first bits of equipment. We want to be in a position where we can do our own logging and our money will come from the logging, not from the contracts. That's kind of the idea. Let's close that off. So at this point, depends how you want to go about it. You can go more realistic. You come and put your straps on yourself manually, or you can do it from in cab, on tractor, whichever way around you want to do it. Thank you for this, Tom. I know I paid for it, but you know, it's very kind of you. Let's take this, complete this contract, and let's go and get some more logs. Like I say, do I just feel, because I could get more on this, I could definitely get higher than this. Now, I was thinking about this the other day, when I said about when I started this series, I was watching that series, The Woodsman. Started this series, I was watching another series, yeah, on telly, The Woodsman. and they had the big old Pacific lorries that you get on Snow Runner, and they call them fat trucks, and they have the backs, the log backs that fold up onto the back of the lorry. So when it gets there, it unfolds and has this long beam, this bar that opens out, and the width of them, if you imagine a lorry, let's go back into here. If you imagine a lorry, but with a trailer like the forwarder back, like these, but also these ones where they spread out wider, you can adjust the width on them to make them bigger with higher supports. So these fat trucks are carrying more lumber than I've ever seen on a trailer in my life. The amount of logs dwarfs the size of the lorry, and the lorry is massive. So when you're loading these up, and when I've done videos before and people say, oh, you've really overloaded that trailer, well, check out that series. Because I must admit, when I saw the first one of those, and they're coming down these log trails, like mountainside log trails, I'm thinking, that's horrifying. I mean, just unbelievable. I could not go over the scale. Just incredible size stuff. Now, like anything, the larger the equipment, the more you can carry in one go, the more money we're going to make quicker. That's kind of how a process works. How far will I upgrade? I don't know. I mean, I'm quite happy chugging on like this at the moment. So let's do that. Let's complete on that. Collect. That one's still left to do. I'm hoping for one of the larger ones. If I get a larger one, what I might do for the time being, gee, I could do anyway, couldn't I? I'm such a fool. What was I thinking? Why did I buy this? I could have just leased it. I could have just leased them in the interim to get the jobs done to build up to the larger trailer. I'm such a fool. Let's go back into here. How much are these to lease? I don't want the license plate on. Let's take that off. I'm going to keep them standard. I'm not fiddling around. Okay. Lease. 193. So let's do that. And let's do that. Now, something I found with my previous log trailer, the smaller one that I decided was too small, I took it back to sell it. You can't sell it at the store. It gives you a value. It tells you what it's worth. And here's the bizarre thing. That log trailer that I bought cost 1,000, didn't it? Yes? Took it back to the vehicle shop and it said value 1,038. It went up in value, but it wouldn't let me sell it because the sell point here is repair only, not repair and repaint. And apparently the repair and repaint option is the option that gives you the extra for selling items. So returning them to the garage is where you make your extra money. You know what I haven't also checked to see if there's anything available from the ministry. Have we got anything? Oh, blimey, governor. Oh, used. Oh, I haven't got. I'm nowhere near the money for that. I don't own any of the peat land either, so that would be pointless. But it's interesting. It's all there. Oh, oh. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't have the finances for that kind of thing. I suppose, like I say, we could borrow from the bank, but I just think, you know, that would. Well, I suppose we could. Of course, we can. That would be jumping up too quickly. So I'd rather work my way up to it. I could have just said, you know what, right from the outset, let's just borrow the maximum we can from the bank and buy the biggest stuff possible, which of course would make life so much easier. And it depends how you want to play the game. We're back to that again. 23 grand. Minus 6%. Not massive savings on that, are there really? But anyway, so there are some bits. Let's head down. I'll see you over there in a moment. Oh no, not head down. We're not heading down, are we? I was going to show you this. Look. So if we come into here, so you can't gain the maximum from it. I'm wondering whether or not at some point we'll need to maybe put in a different sell point, one that is repair and repaint, so we can sell stuff. If I discombobulate that, and where is the point for this? Is it over here? Got to be along here somewhere, right? There we go. Yeah, so value 3,552. We paid 3.8, so that's lost a little bit. We've got the bottom, customised repair. So it's given me the value, what they'll pay me for it, but I can't, there's no option for sell. I can't sell my item here. So I can go back into here, go along to my vehicles, and we can find it. Make sure that's return, that's sell. But I'm only going to get 3229, so less than they're offering me at the store, but I can't sell at the store anyway. So we've lost a little bit on that. Not horrendous, but let's be honest. I don't know why did I not think to lease in the first place? If it was only going to be a temporary measure to build up to that other trailer, of course it makes more sense to lease. The question is going to be, of course, with 2 of these loaded up, and with if I go for that larger trailer, if we build up to that one, has this tractor at 135 horsepower got enough oomph to pull 2 log trailers loaded? That I don't know, but we will find out in due course, I would imagine. Sometimes it's like I know what I'm doing. Most of the time it's not. Right, let's head down there. I'm going to have to cut these into the right lengths now, of course, because I think we might have some that might be alright, but the rest won't be, I don't think. What we'll do as we are heading down, let's just have a double check here, here, here. There we go. Big boy, accept contracts, not borrow equipment. We get to use our new bridge. Our bridge. And so what we'll do, let's load a load of this up first. We'll take this and sell it. Then we'll go down and we'll do that contract to see if that works out. And we'll see if we can build up to that other trailer. That's the plan, such that it is. Let's do that. That. Boom. Okay. So I'm just thinking, can I get some of these on? I don't know how long I cut these. They're probably only 7, 6, 7. I suppose the easiest thing to do is going to be. Well, I'm just going to actually check. That's a short one, 2.9. That one's 6, 5.3, 6.2. Yeah, okay. So what I need then is one of these. I know one of these I used as like a measuring stick. Is that a 5.3? Actually, what we need to do, let's drag one out. Find our trailer. Because what I need to also work out is what length do I need for the trailer. For it to fit on there, I could get away with 6s, not if I overhang a little bit either end, we can get away with 6s. So I need to find one of these that I've got that's 6 and use that as my measuring stick, and we'll do 6s. Have I got one that says 6? 6.3? That's what that says, doesn't it? Yep. Let's try that. That'll be our measurer. We don't have a measuring tape on console. Okay, so let's lay that there. Where's our end? Let's overhang it just a little bit. Where do we come to at this end? Yeah, 6s, that'll be alright. We might get away with 7s, but to be fair, that's probably about the best bet. I need to lay that on the ground where I can see it, otherwise that will disappear into the grass. I'll never find it again. And that's what we're going to use for chopping all these up. Actually, we've got some here as well, haven't we? What length are these? 6s. Okay, I did alright. I must have used the measuring stick fairly accurately. We've still got some stuff left on there. Let's do that. That. Nope, done it again. How bizarre. I'll show you. So, I'll try and pick 2 trees that are similar in girth, proportions, etc. Actually, these aren't that much alike, are they? Well, that one and that one, maybe. Okay, so let's do that and that. So, drop down, do right to the bottom, as low as I can get. About there. Boom. Straight through. Switch to that. I mean, it's fractional, isn't it? It's just, it's fractionally faster, but it is faster. Should have done all that. Yep. Right. So yeah, I'm going to spend a bit of time chopping these up, getting the lengths I need. What we'll do actually start off with, I'll just start getting the ones that are already sort of in a pile loaded up. They're all rather random lengths as well. I've got some at 5, some at 6s, some at 6.3, and that one that was at 2.9. I made a real hash of some of this, didn't I? Yeah, what's that one? 4.1. Ah, dearie me. Right. Are there faster tractors? Are there better tractors for this? Are there tractors that would have been a cheaper alternative and would have given me the same thing? Potentially. Again, yeah, I mean, it's always possible. I'm not saying this is the best choice, I'm just saying this is the one I've gone for. That front grab's weird, isn't it? Why would you have that? I suppose it's not designed for logging, is it? That's the thing. And it's I don't know if it's on there for decoration, but it kind of does grab and then changes its mind partway through the operation, which isn't helpful. Yeah, look, the logs are just going through the whole lot. Shouldn't be doing that. Oh man, this was supposed to be my saving grace. No, that's not going to work. It's not doing what it should be doing. That top arm should have a collision. It should have a grab to it. It is a grab, that's the point. But I guess this is more designed to have a grab to look like it's got a grab, and it is a bucket. Because it's not really doing. It worked okay, pretty okay when we did the contract. I might have to look around. Oh, there wasn't really much else though, unless I try and find an adapter or something and use a telehandler grab or a wheel loader grab. I don't know. Might have to have a bit of a fish through and see what's available. Right, some time will be spent now loading a trailer up. But what I can do actually, if I take out all the ones that are liftable by hand, if I do the liftable ones myself, get those out of the way, and then the other ones we can just put on as and when, as is required. There we go. Because that won't be. That's our measuring stick. It's going to be maybe one or two here that might be. Oh no, they're all right. Okay. See you in a bit. Okay, we're loaded. So this is the first load, I say, of our own. It's the ministry's logs, but we'll get paid because we're clearing it. I think what we're going to be doing is actually clearing a fire break. We might have to go and spray the trees actually to decide which ones we're going to cut. We're going to cut. We'll probably cut way more down than just the fire break, but that's the plan to start off with. I have been trying off camera. My money's got bounced up and down all over the place. This I'm going to try to get used to, I guess is the best way of putting it. I have leased. What have I leased? That and that. That I can't get on with. Even with the longer arms, I can get one log, two an absolute push, but two it keeps falling at the front. That one will do one pretty much solidly, but won't do more than one. I need two at least. I don't want to go down the big bag handler route, the tension strap route. If I can do something, yeah, admittedly this is not a log fork, but it is still, you know, I mean, look at the design of it. It looks, you know, pretty much like it is. So, let's see what we're going to get. Okay, that was all right. And off of what we've got already, I didn't do tension straps, did I? Tension straps off. Tension straps off. We can afford to buy that trailer already. Come on! What did we get for that? Oh, mama. Now, this struggled a little bit to pull the weight on here. So this is that evolution. Within one episode, we've bounced up. I mean, to be fair, a couple of things I tried that was smaller that I thought I'd give a go, just because you never know. You might pick it and think, actually, this is perfect. This is the best thing I've ever chosen in my entire life. Like I said, these were a means to an end. I needed log trailers to be able to bring up the logs to do what I've just done. So what we're going to do now is upgrade our trailer again. And over we go. Yeah, boy. Actually, what I'm going to do with it empty, I'm going to turn around. We'll turn around and we'll face the crossing, because I don't want to have to lug this to make a turn. Let's line it up on our crossing, and then we can just load it up. I know I'm a long way away from the log pile, but that's not a problem. Let's disconnect that. There we go. So let's show at least me doing the first. I mean, you saw me do those other ones, the other contract. It's just a few more logs. We should get all these on. Let's go. I'm going to get this more in the centre. We might have to remove that tree. Oh, no, it's not actually. We can still line up straight, can't we? We've got room to get through the gap. Yeah, we have. Oh, no, we got caught up. We've definitely got room to overhang, which is great. This is going to be perfect. Absolutely perfect. I haven't got enough room to fit that bucket between those, but we can come back a bit. Oh no, because the front as well won't. Close that up maybe. Just thinking if we can shove those logs over a little bit, but that's not going to work. I could do it if I took the front attachment off, which is a lot of fiddling around. Let's just get the logs on. I'm sure we've got plenty of room. See you in a bit. Let's get them loaded up. I haven't even looked at my record time. I'm probably going to be way over. A little bit more horsepower would have definitely helped that situation, but the good news is, and the thing I don't have to worry about now, is that I know from doing our logging over there, which we did earlier, that we can make enough money doing the logging over there. Let's bottom out. We're fine. Excellent stuff. I can make enough money over there that by the time I next see you, we should have enough money to buy the land and then put a bridge in. So even though we struggled a little bit to get over with that last load, I was worried as well that once we hitched up this hitch, that all the weight of the front of the trailer would be on the rear hitch, or the weight, and the whole thing would tip. But actually, it's done fine. No problem at all. Oh, you know what I need to do as well? Let's make sure we double check the contract. This is going to the lumber mill, not to the wood sale station. And there we have it. So this will be another 7,000 and something in the bank. I'm going to do a load of logging and stuff off camera using our new gear because it's working really well. I'm very happy with the way this has turned out, and this trailer is mint. And then we can move forward with whatever we decide. Oh, how weird. Why does that make a difference? How odd. Okay, this could be a problem. Okay, well, never mind. Well, let's get it done. And that is the end of today's episode. We've done what we set out to do. Contract complete. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then of course, please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. As always, thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, we're into October. Another month has gone by. I know, it's 8:09. It's stayed dark a lot longer. And I'm just clearing out the facilities. You know how sometimes when you got to go, you've just got to go. And we couldn't access them, so I thought, you know what? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just piling up to the side, just so we can actually get in one of them, you know? That's what I'm going to do now. I've just moved all that pile out of the way. We'll put that down somewhere it's not going to pick a load of stuff up. There you go, up against the wall. And that's that done. Right, so, what are we up to today? Well, all sorts of cool stuff, I would imagine. I mean, I'm not sure yet. It's a bit kind of all over the place. As you've already seen, though, logging, oh yes. And for the contract adverse, those of you that aren't a fan of contracts, I haven't done a contract for the last... I know it sounds ridiculous, but the last however many hours, because the Deadwood contracts, the price seems to be going down and down and down. The last one I did was 900. You saw in the thing, I brought all those Deadwood trees over, took them to the lumberyard. Was it 325? I got 355. I honestly think that is completely nerfed. That has to be adjusted. I get it. It shouldn't be worth as much as full trees, but they still have a worth, and that is ridiculously low. Anyway, so I'm not going to be retrieving the Deadwood stuff anymore. There's just no point. And like I say, the next one I think I've been offered is worth 750, not 900. The original ones I was doing were in the thousands when I had no money, and that was the case of getting the equipment I needed so I could start logging myself, which we're at now. Improving the equipment so we can log easier, and then let's get some trees down. So we're up to 180,000. The third load, I did 4 loads. The third load I seriously overloaded it. And what I did, because the reach of this isn't particularly massive, down there, don't know if you recall, there's some rocks down there, and there were some piles of gravel, sand, bits and bobs. So what I did to give myself a little bit of extra elevation if I needed it, I pulled the trailer up next to the rock piles, or in case of like something like this, and then just drove up. So I got the wheels onto a pile, so it just got me a little bit higher, so I could stack a little bit higher. So yeah, we did all right. So now it's time. We've got a couple of things we're going to do. We need to buy our land first, because obviously this land is owned by the ministry, and I can't buy or place anything on it without being part of the ministry. So it's time. Yeah, there's the contracts. We're going to go. Nope, back to there. So it's this plot here we're buying. It's not a huge plot because we drive all the way across. Because I thought, oh, excellent! I'm going to put a roadway in. I've got that roadway pack that gives you AI splines. Is it Ola Haldor? And I thought, what we'll do, but I don't think that's going to work. That won't work yet because we'll have a gap between here and here. But we're going to buy this plot, 53,000. That was the target first of all. So, buy. That now means if we go across to farmland, you'll see now that we overhang the river, which means we can now put our bridge in. So our temporary bridge can come out, which means we can get rid of the logs and take those out. But we've still got 127,000, and it also means on that plot of land we can start ploughing up and getting ready for farming. I'm going to get some crops in the ground first. I'm going to build up to. We're going to need a barn. We're going to need a farmhouse. I'm going to start off. I think we'll put a tent down there. So we've got our own place to stay. Again, that building that I showed all the way down here, that is owned by the ministry. So I'd have to go onto their account. Now, I'm going to do a bit of behind the curtain now. If you're not a big fan of that, that's absolutely fine. If you can look away now or skip ahead or whatever. But if you're not sure what I'm talking about, I'm playing this on multiplayer. Just for quick access and me jumping on, because this was a sudden decision. I thought, oh, you know what I'm going to do, and just leapt on so I could get started. So if we come down to here, I've got multiple farms set up, and I've done this before. So if you've watched my channel for a while, you'll know how this works. But if you're new to the channel, you might be thinking, one, what is he talking about? A ministry, and why does he not own the land and whatever? So the ministry owns the land, and the ministry has a budget. So they have money. So when I'm asking for stuff, I'm paying for the stuff, but obviously they deliver it. I'm on their land, and that's why I wasn't sure if I could cut down the trees and stuff like that. So when I said I don't own the land, I don't. When I'm on here, on mine, I don't own the land. If I want to place anything or do anything on the ministry land, I have to be on the ministry bank account, on their farm. That's how it works. So as it stands at the moment, we're on ours. We've just bought our land, which is great. But what I'm also going to do, because, and don't get me wrong, again, to get us started and get us to where we are, this has worked fine. And we need a tractor, because we're going to need the tractor for ploughing and stuff like that. One, I'm going to need a plough. Two, going to need a seeder. Do I have enough to do all this? I might have to cut some more trees down. But again, so I can load this up higher without having to go up onto piles of stuff, I need a better vehicle for loading. So we'll probably keep the front loader, but I'm going to get rid of the grapple. You'll see what I mean. What also I'm going to do on our land, we said we can't sell equipment and machinery here. I'm going to put in my own workshop, and we've got a workshop that will allow me. But again, I might need to put some trees down and do some extra stuff, So we want. How is that? Oh, it's a 6105. For 18 grand? Wowzers. Oh, of course it would be, wouldn't it? Anyway, so I'm going to go for telehandler. I'm going to go for JCB. So look at the prices of all of these. And yes, admittedly, the Merlot has got a rear 3-point. I was looking at that thinking that would be perfect. But we got a tractor instead because it was a lot cheaper. That's only 108 grand. Now, admittedly, that's on the standard engine, 125 horsepower. No way. Serious? I can get the 140. I thought I'd have to pay more. I can get the 145 horsepower for no extra cost. Six-speed variable transmission. I think we'll go variable. The Agri Pro, of course. So I'm going to fiddle around with this, and we're going to buy this for 108 grand, which will leave us a little bit. I'm going to have to take some more trees down because I need to put in a workshop. We need to put in our tent. We need to get a plough and we need to get a seeder. I won't have enough money yet to do fertilising or anything like that. But I want to at least our bridge as well. I think the bridge is going to cost me 5 grand. I'm pretty sure the workshop's 5 grand. So we've got a few bits and bobs, and I want to get the front grapple that I'm going to need for this, which will make loading logs far, far easier. So let me sort this out, and I will see you momentarily. Slight mishap. The telehandler, I went to go and get the grapple for the telehandler, and I thought the grapple was front loader or telehandler, but it's not. It's front loader or skid steer loader, so it's not gonna work. So what I've done is I bought a manure fork, which is what I said originally I used a lot more of when I'm using telehandlers. So we've got our, and that usually I can do a couple with that. So we've got our JCB sorted, and we've got that manure fork, which that's not a bad size actually. Open it up a little bit, should get a couple of logs in there. We should be all right with that. It's a little bit bigger, but yeah, they didn't do that fork. So what we're going to do now is head down. We're going to sort the bridge out. The logs that we've got as our temporary bridge, we can take out, we can load up onto a trailer, we can bring back, and we can sell. Now this should, I know on 22. The JCB was a nightmare for hooking up to stuff. It should hook up to the trailer, so I could run it potentially as it is as a logging operation in its own right. And well, let's jump in. Let's get it off the train first, and the train can be on its merry way. Turns tight. Very nice. Let's head down to our land. We've got a tent to put in. I'm going to put the workshop in, and then we can get rid of the grapple on the front of the tractor. The weight as well, if we're going to hook up to this potentially, just trying to think actually how we can make this work. I'm also considering what other front loader equipment is available that will make that front loader far more useful. I can't remember where our boundary and border is, but let's head down, let's get the bridge in, get a workshop in. That's going to be 10 grand, that'll only leave us 5. That's not going to be enough to buy a plough, don't think so, or a seeder. But we will have a bit of land in. Now we don't have, this is very open, the land we've got here, and it's cheap, that's why we've got it, but also there's plenty of space so we can get our farming operation underway. I don't think it takes in any of the bits of forestry. You can double check. If it does, if we've got some forestry here to the side maybe, we'll see, because all I've got to do is just drive over. We have a look on here. I always think it should show you on the mini-map maybe, but if we go to here, then to here, oh yeah, we might just have the very corner. Let's drive in a little bit further. We've got a few trees here. Where are we on our map now? Oh yeah, we've got a bit, haven't we? We have got some forestry here. Ooh. Oh, right, okay, now we're out of it. So, we've got a little bit. Oh yeah, tent as well. We need our own sleeping quarters. Now, how far? We should not be outside our realm. We shouldn't be outside our realm. Just hang on a second. Oh, I turned that back off again, didn't I? Oops. So our crossing point should be just past here. Oh yeah, we should be well within our zone, which also means we can landscape too. Let's go. Oh blimey, yeah, we go way up. We've got a few trees in here as well we can take out. These tall ones, we can get rid of those. We'll get those out. These other ones I'm not sure about. These are going to take a little bit more logging, a little bit more work. I mean, they're worth money, don't get me wrong. I think we'll definitely need a winch at some point. So, I'm going to put my bridge in now, and we're going to go to... Was it decoration or others? Let's try others first. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think I need the long bridge. I think we can get away with the short one. We do own the land, so yeah, whatever. I can move my where do I want it? Actually, I put that equidistant between those two trees. Mind you, if I'm going to take those two trees out, it doesn't really matter. Do I want it? Well, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Let's just put it in. Hopefully this works. We've got our bridge. Right, we need to do a little bit of landscapage, I think, to deal with those. Oh, I hope I can reach those, otherwise that's going to be a bit of an issue. But anyway, bridge is in, so we can now take out a temporary bridge. All those logs can come out. Those can come down. How we off every single time without fail. So, do I want to put my tent here where the crossing is? Or do I want it over by... So what I need to do as well... Actually, now I own the land, we can put some markers in. What I might do is put a couple of posts in or something, so that from a distance you can see... Maybe a couple of flags. I could, if I can find a... there's got to be something, hasn't it? We can put in the ground. Something shiny and bright that will stand out. Put that there. Now we know where the crossing is. Just move that over. That can be a log we can sell, that's not a problem. Yes, what I was going to say was, this keeps on happening. I know I keep saying it keeps happening, but it does. Oh, that was something else I found as well. The axe is much quicker at cutting trees down. But what I did find was a few trees I cut. I made a right hash of cutting some of them. I had some bigger stumps, and weirdly, when I was trying to cut the stump, the axe wouldn't do it. I had to use the chainsaw. So it's like it would only do certain widths. Does that make sense? Pick up. So let's take you down. Of course you would. Does actually cut any of that? Nope. That needs to be on the ground. Oh, I didn't really want to have to do that one. Of all the directions. Oh, okay. Oh, this goes out quite a bit further, doesn't it? Okay. Why are we not? I'll deal with you later. I've got work to do. Bomb, bomb. Right. Let's go those trees out. I'm going to put my tent in here, I think. Oh, workshop. Do I want my... Am I going to set my base camp up down here by the bridge? I think I might do, actually. We might have a little farmhouse here down by the river. Oh, I've just had another idea. So we can have our farm down here by the river because, hey, you need a water source. And you don't want to be going miles to get your water. So to start off with then, we need to go up to here, across to here. And let's put in, just to get us going, these are actually fairly cheap. Oh, did I not? There it is, 26. Let's have a tent. And we'll have it down by the river. The sun comes up that way. Let's move over a little bit. There we go. Pop you in. And then we also need, under tools, our workshop. So the workshop going in is this one here, 5,300, and that gives us the ability to repair and repaint. And what we'll do is, let's turn it this way around. Let me just have a look. Actually, I might put it this side of this tree here. Just because, you know, we don't want to spoil the landscape, you know. Spoil the landscape. Sticking a shipping container on it. Boom. Okay, that's in. So, we'll come back and deal with that in a moment. We now have our sleeping quarters, which means we can sleep through the night. We are establishing our base camp. And then over here, this should work. He says I need to clear a bit of the land here. I'll tell you what we could do with as well. We need a mower. Because I wonder if we can cut all this. Oh, that's a lot of grass. Cut, Ted, bale. That's a lot of land with grass on it. Ooh. Maybe we should test that first. Where's our workshop trigger? Repaint, repair, customise. So if you bring over a vehicle, it'll also give the option to return or sell. At least I think it does. So that's that bit done. Excellent stuff. And we're down to 5,000. So bridge is in. That's done. Sleeping quarters are done. And we are establishing our settlement. I'm very excited. Feel like some. It's more overcast than I thought it was going to be. I suppose what I could probably do with is I've always found as well with the manure forks that because the tines are quite small, generally your watch is not going to work now. me extolling its virtues, and then it won't work. Come on, there we go. Yeah, I suppose picking them up out of the water, putting them on the floor to bring over the trailer seems a bit ridiculous. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to go and grab the trailer, turn the engine off, bring that over. So as I'm getting them out of the water, I can load them straight onto the trailer. It seems ridiculous. I'll deal with that tree. I'll cut that tree down, maybe a couple of the others, so I can get another load onto the trailer. We'll clear a few of these taller trees on our land, and I'm thinking I might get a mower first. I know I need to plough. But I want to see if I can mow this land. I'm genuinely curious because I have no idea whether we can or not. I am making assumptions. Do a little bit of landscaping, maybe a bit of weed whacking, cut up a few of these back. We've got our axe, we can chop a few of these bits, and I'll get on with it. Yeah, this, I don't want to take that tree down. It's 9:36. I honestly didn't realise there's just how many logs it had taken to fill that river. As I started loading them up, I was thinking, wow, okay, I almost did one full bunk bit, because I've sort of split them in two. And as you can see, those trees, I've done all of them bar, I assume two. Again, I'm going to go out a little bit further to see just how far our land goes, because there's another one a bit further on, but that might be out of our jurisdiction. So I haven't done all of them, but we are pretty full. And what I wanted to check as well to see was when I hooked the JCB up, would the whole thing catapult itself off into the realms that we have discussed many times before. But what I was also going to show you, and I've lost it, I was standing right by it. Oh, here we go. Where I've been cutting the trees down, I've just been doing a little bit of landscaping. So wherever each tree stump is, I've just cut a bit of the grass around it, just so that when we come back I can find them. Because obviously when I start ploughing, I don't want to plough any areas where I've got tree stumps, and I'm going to have to come along with a stump grinder. I have to get some of those stumps out anyway. But what we're going to do now is head back over. On the way back over, when I came over with the trailer and the tractor, I managed to take a couple of barrels from over at the train station. Oh, actually, this is working all right. I thought the weight over the back of it, I would imagine if I take the tension straps off, it will do what the tractor did, and I don't know why it's doing that, but it's pulling it, and I'll take that. Yeah, I found a couple of barrels. Whoa! Oh, there's tree stump. Look, that I'd left, and so I could see it. Whoa! No, okay, so got to be careful here. Not turning too sharply. Yeah, found a couple of barrels. So I put the barrels there, nice yellow barrels, so we can see where our bridge is. And the bridge is a little bit further up. Now I don't know, I put our start camp over there. I didn't want it right by the bridge because it would be to and froing. And I put the bridge in where I did because those contracts for wood transport were just about here. So it made sense that the shortcut would come straight across the ground, cross the river, right where it was. Now, if any other traffic at any point, once all this is up and running, do I want loads and loads of traffic coming backwards and forwards across here, login traffic, whatever it might be, straight past the farm? Probably not. So we're going to put our farm buildings over there, That's why I've separated it out a little bit. And I've kept the weight, but I sold the grapple. There's another stump there. So yeah, I've made sure I can see where all the tree stumps were. I need to sort out those couple of branches I cut down. I'll say a few and couple, and then couldn't quite get my words out. So I'm quite happy with this worked just fine actually. In the shade of the tree. Very nice when we get open and close when we need to. And then like I say, start of a settlement. That's cool. Let's go and get these logs sold, and let's see if we can't sort ourselves out a plough. I was thinking, do I go see... As far as crops go, right, so bear with me on this. Wheat and barley, those kind of things, can be ground down, flour, that kind of stuff. Flour is very important, especially if you've got workers coming in at some point and you need to make sure you've got stuff on hand to feed them. There's all the different crops. I would say, and this is just my own personal opinion, corn is probably the one to go for first, because you can do corn flour, you can do corn oil, you can do corn breads, you can do sweet corn bread, you can just eat the corn, you can do sweet corn soup, you can do a lot with the corn, and I know people will come back with hundreds of things you can do with all the other crops. I know, I get it, but I've got to decide what I'm going to put in first. Things like potato, carrots, parsnips, carbohydrate, starchy, those kind of crops is what you'd want if you're going to be starting off to feed a workforce. Do we want all of it at some point? Yes. Oh yeah, greenhouse stuff. I was going to try to avoid doing productions, palleted type things if I could, but a greenhouse would make sense. I suppose there's also the OmaTana gardens, because the OmaTana gardens we can grow pretty much anything, can't we? I haven't really used those yet. This has worked out so much better than I thought it was going to. And this is that thing I was saying. When I started out and I had the idea and thought, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna crack on. I don't even think this trailer had this trailer been released yet. Did it get an update? I can't remember. I never. This was not a rig I envisioned. I didn't think, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have this rig by the time I'm ready to do blah blah blah. Wasn't even on my radar. So it's interesting how that sort of thing happens. Let's see what we get for this load. I'm reckoning 45. Please be 45. Please sell. 40. Have a word, son. There was loads on there. Oh, there's a bit there. Look, you missed a bit. Oh, that was because it wasn't in the... Maybe that bit will be worth 5 grand. No. Should be on the actual sell bit. There we go. Alright, not quite 5 grand. So what I'm going to do now, because the trailer will go back down, I'm just going to take you and show you. Just click that. Our logging operation, what we got up to that gave us the 4 loads. You know, I said I was kind of cutting a fire break, and that fire break would get extended at some point. Again, stumps need to come out of that, and we are hoping. The plan is, like I said, when I watched that Last Woodsman, and they were saying they only take out the trees that are at the end of life, kind of they've been there a long time and they're getting to the point where, or trees that are dead standing, that kind of stuff. They do cut down other ones, they do, but their policy, the company policy, is 3 trees planted for every tree cut down. And yes, it takes a long time for those trees to grow, but he's been logging 20 odd years. So if he's been doing that for 20 years, the trees he originally started replanting are already grown bigger, not fully grown, but at least you are replacing, that's the thing. So look here, look how much we took out. Now I didn't do that thing, what I should have done. You can see a few of the stumps. I didn't do what I did over there, where I marked where the stumps were. So if we zoom out, you can see a few stumps. There are quite a lot. Look, I left my measuring stick behind. I should... Oh dear, mind you, I'm probably going to need that when we come back. At some point, I want to get a harvester. I want to get a tree harvester. It's going to be expensive. And we don't have that one we had when I did Western Wilds. There was the one that came out, and it was like 100 and something thousand. Compared to the, the price of some of them. There is the Kesla 3-point link mounted one, but that will only go up to certain diameters. And to be fair, even the base game one, I don't think, if we go down and have a look, it's not what you think it might be. That's forwarders, harvesters. The Impex will, but that's 750 grand. That'll go up to 120 centimeters. 120 centimeters. Yeah. That'll do 70. So that will do most, but it won't do the bigger, thicker, chunkier ones. So, and I had to look, and there aren't, I thought we'd had a lot more stuff from, I mean, HR Forst and Fahrzeugbau, Woodcraft was another one. Who else do we tend to get logging stuff from? NMC, T-Bone. And we haven't got that many tree harvesters. There are a lot of harvester headers for excavators, but the excavators, and there's a few modded ones, those knocking around, not the cheapest things out there. So, don't know. I definitely need a winch. Like I said, the list of things I'm going to need is growing, because the logging operation is going to fund the farming operation. So if I can speed up the process of my logging operation, cutting down and to the right length, and piling as well. If I can use a harvester, I can cut them to the length I need exactly and put them into neat piles for each tree. Whereas at the moment I'm cutting them down, I'm measuring them, I'm cutting them up, I'm then moving them into a pile, grabbing that pile, loading it onto a trailer. It takes a lot longer. If I can speed that process up even slightly, we can crack on a bit more. And I've got a lot more trees on my property now that we can cut down. Not a huge amount, but we have got some. So I'm thinking then, I had kind of organised in my head what I was going to do for a seeder, but I hadn't really thought about a planter. So what I need to do now is flick through the brochures, see if we can find ourselves a planter. We need to get some seed ordered. The other thing I was going to look for was a mower, wasn't it? I want to try the mowing thing, see if we can cut any of the grass. If I do cut the grass, that's fine, but I'm going to need to collect it. Oh, you know what? Oh no, because that would have been nefarious. I should have kept that grapple bucket, because that grapple bucket was 1,500. Was it 1,500 litres or 25,000? I could have just put it on the Unreal capacity, and we could have done that. So yeah, if we come into here, and we want what have we got? I did have a look at mowers. We've got, which will be nice and cheap, that 5 grand. It's only 4 metre cut, but it will let us give it a go. I can lease it. I don't have to buy one initially. We can certainly just leave that as it is. Lease that for 255. We'll lease that. We can give it a go and see if we can mow. And then, like I said, about seeders and planters. So on the seeders, what came out the other day was that the D830 for 10 grand. Again, it's only a 3 metre, but we've only got a small tractor, and we could get cracking straight along. And we can do things like peas and, you know, spinach and things like that. I mean, rice, I suppose rice is a real staple, isn't it? Maybe we could do a rice field, because I haven't really done that yet. That's not a bad idea, is it? Rice, because you can do rice flour, rice oil. The same with corn. Maybe we could do one of each. We could do a cornfield and a rice field. So we're definitely going to need, although, have I got enough money to, you know what? We're going to need a seeder. We're going to need one. So I say we buy it. Do I want to? Yeah, I'll get some seed orders as well. I'll have a look in the brochures, see if we can find a planter. Oh no, plough. We need a plough first. Before I even think about seeding, I did say I'd had that 17 grand, but again we can lease 130 horsepower, 3.4 meters. Yeah, I guess if we go much bigger, obviously the price goes up and it requires a lot more horsepower, which I don't have. So we can start on the 9 shank, but again, we'll lease it. We don't need to buy it yet. We can get our field sorted with that. Well, I'm gonna go planter, seeder. Let's sort the seeder out. I'll see you in a minute. Check the brochures. We might have a planter as well. I'll get some seed ordered too. Get that dispatched. I tend to go liftable stuff now. It makes life a lot easier. Again, you don't have to. I can get forks and stuff like that. I shouldn't really be doing liftable, but it does make life a little bit easier. You know what? I'm not going to. I'm going to do stuff. I'm going to do stuff proper. There are cheaper alternatives for seed, though. What shall I get? A couple? We'll start with 2. See how we get on. Train is here, and I've started unloading our goodies. I did go for a slightly more used, worn version, which kept the price right down to 10 grand. So I'll undo the straps on that. I did also, big brain moment, got some pallet forks, because I suddenly thought if we're going to be doing bags, but I think they've delivered this with seed in it. Yep. So the 2 bags, they put one of the bags in. That saved us a lot of hassle, didn't it? So we've got a mower off there, and we've got the plough just there. Now, I can't remember if I only rented that. But I bought the seeder. Planter situation we'll have a look at later for corn. I also had another big brain moment. I've never done this before, actually. I don't know why I did it this time. I was driving the telehandler back over with the log trailer, and suddenly thought, I don't know where the boundaries of our land are. We can come onto the map and we can look here and go, oh yeah. But as far as when you're driving out, because this all looks the same, I don't know. So I decided to erect some posts with some old waterproof coats on and buckets, like scarecrows, and I've marked out the boundary of our area using those. So if I'm doing any ploughing or whatever, as we get out, you'll be able to see them, and you can see where the extent of our land is, which makes life a little bit easier, I think. Oh, I'm not sure why that's decided to disembark itself. Okay, it's okay. Well, I'm glad I put that thing there. Otherwise, that would have been an absolute nightmare. Let's lower that down. Get this off. It's just decided. Yeah, I've had enough. I think I'll get off now. Get that out of the way as well. And then we can gradually come and get each bit. So it's going to be planned for. But although that being said, if I'm going to do a long grain rice field, I need to do that using the rice thing, don't I? That's not just a case of ploughing a field. You have to use the rice paddy thing, but set it flat, don't you? I don't think I've done long grain rice yet, have I? I don't think I have. Quite a scary thought. All this time in, I haven't done that yet. So yeah, at least by the end of this episode, what I want to try to have done is get either long grain rice field in. I want to try the mowing. I think the ploughing and stuff we might have to do next. Whoa, that's doing the same. That's walking itself off. Whoa, let's grab you before you disappear. That's a bit worrying. Let me off. Tell you what I've been forgetting to do as well. I keep forgetting to send the train on its way. Once I've unloaded, I need to let the driver know we're done. Yeah, this costs us every time we have our stuff delivered. There is the rent of the train. They will happily bring stuff to us, but it's not free of charge. So what we'll do is drop that there. I think we can probably take the... actually, you know what we'll do? Let's keep that on. Let's do that. So we can try the mowing first, and then when we get down there, we'll see if we can have a fiddle around. I'll be able to hook this up with the weight on, but I won't be able to run it because obviously I need the PTO. So what we'll do is at least take it down as it is. As we go past our rent train point, we can send the train on its way, and then I'll show you the markers as we get down to the field, and then we'll see. Whoa, that's steep, dude. So let's go there and kapow! Train is off. Now, I suppose I'm trying to think, because when I've done pioneering stuff before, it's generally been forested areas, which I've been clearing the forest and I just, plough my fields. I don't think I've done one where I've had this sort of open ground with trees in, where I've bought a plot and it's not obvious where the boundary is, because normally if I'm buying a plot, it's got a field already on it. So I'm trying to think of a time when I've had to do this before. I don't think I really have. Now, I haven't put them, I don't know how far apart I put them. Far enough apart that you should be able to see the next one from one you'll next do. That makes sense. Probably doesn't make sense. That being said, I've probably driven past two and haven't even noticed yet. I did put them. I really did. Honest Gav. Oh yeah, look. I can see one. Yeah, right in front of us. There you go. There's one there. There's one just over there. And it just gives me a rough idea of where our boundary is. We are going to still need to take some more trees out. Can I put another one in? There should be a few. Oh, there you go. Just there. So it curves round there. Another one there. There you go. I'll put those two quite close together. This does actually go up. We've got a few trees over here. It kind of comes into the corner a little bit. Anyway, so what I was going to try to do, and we'll do this before we head over and drop our seed down, is if we disconnect that, like I say, this is just a proof of concept. If it works, that opens up some options for us moving forward. Because I no idea. We're about to find out. Oh, mama. Look at all this. Look at what we got. So now I'm thinking, do I cut all this, collect it before I make a field? Because if I build, well, yeah, if I make a long grain rice field, all of that is potentially grass I could have cut. Oh, that's just awesome. And I'm doing this right slap bang where I was probably going to do the rice field. Oh, what do I do now? That's the dilemma. Do I end this episode now on this kind of dun dun dun? Was not expecting this. I've still got 32 grand left. If I turn it into hay, we can do sheep. Obviously, there's the silage option if we want to do cows. If we do sheep and goats, we can get goat milk, which means we've got wool for materials if we wanted to. Again, if we're trying to build a whole self-sustaining community for fabrics, for making clothing, that kind of stuff, wool would be a good idea. So maybe we do sheep. I can do that with just grass, doesn't have to be hay, but we can ted. But then it's what do I do with it? I'm going to need a cheap alternative to collect. So then what we'll have to do in between is going to be some more forestry to pay for the next bits of equipment we're going to need. Oh, that is absolutely mint. I think what we need to do is just, whoa, careful, mind the weight. Silly boy. Yeah, I'm going to mow it all. I'm going to mow the lot and then decide whether or not we're going to ted it. And what I can do as well, we can mark out our entire boundary. Oh, that's fantastic. Because I must admit, I wasn't sure, and I looked and thought, oh, I don't know, because you've got all these patches of other stuff. Will it let me? Won't it let me? And then next episode, we'll get on with the fields, and we'll get our sowing done. That gives us a chance to have a look at planters. Also, I need to keep a check on where our boundary is, because I did put, yeah, there's a, see just there? There's our boundary there. And our next marker is over here somewhere. There we go. We'll go around this tree. I'll mark out the boundary. There's our next one. Just there. It will tell me. It won't cut the grass, will it? If it's not. Again, not something I was intending to do. Not something I was expecting to be able to do. But we'll take it because it makes perfect sense. It's a resource that I'd be insane not to take advantage of. There we go. I need to put a, because this obviously changes direction here. I think I need to put another one of those markers in. Yeah, between that one and that one to show the change in direction, because that tree's there, I couldn't see it. Is this going to take me a while to mow with this? Yeah, but it's cheap and I've only leased it and I've only got a certain amount of horsepower, so it makes sense. We need to cut across here then. And come round the front of there. Awesome. Well, I'm pleased with what we've got done. I wanted to get the bridge in, wanted to get ourselves somewhere we could actually work on equipment and machinery if we needed to, and sell stuff if we needed to. We've got that done. We've got a new telehandler, which again, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. Yeah, so you see we've got a couple of trees there. The next marker just goes up through the trees there. See over there? Now, next one was... Oh, that's say it'll tell me with the mower. Oh, there it is over there. Hit the tree. No. Oh, we've got a few trees we can take out here. Why did I put those two so close together? I really did, didn't I? Right, we're alright out there, look. It cuts in reverse? Well, I'll be... This modern fangled technology. Out past you. I think I might have put one down by the water. Probably should have put one in the gap here because I can't see now. Oh yes, over there, look. Didn't realise how close to the water I was. So we've technically got all that as well. And that tree needs to come down. Oh yeah, stump grinder as well. We've got so much to do. So much work in preparation for whatever comes next. Because I don't know what's going to come next yet. I haven't decided. Oh, we can cut all those back as well. I'll leave those by the water. It's some place for all the various different water-based animals. Oh, I've just had another idea. I'll come to that at a later date. I will come to that at definitely a later date. I suppose having the water next to us, we could put in a little water mill. If we did want to do our own flour. This is so cool. 1%. Looks a bit weird with the bag on the front, but you know we're getting the job done. Right. Well, you know what I have to say. I think as far as this episode goes, we might be there. Like I say, I've got all that stuff to bring down. I'm going to look for planters. We'll look at some very different bits and bobs, and settlement has begun. Surprises galore, and I'm smiling. I'm having fun. I'm having fun farming, and that's the point. So anyway, I hope you have enjoyed this episode. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. And if you want to share this video, then please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:21. If you've followed and watched the last episode, you'll know that we started mowing. The mowing is done. Took a little while, but we got it done. And I'm just sending the train on its way, actually. That can go. What I've also done is pre-ordered and rented, or leased, should I say, a couple more bits of equipment to help us with our project. I have been offered something, which I'm not going to go into just yet, but we're going to be making hay. Not grass. I don't think we're going to do cows. We're definitely going to do sheep. We might do pigs at some point, but we're definitely with sheep and goats. But I don't know about cows yet. Chickens probably, but maybe on a smaller scale. Not too sure. It depends what crops we do. So anyway, I've got this rake, and this was 900 and something, 986 I think it was to lease. If we go into windrows, just there. Actually, how much was it? Let's click on that. I didn't change anything. Oh, 969, that's not too bad. And then we've also leased a tedder. So what I'm going to do, we've got that one there. I think that worked out 80, I think it was. So we're going to rake up the grass we've got into windrows. Then we're going to use the smaller tedder to windrow them. Now, as we found with using ones like this, it used to bring it all together a little bit. Some of these were spreading out a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to ted everything we've windrowed. So it'll be grass, then hay. And then if it has spread it too wide, I'm going to then re-rake it so we've got nice neat swaths. I still haven't worked out how we're going to pick it up yet. because I mean, to be fair, we can lease a forage wagon, but they're not cheap, and even the smallest one, which wasn't cheap, I suppose we don't have to buy one, we can just lease one. It was only 23,000 litres, which might be a bit of a problem. Anyway, all that being said, what we're also going to do is, while we're doing this, when we rake up around where our tent is and where our workshop is, I'm going to put in a, well, it's not even a hay loft, it's a hay stack. I guess it's a hay stack. There are two different options on this. There's a drier one, so you can ferment your stuff, or there's just, basically it's just a hay loft. So I'm going to put in the hay loft one, and I think it's only 500. I'm sure it's 500. I'll show you that as well, actually, before we get down there. I'll have to wait till we're raked up before we can do it. Oh, there we go, straight there, look. Under silos. Yeah, haystack. It's in the fermenter and dryer mod, but that's just the haystack. With a fairly large capacity as well. 500, we'll put that down. So that when we have made our hay, the hay can all go into that. It's stored, then we're all right then moving forward to decide what we're going to do. And then what we're also going to do, hopefully, is I'm not going to put you through the, me doing all of the raking or anything like that. We're going to sort out, hopefully, might have to do a bit more logging off camera as well to get a bit more money back into the bank. We're going to do our long grain rice field and then plough out a field for corn. I've also found, and again I might lease, but I said about planters and seeders. Under planters I found these, and that one is 2.3, that's a 3.1, is it? 3.1 metre for 23 grand. The smaller one's only 20 grand, but 23 grand, that's not too bad, is it? And they're direct drills as well. That one's only 26 grand, and that's a 4 metre. Direct drill, 90 horsepower required, 110 horsepower required for 30 grand. Can't go wrong. Planter for 30 grand, direct drill. We've got the horsepower to pull it, 5 metres. That's a no-brainer. So then we can do all those crops as well. So, but again, I'm going to need to do some more logging to be able to afford that. So what we're going to do now is open it out. I think this only requires something like 35 horsepower, this rake, which is brilliant. Now, Nina has reached out about a couple of things, actually. She said about once I've gone around my boundary, what I could do once I've done this. This doesn't turn on, this just drops down. If I get right to my edge, I'm going to have to be careful where the trees are, but... So as we're going around and doing this, trying to avoid hitting those if we can. Come on, just pull past it, there we go. So once we've done all around the edge, and we've got a gap, blimey, what a palaver, and we've got a gap, is then maybe go around with the landscaping tool and put a little gap. Not very big, but just follow the line we've got, because we have actually gone over a little bit. I think especially a couple of places we've gone over into land that's not ours. So put a little strip, landscaping strip, no grass on it, just a dirt texture or something like that, right the way around the outside for our boundary, so we know where our boundary is. Then we haven't got to worry then, and then what I can do then is take all of these out, and then I haven't got to worry either driving into them or hitting them with the rake, as you've just seen there, so we can gradually go around and do that. That's a good call. I like the idea of that. Let's get our lights on. I need to make sure I do overlap this a little bit, because I want to make sure I get all the grass in from the edge, because like I say, we did go over our boundary, so there might be a couple of areas where it won't let me pick the grass up, but that's not a problem. Avoid that if we can. There we go. Excellent. Oh, I've missed some bits. Not horrendous, but yes, I've got this. Is going to take a while. As you can see, we did a lot of mowing. We've got a lot of grass to collect, or say a lot of grass to collect, a lot of grass to turn to hay. It's very dirty Harry, isn't it? Go ahead, rake my day. No? Okay. Again, just me then. Just me laughing at my own jokes. My own stupidity. I thought that was a good one. Like that. Yeah, any bits we miss, it's not the end of the world. Especially if we're going to put a boundary in as well. Excellent stuff. So, rakeage. And we'll see how we get on with our... I moved the weight out of the way as well. I left that, didn't I, in the middle of the field. We'll come back for that later on. and we'll see how the tedder works out. So what I'll probably do is I'll see you in a bit when we're onto the tedder. Try the tedder, and if the tedder spreads this, because this is actually, like I say, I haven't decided. I've done it again. I haven't decided how we're actually going to pick up all of this. I've just got a funny feeling that that little tedder is going to spread it out again, so we might need to re-rake. Or what I might do when we've done the hay is re-rake it into. So take each two and rake it into one. So we've got less windrows, but more in each one. That I think we might do that. I don't know. It's all ideas. We'll get there. It just seemed a pity to waste all of this precious grass. Righto! Time to move on. Raking has been done. Now it's time for tedding, and this is what I was talking about. I think this is probably going to spread it all back out again, but you know, I can always rake again. It's not too much of a problem. It is taking a while, but I don't mind. Having a great old time. Do I need to unfold this? I don't think so. Just turn it on. Drop it down. Wowzers, okay. Yeah, that's yep. We're gonna need to re-rake. Still, it's easier doing it like this, and it's a much cheaper option. So we'll just crack on. I mean, that's the plan. Such that it is. I hope everyone's well. Have I said that on the video already today? Hope everyone's doing all right. We're off to we've got a busy few weeks actually coming up. We've got all sorts of stuff. We're rapidly heading towards FarmCon again. What's that, 8 weeks away? Something like that? Beginning of July? Yeah, something like that. But we are going to the Nottingham show. We're going back up to see Nina and Brian at the farm. And we're going to go to the Nottingham show on Saturday, I believe it is. So if anyone's at the Nottingham show, we'll be about somewhere. I'll probably be filming stuff as I do. When we get around the other side, I can't remember again if I showed you, this has been some time in the making, with one thing and another, which will become more apparent. Well, it depends when this video posts actually. If this video posts after the video I'm talking about, it will become obvious. But I've been doing some testing, and yeah, some very cool news, some exciting stuff. But yeah, so we're off doing that. Myself and MrSealyp. I need to go to the left-hand side of this one. I did end up raking it. Oh no, did I leave some there? I did leave some there. I've got more trees to cut down. We're going to be doing that as well because like I say, I need more money, so we need to invest a bit more time in getting some trees down because we've got 30 grand, but obviously there's so much more equipment and machinery we're going to need. Obviously, we've still got to put in our long grain rice field. We're going to plough out a field for our corn, and we're going to be putting in an animal pen. But yeah, so I just thought, it suddenly popped into my head. I suddenly thought, it's that thing when you're organising your time, you know, and you're trying to sort out the things you need to be getting done. It's always that thing before going away, even if it's just overnight for a couple of days. I'm going to go up to when I go to Colchester to spend any time with my brother and his family. We might go Saturday lunchtime and come back Sunday, but it's that thing of, you know, do I prep something? Do I get a video up before I go? You know, how much can I prep before I go? And then I think in a couple of weeks after that, myself and MrSealyp are off up to the lakes. We've got some stuff we need to do. Yeah, again, there's some things I can't talk about for various reasons, but family stuff and things like that. But yeah, so we're heading up But I think that's a shorter break. We're not going for like a full week or anything like that. But again, I don't know if I'm taking my PlayStation with me. Potentially there might be mod reviews, or I might do a couple of live streams. I might do a walk and talk. At this moment in time, I'm not too sure. So what I was going to show when we get back over to our encampment, which it is at the moment, it is our... We're not quite a homestead, farmstead yet. We are more of just a blot on the landscape. Wow, that takes me back. Do you remember that series? Was that on John Suchet's show? I'm sure it was Blot on the Landscape, wasn't it? Anyway, yeah, so we put in... I can't remember if I showed me putting in. We put the post in. So this is the haystack. The silo is empty. So once we've produced our hay and we've collected it, we'll bring it here, put it into the haystack, and it will form a haystack around it, and that will give us our feed for... we're going to be doing sheep and goats. That's the plan, at least. Blimey, I can't believe I just remember Blot on the Landscape. I mean, that was my dad used to watch that. I don't ever remember watching it, but I know my dad raved about it. I don't know. I was a kid at the time. It gives you some idea how long ago it was. Which is quite terrifying, really. So, anyway. The continuing saga. I'll get the hay done, and then I'll probably re-rake, and what I might do is rake 2 rows into one, and then that way we haven't got as much to do as we go around. Actually, what I think I'm going to do as well, because I think it'll work out cheaper, and I'll get the standard version, so there's no nefariousness. Oh, why not? That's curious. Oh dear. Oh no, I'm obviously haven't got it ready. In the Tardis pack, OmaTana's Tardis pack, there is a forage wagon, and if I get it in standard capacity, I'm sure it works out a cheaper version than the standard version of it. Like I said, the standard, like the base game version. I assume there is a base game version of it. And I'll get it in standard capacity, and we'll just go around a few times, collect it all up, drop it all off, and then it'll be on to creating our fields. It's not all logging. There is going to be logging. Like I said earlier, you know, in previous episodes, the logging is a means to an end. That's what we've got to do. That's part of our mandate of being here from the ministry. But what that's going to do is enable us to buy and pay for the other stuff we need to do. Is there a big payout from the ministry? Someone actually did message me and say it doesn't make any sense. If you turned up with no money and the ministry aren't providing you with anything, you're paying for everything, why are you working for them if you're not being paid? Well, at the end of it all, there will be a payout. The ministry will pay me for the services, for the things we've done, but it's that kind of, we have to absorb the upfront costs, and then at the end of it, once it's all done, it gets a sign off from the ministry, and then we get a payment. That's called thinking on your feet. Anyway, yes, we will. We'll get a payment of some description. I don't know what yet. Next step, we're back up at the loading dock. I had to order some diesel because it's only dawned on me. I was in the old jalopy doing my thing and looked bottom right and realised we were in the red on fuel. And I drove up here and drove around and suddenly realised we don't have there's no gas station, there's no fuel pump. So I had to, we were going to get the forage wagon, Standard capacity 26,000 litres, no extra width or anything like that, just as it comes. That cost £2 grand, £2.5 to lease. No, one or whatever it was. Anyway, and these were 1,250 each. They each holds 1,000 litres. So we can either leave them up here or leave one up here, take one down at some point. But I am going to need to refuel. So what we'll do is just get a bit of fuel in, grab the wagon, head down. What I'm also going to do is get a stump grinder. That was the weirdest feeling. Oh my God, I didn't even see that. Oh, I feel quite sick. How strange. As I spun the camera around and the train was moving past, I felt like I was falling. Oh, wow. Blimey, the feeling of nausea that just came over me then. Oh. Crikey. Whew. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to get a... Careful. This dock is really steep. I might see if we can... Oh man, there's not a lot of gap round it anywhere, is there? Maybe off this side here. There are some different ramp mods, aren't there, available? Maybe stick another ramp in. Anyway, yeah, so I'm thinking if we go... What was I just saying? Oh yeah, sorry, that really threw me. Stump cutter, there we go. How much is that to lease? Oh, 1,377. Right, let's lease that. I'll say a couple of trees down and we'll cover the cost of that. And what I'm going to do is the stumps that we've already done, I'm going to need to come and sort those out as well, because if we're going to sort out putting in a long grain rice field and then plough out for a field, I don't want the stumps in the way. And what I might also do is these types of trees we're going past now, we've got a few of those on the property. We've got some bigger trees like that, which I think I'm probably going to leave. I'm going to try and thread my fields in between those. That's what I'm hoping. So hay's all done. It is all windrowed. I windrowed it double, so 2 windrows into 1. So it shouldn't take as long to get around. I'm just hoping the pickup on this is going to be wide enough. Should be, and we're going to do our first load into the into our new hay loft, hay stack thing, which I haven't tried yet. So, oh, well, that was something. I'm trying to think. Have I showed you yet? I don't think I have showed you yet. I took out all of the little scarecrows, and I put in almost like a perimeter track. We kind of landscaped. So we just scuffed the land right around the perimeter, so when the grass regrows I know where our boundary is. And also when we're making fields or whatever we're doing, I can see, obviously with the grass cut, that's easier now. When the grass grows back, it's hard to differentiate between what's our land and what's the land over. So that little strip round, and that's just on the edge of the land we own. We've lost very, very little by doing that. Possibly extravagant, possibly not needed, but let's see how well this picks up. Yeah, it's missing some bits. I think doing a double wide, I might have to go over these a second time, potentially. But it's doing all right. Just curious to see how much we end up with. Whether the end result was worth the grind. When I say grind, like I say many times before, jobs like this, it doesn't bother me. Yes, it can prohibit getting videos out as regularly as, you know, it depends what you're doing between episodes. Sometimes you can do a sort of episode where you're doing just odds and ends around the farm and it's just your daily sort of catch up of what you're doing. Other times you've got big jobs that need to be done between episodes, and those are the ones that take the time, you know. So what we'll do, actually we're almost full. If I spin around to do in front of our tent, and then I'm not sure which side our unload point is. We're going to do all right out of this. Actually, we're going to have plenty of hay, aren't we? What did I say? It was 26,000 litres, isn't it? I'm sure it's 26. Let's get this bit round here. Although maybe we'll be alright. I thought I'd missed some bits initially, but maybe not. There we go, we're full. So I've got to drive over here and hopefully we'll get a thing come up. There we go. what point do we see? What point do we see some hay forming on the haystack? Oh, is that it? Is that what we put in there? We've got 26,000 litres in there, so I don't know. I'll just keep going, I suppose. That's weird, isn't it? Turn it on, drop it down. Let's crack right along. So same as with the other jobs. Well, I don't know whether I'll show you. Maybe I'll show me doing a couple of stumps. I might do a little minor mini montage maybe. But like I say, these oh, careful. There we go. Yeah, those ones, that red one over there, the smaller ones, I think I'm going to take those out. Because we can cut those with a chainsaw, and then... Actually, I don't know, can I do them with the stump? I think we can do them with the stump cutter. I did that on Riverbend Springs, didn't I? So that will give us a bit more space between the bigger trees, and then hopefully we'll be able to... we should get some decent sized fields in. Yeah, we'll be alright. Especially to get ourselves going and off the mark. I think we can buy another plot of land. I think the next cheapest one was... What did we pay for this? 53 or 57? Either way around. It's a similar sort of price. So, yeah. I will get back onto some logging. I've got so much I need to do. I'll get there. We are nearly full again. Let's do this. Well, it's just gone 4 o'clock in the PMs, the sun is starting to dip in the sky, and it's time to get the tree stumps out. So I think, well, tree stumps? Just stumps. I'm going to cut some more of those smaller trees down as well. The stump grinder actually works fine. The one I cut down a little while ago, you just saw. Yeah, the stump grinder, when you just go back across it at a certain angle on each of the branches, it just removes them, deletes them from existence. So I'll do a few more of these, get this done. And then we'll be on to field creation. Yeah, I'm not sure about the long grain rice. I'm having a complete blank mind melt. I I'm sure what I've got in my head will work. I'm sure it's right. But as soon as I started doubting myself, it's that thing of, you know, you think, no, I'm sure I'm right. But then you start to doubt yourself and you think, the problem is, if I get it wrong, I'm going to get absolutely hammered in the comments because I should know this. And in my head I'm thinking, but I do know this. I'm sure I do. But I'm not sure that I do, you know? Well then, 4:20 in the PMs, and we've got a load done. All the small trees are gone. Happy with that. Like I left some of the big ones. Oh, I don't think I'm going to take those out. I've kept hold of the stump grinder. Sorry, went a bit loud there. Kept hold of the stump grinder because the few trees that are over there that are on our property, I'm going to take those down. I might take a few out from here as well, and I'll take the stumps out. Over on the ministry land, I haven't even begun taking stumps out yet. We'll get to that at some point. But it's got a little bit bigger, hasn't it? 405,880 litres of hay. Was it worth me doing all this work? Absolutely it was. Because if we are going to do sheep and goats, we've got feed. We haven't got to worry. That's going to last us quite some time. So I'm very pleased with that. I guess what we've got to do now... So, if we put this up, we're going to have a look. And try and work out... In my mind, we've got a biggish gap here. Along in between these trees here, up to our boundary, out here and back around and down to probably these two here. Have that as a long grain rice field. It's not really massive, but fairly big. And then here, maybe keep this tree in it. But this section here, out to here and up to these ones here, have as corn. And then this section here will be our area for building of the farm, possibly putting in the sheep goat pen in this section, I reckon. That's the plan. So what we need to do, this is so risky. I'm trying to think the last time I did this. I don't know how this is going to work, but we'll try it. Have I got enough money? Start new field? Sorry. Yep. Start new field. So we go from there to there. Corner what? Why can't we see it? Is it because of the hill? Excuse me. Change placement height. Let's raise it up so we can see it a little bit better at the moment. Right, that's better. Still no better. Right, up a bit higher. There we go. Can we bring it? Blimey, okay. Let's go, I reckon then, to there, then to there, then we're going to come, yeah, we'll have all that as corn, up to here. How far does our sales then go? Yeah, probably up to there. So let's do this a little bit at a time. How we're looking? Yeah, we're all right. Let's go to there. Then we'll go to there. And then back. Yes, but the problem is now, because this is on a slope, the back end of the field is going to be deep. Change placement height. If we come back down again, so we got to be careful here. This is the only thing, I want it to sit flat, but it's not going to, is it? We keep bringing it down. Some of it's going to be low, some of it's going to be high. I guess all we can do is just do it. It's not going to be perfect. Finish. No! Just how much that cost us. Oh no, look at it. I brought that way down. Oh yes, because it's come down here at the back and raised at this end. We must do a bit of landscaping. We're now minus 20,000. That cost over 40 grand to do that. Oh. Okay. That is right, isn't it? We need to do that to do. Because I tried to do. No, I forgot this wrong. I tried to put long grain rice into a normal field and it wouldn't let me. I just made a really horrible mistake. The problem is if I take out the pump... No. We are definitely need to do some landscaping around this. This is why I keep saying, people have been saying this a lot about the placement of stuff. There's no gradual slope to it. It's like bang, wallop, straight sides, and then the grading of it then becomes a bit of a pain. I don't know if I've done the right thing. We will definitely need to do a load of logging then, because I can't afford to do anything now. I've got no money for anything, so we're going to log in. But what I can do is we can certainly get our ploughing underway for our I can't believe how much that just cost. Oofda. Right, okay. For our cornfield, because I thought, yeah, we'll do a little bit of logging. We'll get our planter as well, because we talked about doing that. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm curious. No, I'm going to plough this first, and what I'll do, I'll plough this first, and then we'll see whether or not I can plant long grain rice into the ploughed field or that field. I'm sure we have to do that. So we'll do our cornfield further over. Did it in the right place, didn't I? I'm sure I did. It's a start anyway. Yeah, and we're not encroaching on the bridge either. So I'm going to start this field further over from the bridge as well. And we've got to allow for the fact we might have to smooth that out. Not quite what I was hoping for. Still. And away we go. This will be an alright sized field. We should have plenty of irrigation from the waterway, so we shouldn't have any problem for growth. Look all up to there. Yeah, it'll be an alright sized field. At least we're getting something done. By the end of this episode, I want to have at least one of the crops in the ground. But that being said, I don't know if that's going to work now. Oh no, we can still plant the long grain rice, can't we? We haven't got any fertiliser. We've got no fertiliser spreader. Got nothing for that yet. I don't have anything for doing lime. I don't have any lime. This is just going to be getting a crop in the ground, and our first crop, until we can have enough money to buy all those bits of equipment, it's just going to be what it is. Yes, we could probably lease a few bits and bobs here and there and get some stuff delivered, but I think what we will do is just crack on. Want to get the outline of this field done first. I'm leaving a bit of a boundary. I'm not too bothered about the stones either. I'm not going to. I might roll them back in. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not too bothered. We'll leave them. I'm not collecting them for anything at the moment. So we'll come inside of these trees. That'd be the right size field for corn. Admittedly, we don't have a harvester. We could have to work on that as well. Actually, I'm going to leave a bit of a gap here because we need to take some of these trees down. Actually, do I want to take that tree? I'm going to take that tree down. That tree there to our right. I'm going to take that down. We're going to move it out of the way and I'll disassemble it. We'll take these couple down here as well. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll allow for the fact as well that I've got to landscape a little bit down the side. I'm not going to be able to landscape with the trees in the way. Oh, I don't know. We are starting to lose light though. Turn this way there. Yeah, just taking that one tree out. It's alright actually. It's a good size. We'll leave room around the trees. It's funny, it doesn't look like it's a hill. I guess when you look at it from flat, it is. It's not like a steep hill. You think you're looking across the field as I was doing the mowing and stuff. No, it's fairly flat. But I guess, yeah, it's doesn't take much of a gradient to give you that sort of depth, does it? One full load of our lorry was getting us about 40 grand. So we should be okay. If I can get one full load, that'll bring us back up to where we were, but that was supposed to be taking me further on. But what are you gonna do? Join that up there, and there's our field boundary. So the rest of it, it's just time. So let's go back to here, have a look. That's not bad. So actually, that's bigger than how we're looking if we go across. Yeah, it's not going to. It is going to need liming, isn't it? Do I still plough the inside? I don't. Like I say, I haven't done long grain rice since the start. All rice. I don't think you're supposed to. Long grain maybe to give us our bonuses and things. Do I want to plough the inside of that? Don't know. Right, I'll crack on again then. We've got more to do. I might plough the inside of it. Just so it's been done. Actually, you know what? We've got our boundary. We can do that test now with regard to the sowing. Let's grab our seeder and see if it will let me put long grain rice into here, or I've got to do it on the other field. I'm really second guessing myself, because when I put the field in and it put the pump in, I started like, hang on a minute though, do I need what? I can't remember from when I did my rice testing. Seems like an age ago whether I needed water for long grain rice. It was just rice, wasn't it? Go. We're on the long grain rice. If I put it in the ground here and it does allow me to, then I'll just plough back over it again. If that doesn't, just wasted 40 grand. Hey ho! I'm sure it won't. I'm sure it won't. Yeah, crop can be planted side rice fields, yeah. I was really doubting myself then. I was really getting a bit of a flap thinking I've made a horrible mistake here. But what we'll do is we'll put the crop in and then, honestly, like I say, I can't remember. For those of you that have been doing loads and loads of this, it's just the Let's Plays I've done, I haven't really had the need to. Turn it on, drop it down. Yeah, we're golden, it will go in there. Right, brilliant stuff, at least we know now. Awesome. Right, ploughing, logging, get a full load, get that landscaping flattened out because that's going to drive me absolutely bonkers. I'll leave the seeder here and crack on with the ploughing. Laters, dudes! Let's go. It's getting late and I've got some logs done. You saw me cutting down the trees. I'm going to excuse me, I'm going to sell the logs first to get enough money so I can do the landscaping around our long grain rice field. I'm going to get the ploughing done overnight on the other field, but I'm going to do the long grain rice first because I won't have enough money yet until I do another load of logs to be able to buy the planter to put the corn in the ground. The cornfield will be good to go. I'll plough that out over the course of the night, but I want to get the landscaping done so we can get the long grain rice in. Like I say, and I need to do it in a certain order to be able to do that. I've kind of overfilled this a little bit, but I'm quite happy with that. I don't mind. Come on, fingers crossed. I want a 50 grand one. 55, we'll take it. So we're back out. Oh no, we got a bit more there. Look. I'll move that forward, get a little more. So we're up to 35 grand. Yes, means I can do my landscaping now, and we'll get another good log load done. If we get another 50 grand, that brings us right up. I think I need 22, 23 grand to get the seeder, so to get the planter I want. But I'll see you probably in the morning now. I'll get that ploughing done of that field. I'll get the landscaping done, and then we should be good to go for getting our long grain rice in the ground at least. And then I think I need to flood it. I can't remember about fertilising though. Oh no, we're not going to bother. I haven't got any fertiliser. I mean, I could get. There are small fertiliser spreaders. We'll have to get some fertiliser delivered because we don't have any yet. But we could get some fertiliser delivered, maybe. Anyway, yeah. See you in the morning. It's just gone 8 o'clock. We're into November. I had to wait for the sun to come up. Couldn't really see very much, but no joy with the landscaping. It just would not work. I tried to smooth out the slopes to the side of this. I tried, that wouldn't work. So I thought, I came out a little bit further. I tried to smooth. I thought, well, I'll tell you what I could do. I could raise the ground next to it, then smooth out. Wouldn't let me raise it. It wouldn't let me raise it next to it, but it would let me raise it further. So again, it's that note to self is doing, let's say, it doesn't look that much of a slope, but there is a slope. And I think, yeah, if you're going to be doing long grain rice fields, it's a case of making sure you flatten out your area as best you possibly can before you start, and then you can go from there. So our cornfield is ploughed and that's ready to go. And as it's turned out, because we couldn't do the landscaping, we probably have got enough to buy the planter now. But what I'm going to do to end this episode, we're going to crack on. What I've also done, we've got a little bit of landscaping. You can see the ground, this wet mud, because when this fills with water, we're getting a little bit of leakage, and that runs, obviously it's running downhill, it's going straight into the field here, from the pump from here down into the river. But we'll be good, we'll be absolutely golden. So I'm going to get the long grain rice in, get that done, and then, like I say, next episode we'll be getting the corn in the ground, so buying the planter. And we're probably going to sort out the next thing, like I said about getting the sheep and stuff. We've got some sheep being sent to us. Yeah, from a special location, and just more forestry, I guess. I saw from that clip, I'm doing things a little bit differently, in that we're still on long grain rice, something. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is, I was chopping everything up into 6-metre lengths using a measuring stick. Then I thought, why don't I just pull the trailer on the side and just cut them to length for the trailer. Now I've got the telehandler, the ability to pick up a full tree, lay them all next to each other, then bring the trailer alongside, then cut them all to length, then load them up. It's far, far easier. I probably should have gone there, shouldn't I? But I'll start in the corner. Let's get that turned on. Let's get that dropped down. And let's get our long grain rice in the ground, shall we? It's very satisfying. You know, just those little bits, those little textures, having the little water texture and stuff in there. I like, you know, like I say, it's made me smile. It's a small thing. That switch over in the ground as well. Didn't even dawn on me actually. I got kind of that thing off. Oh, let's get the ground done. Let's get it sorted out for long grain rice. Didn't cross my mind to try and level the ground first. It probably would have cost me just as much money to level the ground and then put the field in. I think that a lot of the price was the landscaping, which is why it cost 40 odd. Ground was at 43, I think it worked out at. That's fine. Where's that? Get into the corner. Oof, dear. It's taken some time. But considering we've taken a bit of barren landscape that didn't have much on it, and what I'm going to do is we're going to build a farm on it as well. I'm thinking I want to go sort of more of an old school, not necessarily like log cabins. I like the Radix games. Is it Radix games? The Radix stuff is really nice, really detailed. I mean, slot count's quite high, but the buildings all look absolutely fantastic. But it will come down to how much money I've got. I want to put in a farmhouse. We're going to put in a barn. I think we've got a silo. I'm trying to think what else is available. Yeah, we'll put a few bits in. I think I've missed a little bit there. Make sure I get it all perfectly. Yeah, so this is where we're going to end the episode. I'm getting the long grain rice in. No, do not hire a worker. That's not what I intended to do. Drop that down. There we go. Get right up to the edge. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, that's the end of this episode. We are making headway. We're making the most of everything, making the most of it. I hope you have enjoyed the episode. If you're still with me, thank you very much. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then of course, please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. As always, thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, it's November. It's 10:15. I've just come off the back of a rather large-ish logging operation. I didn't show me doing the logging. You've seen me doing the logging a few times now already on this series. I've been doing combinations of either using a measuring stick, because what I did find was trying to cut the... I've lost my measuring stick. It was over here somewhere. Anyway, I've got a measuring stick about. Yeah, I thought, you know, I'll go from 6 metre lengths to 8 metre lengths because that would work out better. So I cut a tree to 8, but the problem is cutting yourself a measuring stick to 8 metre, you'll get into the limit of making it liftable by hand to use it as a measuring stick. I don't know where I've put that. That's really weird. So I went back to 6s because also 2 8s didn't really fit on the trailer particularly well. Then I also went back to trying the method I showed, I think, on the end of the last episode, where I was driving the trailer up alongside a full tree and just cutting it to fit the trailer. That kind of worked, but as you can see, if we get into the tractor, you better see. I've just been going around. I've done all the stumps over at our farm on our plot, and I thought, you know what? I've got the stump grinder. Let's do it. Look, oh, there it is. There it was about somewhere. We have gone a lot bit bigger. We've gone a lot bigger with what we've cut down. So we have cut out an absolute chunk. If you remember before, we had a strip that ran off in that direction. Now I've taken out all that stuff over there, and we're up to 233,000. Now I have spent some money as well, so we did have more than that, but we have spent some. When I say we have spent some, in the light of new developments and new technologies being made available. We had someone from the ministry come out and do a job for us, and in retrospect I should have actually done it myself rather than get someone out with regards to soil sampling. So we had someone come out and do it. And the problem with that being, because precision farming is now available, so I thought we could be a little bit more precise with what we're doing, and only a little bit more, because the equipment and machinery we've got, buying small machinery gets very expensive if you're doing precision farming. Because if you want all the sensors and the bells and whistles, it can take a 4,000 euro, dollar, whatever it might be, pounds in this case, sprayer and turn it into a £40,000, you know, 2 sensors at 14 grand a pop on top, you know, all of a sudden the price goes up. So I've already bought some lime because we're going to do liming. Let's have a look at the map. So here's our soil sampling, and the reason I say having someone come out to do it, because we purchased the soil samples, but daftly I didn't need soil samples done here because I haven't got a field. If I'd have leased the soil sampler, which to be fair is 17 grand to buy and then pay for the soil samples, I could have just soil sampled the 2 fields that we made in the last episode. I didn't need to do that. So I'm regretting that slightly. Only a little bit, not horrendously. If we go back up to, I know we're in the right place, go that way, you'll see we've planted all of our long grain. That's in now, and that is now growing. We haven't touched what's going to be our cornfield yet because we didn't have a planter. Now what I can't do at this point, I don't think I can do, and you shouldn't do in real life, I can't lime that now. So if I come down to here and we go to our pH, I can't lime that because I've already seeded it. I shouldn't really be putting lime over the top of, you know, so that'll have to stay as it is for the time being. But we can... That scared the life out of me. A bit of wood just came off the fence next to the man cave. Oof! And you go, wow, man, I'm not having a lot of luck lately, am I, in these episodes? The train thing in the last one, then that. I don't know if you heard it, but... Oh, I wonder what that was. Anyway, yeah, so I can do that. We can do our pH on this because I haven't put anything in the ground yet. So we can sort that out. And then as far as our nitrogen goes, once our crop's in the ground, we can go and do our nitrogen on this one, which is going to mean some more equipment. So we're going to need a lime spreader, we're going to need a sprayer. I'm going to do liquid fertilizer, and I'm going to use the concentrate again. I've said this many times before, and people say, oh, he's doing that again. Yeah, I am. When I said when I used it on Riverbend Springs, and I've used it on Prairie Farm. It's a real thing in real life. Why am I going to spend a fortune getting stuff and paying through the nose for liquid fertilizer when I can get it cheap? It makes no sense at all. So I'm going to get it cheap. So I've got some concentrate that's already been delivered. You can see, I don't know if you see behind there. We'll see when we go out to the train platform. I've also ordered 8 bags of lime. So that's 16,000 litres. That's there. What else have we got? Oh, the diesel we already did the last episode. So what we're going to be doing then, and you'll see what I mean about the price going up, because I had this brilliant idea. Actually, let's switch back to there. I had this great idea in my head. Why is this not working? There we go. If we go to equipment and machinery, I thought, you know what, we'll spray, because, you know, we can spray. Oh, planter, that was the first thing. So of our money then, we've got our seeder, let's get our planter. And we're going to use these ones, I said before. Now we've got enough horsepower to go for 11. We've got over 110 horsepower. So for 30 grand, we can get a 5 metre planter. So I think we'll do that. We're not going to get inoculant tanks. Planting markers, nope. That's more money. Model, I like, actually, I'm going to keep it on the model 2008. We're going to go for an older one. Lights, signal lights, work lights 2. Where are the work lights? Yeah, we'll go with some work lights, say 200. GPS and gyroflex, no. Line spacing, oh no. Let's keep it on that with enumerated boxes. Going to keep that. Cover canvas, seed bags. Oh, that was on the side. You can have some seed bags on it if you want. And I think we can have a canvas cover that, yeah, that just wraps up and sits on the side there if we want that. I'm not too bothered about that. That's more decorative. Hitch height, I'm going to leave as it is for the time being. If that's wrong, we can always adjust that. Rear tow hitch. Do I want a rear tow hitch? How much is that? Nothing. Yeah, we'll have it, because you never know. Cutting system, we'll leave it on discs. Main colour, all that will stay the same. Seed boxes, canvas colour, inoculant tank, nope. So that's going to cost us 30,210. Let's buy. So we've got a seeder, we've now got a planter, which means we can put the corn in the ground. Great. We come out of there and we come up to trailers. This may seem weird, but there. The T088 pack, the Forestry. Is it AAA? I think it's AAA modding. We're going to go with manure spreader, fertilizer spreader, because the fertilizer spreader does fertilizer or lime. So as far as lime spreading goes, bazinga, sorted. Wheel setup will be the same. I'm going to do chassis, rim colour. Now, something I failed to mention when I did the mod review on this, and I should have done, was if I changed my wheel setup to that crawler track, which looks cool, the wheels didn't move, nor did the tracks. It just dragged it along the ground, and I meant to mention it on the mod review and forgot, because I think it was one of those days we had an absolute ton of stuff. So we're going to leave it on wheels, standard. Chassis and that, and then we'll take lumber plate off. No lumber plate. How much is that? 23,500. Actually, this is going a lot better than I thought it was going. I did buy it, didn't I? Oh, so these have to be delivered, obviously, and then we're going to move on to this gear here. So sprayer, and I thought I have a plan. Let's go with that, which is absolutely awesome. So we're going to get the trailer. That gives us A nice bit of oomph, 2,700 litres, 3-point attach on the back, so we can put our sprayer on the back of that. I'm going to leave it on narrows, I think. Fenders, yes, they 500. Lights, yes, as well. Main colour and rim colour going to stay the same. License plate off, no plate, 5,650. Sorted. That gives us a lot more capacity for our spraying needs. Plus, I don't have a front 3-point on my tractor, so that makes sense. So we're going to buy that. Now, I was going to go with that, the Jacoby. I thought that's quite cool. 14,500, 2,200 litres, but I thought, actually, we've got that. I don't know if it'll attach, but the ROW will, because it's a ROW thing. Whilst that is modded, that is standard, which is £4 grand, and this is what I'm saying. £4 grand for a 21 metre sprayer. It's only 200 litre tank, but coupled with that, that's quite cool. But then precision farming comes along. So I thought, that's alright. We can still get that. So we're going to get the Trimble weed seeker, because we're going to need to get rid of weeds if we get weeds, and we're going to get the pulse width modulation. But look, 12,600 on top of the £4 grand, and that one 29,400, which brings our sprayer from £4 grand to 46,000. Have a word, son. What? I get it, you're using modern technology, and it's great that you can put it retrospectively in older gear, but that does make things a little bit more pricey. It does, however, mean we should use less herbicide, we should use less fertiliser, and it should improve our crops, which is great. So you know what? I'm just going to bite the bullet and say, you know what? Let's do it. We will. Now, we come out of there. We've got 128 grand left. Now, I'm seriously considering, do I get another tractor with a front 3-point? Maybe. We've got the stuff we need at the moment. That's absolutely fine. That should be all we need. But the problem we have is this. Like I say, I've showed this when I did the precision farming. On here, you've got the weed spot and your pulse width modulation, which we just got on our sprayer. What we don't have is that, the Iceria Pro Compact. Oh, okay, it won't even let me show it. Oh yeah, we can do that. I didn't mean to buy it. So that detects the real nitrogen demand of your crops. So the sensors work. There's the compact. That one, you've got an active and you've got a passive. One can only be used. This one can only be used in the daytime. The other being active. Is it the other way around? Compared to the yeah. So this is the Pro Compact, and the Pro Compact is passive. The active you can use day or night. But this requires daylight because it needs to be able to see what's going on. We don't have that on a rear-mounted sprayer. That's on the vehicle. So the problem we've now got is on our Tractoren, which is modded, which is that one there, there's no option for it. So we're not going to be as precise as we could be or possibly need to be. So the question then is, do I then look for another tractor? That as an option, but I'm still going to put the price up somewhat. I thought we had... I did the update. Was that the medium tractors? Yeah, the Fiat. Look. We got the 160/90 DT, 63,500. But again, here's the thing. If we look at that and say, okay, well, we can leave that as it is, 160 horsepower. If we go to 180 horsepower, it's 10 grand on. Okay, that's not too bad. It puts us up a little bit. If we go down to here, to the Iceria Pro, and go yes, 14,950. I mean, still 89,200 for 180 horsepower. That's actually not too bad, is it? What do you reckon? Should we do that? I mean, that was the point of doing the jobs we've been doing. Oh no, I was going to do sheep. I'm going to have to do some more forestry. Let's get this all done now. Let's get the precision farming stuff done on our fields in this episode. We'll do sheep the next one. Sorry, Nina, we'll get them done. Don't worry. We'll take those cades off your hands. We will. I'm going to leave it on trailer bogs. Leave the wheel set standard. Fenders, yes. Front loader, no. We've got a telehandler. We're fine. License plate off. You know what? I came in here. I wasn't intending to do this. I was just going to show you. I'm thinking for 89,200. This was part of update 1.8, wasn't it? I think. Yeah. We've still got a bit of money in the bank. That's cool. Right. I now need to wait for all this stuff to be delivered by train. I will be collecting it from the platform in a little while, and then we'll get down to our field. We'll get liming done on the cornfield. We'll get the planting underway of our corn, and we're going to get the spraying done on our long grain rice field. Oh, we need to flood it as well, don't we? And like I say, I can't remember. I think we need to. Do we spray it first and then flood it? I can't remember what it requires, but we'll have a fiddle around, and then we'll get that put back. Where's our thing for that? That's over here, isn't it? Lost it. No, it's over here. If I go into... No, where are we? That one. Got to do it from here. I can do it back at my thing because I've got our little workshop there, but we can do it from here. Let's get rid of that. I mean, am I going to need a stump grinder at some point? Yeah, we're going to need our own one. Oh, yeah, at least... You'll see in a minute. At least that, the bale handler, that'll become relevant. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my telehandler and that to pick up the big bags of lime to fill up the lime spreader. Because I haven't got a big bag handler, so I thought let's try something that's not designed to do that, and do that, because that's the sort of silly stuff I do. New gear hath arrived. I have to say, that sprayer, I can't, yeah, for the size of it, the price. Oh, mind you, that I guess with precision farming, any of the gear now, it doesn't matter if you get even if you have the bigger gear is expensive anyway, and then you've got to add all that stuff on top as well. So I've got to work out. Seeding doesn't matter. Seeding, I don't need a sensor because that will do variable seed rate and stuff, depend upon the ground, etc. So I can use that. I'll tell you what I could do with it, because I put that trailer hitch on the back. I could do with like a small, just a little bale trailer that I could put on the back of that, maybe a swivel axle that I could use as a transport trailer. So if I'm going like now, I could put the I could put a thing of diesel on there. Oh, I bought some more seed. Where's my seed? Yeah, that not been delivered. I thought I bought some seed. Anyway, so that's going to go down, and that can get on with. Oh, we've got some corn in it already. They've delivered it with corn in it. We still have a bag left from when we did our first lot of stuff. So that can go down, and that will be doing the planting. We've got to do lime first. So we're going to need now the lime again. I'm sure the lime goes down. The lime doesn't require sensors, does it? These aren't required to be on to do liming. I'll use this one anyway. We'll do the liming. We'll put the crop sensors on. I'm sure that's only for doing nitrogen, not for doing pH. But what I was going to do was this. So we'll use a big bag handler. Not a big bag handler. A bale handler. If anything, the opposite of that. I'm going to load the bags up. Now, I wouldn't use this bag handler, bale handler, for moving these around a map or anything like that. Because it's not designed to grab them. And these are going to fall out of here, I would imagine, fairly quickly. So what I'm hoping is if we can get over there, we go, like that, but that'll unload before it falls out. That at least is the plan. I do sometimes have one. I think it's only holds 10,000 litres, so I don't know how much of the field it's going to get done with that. We might have to order some more, but oh, don't fall out, don't fall out. What's gone there? No. Oh, flibbity gibbets. Right, okay. Should have got a hook, but that's only front loader gear, isn't it? Not wheel loader. Can I hook to this? Can I hook to this and move out of the way? Just move it ever so slightly. Oh, I can. That's cool. Just thinking to access it a little bit easier. Right. Let's get that lined up, and then, like I say, we'll get our spraying done of our long grain rice field. Again, I think that's supposed to be, whilst it does say that can be done in the first growth cycle, I'm pretty sure, and again I don't think I showed this when I did the I might have put it up as text, I can't remember. If we come into here and we go to there to our precision farming, when it says about nitrogen, yeah, mineral and liquid fertilizer adjust the nitrogen level automatically to the crop requirements. If the crop is already planted, this should be done within the first growth stage after sowing the crop. Now, those images are showing lime or fertilizer being put down. Lime, not lime, we're talking about liquid fertilizer or manure being put down. And then it's showing fertilizing being done, whether it be spraying or whether it being chemical solid fertilizer being done. once there's already crop in the ground. Now it doesn't say after the first, it says within the first growth stage. Now when I did it on the video, I had a few people message and say you should have waited until there were shoots out of the ground before you did it, because those sensors will see the shoots and that will give you a far more accurate reading. So again, we'll tailor make it to give you the best possible yield and reduce the amount you're using, because it's not putting it down in areas it doesn't need it. So I might need to wait until we've got a crop coming out of the ground. Although we are into November, mind you, yeah, maybe it hasn't grown yet. Yeah, so what I'm going to do now is spend a bit of time just loading these up. I'm going to have to grab that bag a bit further back and lift that, because that's still got stuff in it. And then we'll, you know, just need to get this out away from the railroad trackage. And let's do our thing. Had a fantastic time. I said the other day that we were going to go to the Nottingham show with Nina and Brian, the Nottingham County show, Notts County show. It was brilliant. Had a fantastic time. Cannot thank them enough for their hospitality and the time taken. MrSealyp got to go and see the lambs again, and we did what we always do. We asked loads and loads of questions. But they are very, very kind with their time, and it was, yeah, we had a brilliant time. So, and thank you to all the people that reached out and said have a great time. It was very kind of you. We did. Bearing in mind this is now Sunday, so I posted a precision farming video Friday. We were away Saturday or Friday afternoon, evening, and then back just after lunch Sunday. Came straight to the man cave to start recording this. So I had a day off, which was lovely. I needed it, and it's nice. Come on, don't fall out there, don't fall out, don't fall out. Actually, I'll probably do a tip it backwards a bit. So like I say, I'm going to carry on doing this. Let's get these put in. The bale grab's not designed for it, I know, but it's serving... Oh, that's curious, okay. I'm hoping, of course, that's something I haven't thought to check. Can I unload the line that I haven't used from it? Because if I don't, I'm assuming I'm going to use a fair bit. If I don't, what do I do then? I just don't know. I am such a melt. What an absolute melt. So I've got the telehandler, haven't I? So I'll get something for the telehandler. Completely forgetting, of course I've got my front loader, haven't I? For the other tractor. So what I've done is I've leased one of the bag handlers. I completely forgot I had it. Yeah, lease. It's only 700 to buy actually. I might get one. I've leased one of those. So I'll be able to pick all the rest of the bags up. I've ordered a couple of seed bags. We've still got seed. Oh, did I use it? Oh, there's a seed bag still there. But we're going to do our liming. Now, like I say, I don't... I'm pretty sure it's because we've got soil samples done from this field. It's flashing. I'm not going to put lime on this. I can't remember how wide this is. I don't think this needs unfolding, does it? Just turn on tipper. Oh, we can unload. That's great. And then turn on crop sensor. Do I need the crop sensors on for doing lime? What? It's not going to hurt to put them on. Even if I don't need them. They're on, aren't they? How wide does this spread? I can't remember. Bottom left, we'll keep an eye on it. That's not too bad. We'll improve our lime anyway. Get that done. I think what I'm going to do, even though I probably should wait for the shoots to come through the ground with their long grain rice, I'm going to spray it now. So I'm going to get this liming done, then we're going to get the corn put in the ground for this, and then what we'll do is we'll put our liquid fertiliser in the long grain rice field. So even if it's not perfect this time, I want to get the spraying done. I want to get it onto the field, and then what I'll do is I'll wait for the shoots to come through the ground on the cornfield, and then we'll spray that once we've got some shoots, because like I say again, that should be more accurate. It's not using as much lime as I thought it was going to. I suppose if we are going to be doing this more and more, we may need to look at other places to get our lime from. Are we going to just keep buying it, or do we want to produce our own? Do we want to go and dig any stones up anywhere? Do we want a debris crusher put in place? You know, something along those lines, which might make life a little bit easier. Potentially, we could do that. We don't have to go mad. So this is not spreading out to the most amazing width, but it's cheap, and because it's versatile, I can switch that over to a manure spreader, a fertilizer spreader. We can just have it as a trailer if we just want it as a trailer. It has got quite a few different uses, so you know what, I think it's worth every penny, especially when you're doing a small-ish operation, which we are. We're just getting going. Looking down at our soil map to the bottom left, we're looking pretty good. I know there's experts out there already. Could I be more precise? Could I do it a different way? Yeah, absolutely. I did say on the video, and I did have some people messaging me telling me about how their farms do it where they live, or how they do it on their farm. And I did say, if you want to be, you know, quick and dirty with it, you can just decide I'm going to go with one application of liquid fertilizer or chemical fertilizer and get it done in one pass. But I know, and I did say on the video, a lot of farms will, because if they've got animals especially, if they've got slurry and manure to hand, they will put down some liquid slurry or some manure, and that'll be a set rate. And I said that in the video, that just goes down as a set rate depending on the soil type. That just goes down, and that just means then when you come over later on, once your crop starts to grow with your sensors, and you then start doing your actual fertilizer application, you're using far less of that, because that's an expensive commodity. And that's the thing, isn't it? If you've got an absolute load of slurry and you've got an absolute load of manure from cows or pigs or whatever you've got, to reduce your outgoings, to reduce the cost of the inputs going in, that's there anyway, might as well use it. And then when you actually come to put down your chemicals, which cost money, you're using far less of them. It makes perfect sense, it absolutely does. I did mention that on the video, but I don't know, I thought I'd mentioned it on the video. So I did have a few people reaching out saying to me, look, this is how it's supposed to be done. I wasn't, you know, trying to be rude. I have set tram lines on as well, because I really did like the immersion of that. I've set them to 21 meters because that's the width of our sprayer. So as far as our fertilizer application goes, and if we get any weeds, our weeding, so we should get tram lines at 21. And yeah, we'll just see how we go. I'm going to need to put definitely need to put some more lime in. So I will see you in a little while. The liming is going great. Bottom left. Let's stop there for a second. Let's go in and check on our pHs. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's still patchy in place, and that's with the sensors on as well. It's not too bad on there actually. We got, you know, here is where the pH level's not great on this one, but because we've already got the crop in the ground, putting lime on a crop. I mean, to be fair, the crop's not out of the ground yet. I suppose, I wonder if it'd still let me. I might try it, because I know lime going down onto leaves, onto like roots, onto shoots and stuff is terrible. You shouldn't do it, and you really probably shouldn't do it afterwards. I know the game does give you a few flexibilities that the real world doesn't. We'll see. I'm kind of happy actually. Like I say, it wasn't my intention to buy it. I did say about shall we look at getting another tractor. I wasn't sure I was going to, and I certainly wasn't even looking at getting this one. And as I clicked on, I thought, actually that's not too expensive, is it? For the horsepower you get. And there are plenty of other modded ones, but the problem is with modded ones at the moment is since precision farming came out, a lot of the modded ones don't give you the option to have the sensors on the wing mirrors. So, and I don't know if it's making a difference. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. There'll be a whole load of testing. I know Farmer Cop's done a load of testing on this. Like I said when I did my precision farming video, you can really deep dive into this. Of course you can. I could do one field and I could go through all the processes without sensors. Then I could go through again, do it with sensors. I could try doing it before the crop comes out of the ground, after the crop comes out of the ground, go right the way through to harvest on each individual thing and see how it affects the yield. I don't know what this is going to yield anyway. So whatever yield I get, I'm going to be happy with. Am I making a difference? Yes. Is my environmental score going up? Yes. If my environmental score goes up, I'll get bonuses when I sell crop and stuff like that. I've already got some bonuses. My environmental score is at 58 at the moment, and when I sold some of the logs, At the sawmill, I got an environmental bonus. Bearing in mind I'm cutting trees down, that surprised me. Well done at cutting down trees. Have a bonus. So yeah, I'll take it. It's just a cool addition to have. I know I've had a few people reaching out saying they're not happy with it. It's not working out like they wanted it to. It's not doing what it did on 25. And I said on the video I made a mistake. I said the first version of it, I think I said FS17. I meant to say 19. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. It happens. Right, I'm out with my gear. Expensive, but I did decide, you know what, yeah, I did put lime until I ran out. I didn't go and buy any more lime. I thought rather than unload and have lime sat there, I'll do it. It's now saying pH value's okay, perfect in places, good in places. Like I said, I probably shouldn't have done it. This should give me the option to interact and flood, but I don't want to flood it yet until I have done the spraying. So I'm going to do the spraying before the stuff comes through the floor. That's fine. Through the floor, through the earth. But what we are going to do first though is get the corn underway, get that going. I might hire a worker actually. I'm just trying to think actually. I like this. This doesn't hold a huge amount, 550 litres, so we're going to see how quickly this goes down. Then what I might do is go and grab the front loader, go up and get that front loader grab I've got and grab a bag of seed, bring it down. Then we'll have 550 in the tanks and 1,000 on the front, and we can just switch it up when we need to. We are good to go on that. And it doesn't matter what seeder we've got, seeder or planter. We've set our tram lines already. Just pause this, no problem at all. 30 grand, I can't odds that really. 5 metre. Brilliant stuff. And some weird bits to the side, but did I not go right the way out? No, I didn't, did I? Oops, never mind. Well, the corn will grow where I've planted it at the end of the day. Whether I've planted it everywhere I should have done. And actually, to be fair, we're not using anywhere near as much as I thought we would. It's not going down too fast, we're alright. Don't need that open, really, do I? Not for this. So it was weird. When I was doing the liming, on this field, I couldn't get any data. Let's stop there, do that, and that. Oh, now I am. How weird. Oh, okay. So as well, top left. I'm going to do this as well, just some extra bits and bobs while we're talking. Do that, and that. Take that off. That's changed. Top left. I'm pointing, but you can't see me pointing. Top left, rather than just having it like almost like a head-up display, it was kind of there. They've put the darker little rectangle. I don't like that. Top right, fair enough, but top left, why? I haven't got my menu on now, but that's still sitting there. But I'm just pressing that. Why did it need to have a rectangle around that? That's annoying. What was the other thing I was going to say? There was something else that I've realised. What was it? Oh, it was to do with this. It was to do with if we put this on. It is number of headlands, work direction, side offset. Oh, down the bottom. Cruise control deactivation, manual or automatic. We didn't have that before, did we? Is that part of the update? Because what I was finding when I was doing the seeding of the long grain rice field, I had my cruise control on, and when it got to the end of the row, the cruise control would switch off and it would slow down and stop, which actually is pretty cool. I just don't remember it being on before. Let's switch that. Oh, we're not turning back on again. Oh, because it's doesn't turn on. It's completely manual, isn't it? It is manuel. Right. Oh yeah, we've gone a little bit horrible and zigzag here, haven't we? Yeah, that's not working because it's not a direct drill. Okie dokie then. Right. And what we'll do... Yeah. It's really not mapped that particularly well, is it? Okay. Well... Yeah, that's atrocious. Why are the lines going that way? I want them up and down. I suppose I can change the orientation, can't I? That's gross. Absolutely gross. Yeah, that isn't good, is it? I've already started now, haven't I? I had this before. Oh, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn it off. No. Let's go up to the top. Turn it off. I'll do it myself. It's fine. And then what I'll do is I'll get this done, and then what we'll do to finish off the episode, this one will be a I'm saying it again. Maybe. We'll finish off by spraying that field, and then what we'll do is next episode, hopefully, if we skip ahead, we should have some growth from our corn. Then we'll spray this one with our fertiliser, and then our field should be good to go. There'll be then, if any weeds come up, I'll need to get some herbicide concentrate. We'll sort that out. But yeah, then we'll get on to get some more logging will need to be done. I need to upgrade my logging equipment, so what we'll do is maybe do a bit with the equipment we've got, and then look at how we can improve our logging gear, again to streamline the process a little bit, and then the logging will be paying for the farming, and we'll look at how we can then start looking at the farm, a new barn, maybe a farmhouse, animal pen. That was, I think, sheep the next episode, isn't it, as well? I want to get the sheep and goats, so at least we've got some wool on the way. And like I said, this is all in preparation to whatever comes next. That's, you know, whoever the ministry then sends in. I am literally just the setting up guy, team, whatever they refer to it as. But it's very strange that I ploughed where I ploughed. Why have I got these weird bits to the side? I've had a few people since I started the episode as well message me saying they are having game crashes again, stuttering, spluttering, and I was messaging. I thought I'll message someone back and say no, I'm not having experienced that at all. What happened? Finished doing the lime on that field, drove back over to where our little our tent is, and the game was stuttering and juddering, and I thought I thought it'd frozen immediately. I thought that's it. I thought the game had crashed, so I thought save it quickly. And then it stopped. As abruptly as it started, it stopped. So I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Oh yeah, we've used next to nothing. We might get the entire field done with just the 550 litres we had in here. I can always go and grab some more seed, but I haven't got a roller actually. That's something I want to check. Let's just do that as well. What's it saying? Yeah, it needs rolling. The other one won't, I think, because that just needs to be flooded. Obviously we haven't done nitrogen on here yet. I need to get a cheap roller as well, and then we'll roll this, and that'll be good to go. Then we'll have, I don't know if the because it's that combination thing now, isn't it? All the things that we're used to from the base game version of all the things, you know, your two fertilising states, your rolling, your ploughing, your liming, that gives you your, you know, your percentage of yield, whatever your yield is going to be. Then we go to precision farming. The ploughing's no longer relevant because you're not supposed to do it. The environmental score's more important than the other scores. Do we still roll? Is that relevant? Do we gain a bonus from rolling with precision farming on? I don't know. Does it combine with the standard version of the game? I'll probably do it anyway. Just it'll get the stones pushed into the ground, won't it? There was one I used on Riverbend Springs that was quite cheap, and I think that was a 5 or a 6 metre, so I might do that. But I'll do that off camera probably. Once I've got this in the ground, then like I say, we'll get onto the spraying. And all is good in the world. What time is it? Okay, let's keep an eye on the time. For it is Sunday, and I think I'm going to be having dinner with MrSealyp. A couple of my kids have gone out, but I think we might have some at home. It's a nice day. It's about 23 degrees centigrade, so I might sit out on the deck and have our evening meal. We shall see, if I can get this done, edited and posted, of course. Corn is in and done. Money has gone down because I've purchased a roller. I didn't get the one I had last time. I thought we would go for... No. We used that one on Riverbend Springs, didn't we? Because it was cheap, 3,100 for a 5.2 metre. I thought, you know what? It's a bit more expensive, but let's splash out. for a 5.8 metre. Well, it says 6 metre. Anyway, we've got a Madara Agro Rolling Bear. So we've bought one of them. I don't think I adjusted it. So got a soil roller, not grass roller. Didn't adjust any of the colours, so we are happy with that. That's that bit done. This can go back, and I'll put that alongside the seeder and all the other gear that I've just dumped over there for the time being. We are definitely going to need a shed. We need a shed, let's say barn. We're going to, something along those lines. We're going to need a better farmhouse. So now, like I say, against probably the best advice. I will do this one just because I want to get the water in it as well, and then we'll worry about that once the crop comes on out the ground. One thing I did notice as well, it's weird because I thought this sort of precision farming and I don't know if precision farming is overwritten or overridden or done something with GPSs and what's not, but because I've made my own fields, this one here, if I click on that, that's giving me information for this field if you kind of lurk over it. Yeah, like that. But this bit here, I got no, if I come down and go across, I got no seed rate information when I was seeding. Nothing at all. And I was just doing that, and I had nothing. Nothing came up for that separate one. It's like it's registering the whole thing as a field, a plot, but not the individual fields I've made, which is a bit concerning. Don't know with that. Anyway. So this should, with all the various different sensors, I need to turn. Oh, the crop sensor's been on the entire time. As there's no crop to see through the ground, but we'll get cracking right along with this anyway. He says what's not working. What's switched on? There we go. And there's our pulse width modulation. We are modulating our width with pulses. That's apparently that's the thing. Even though we're getting those weird triangles and strange stuff that I thought had all stopped happening. But there we go. Let's do this. I do like the row shut off stuff as well, look, because we come out further, come back on, they'll switch back on again, and then when we overlap, if we overlap at any point over the end, we'll be absolutely fine. Actually, just open up that, how we're looking, not too bad. And then what we'll do is double check, would it be more effective, would it be better if I waited? Probably, but that is now saying pH good, nitrogen perfect. So if that's saying nitrogen perfect, why do I need to wait? How can I get better than perfect? 140 of 100, it's showing what it should be, so I don't know if I do need to wait for it to come through the ground. It's a bit, it is certainly a curious one. Go again. And if I go out over the edge, like I say, the rows that aren't doing anything should shut off. There you go. Oh, well, I don't know what I was spraying down there, but I was spraying something. That's good because you're not wasting any. Those bits where you do turns and you end up like I'm doing there, I should probably shut it off, stop, turn. But when I go over a bit I've already done, it's not going to cause many problems. Shouldn't cause many problems, like now. Whoa. Yeah, that will just switch itself back on gradually, then back to there, boom. Lovely job. And look how much liquid fertiliser we're using. Next to nothing. I know it's not a big field, but we're getting the perfect state we need, which, to be fair, kind of really. I can just go straight into that one and spray that one. I might as well. Like I said, I don't think... Did this one say needs rolling? I didn't even check that bit. Does it say needs rolling? No, it doesn't, does it? Because these normally flood. That says farmland owned by you, long grain rice, growth growing. Yeah, I don't think we need to. The other one I will roll. But I can go straight into spraying that. I might as well. If we're saying perfecto, then we're absolutely spot on. I didn't use, but I mean, I did use precision farming every now and again. I did on 19, did on 22, not all the time. Like I said when I did my precision farming guide video, it is cool. It is something different. It is the future. It is, as technology moves on, improving yields, reducing inputs, reducing chemical impact, reducing soil erosion, reducing impact on the ground, you know, not ploughing every single time. I understand this is the future of where things are going, but as far as the game goes, when you start doing this, when you start using precision farming, it does stop you using a lot of equipment, a lot of things that you would normally use if you want to use a wide range of gear, a wide range of equipment. Because ploughing is frowned upon, direct drilling is, you know, more important thing, then you tend to go more towards direct drills, and then you stay away from seeders and planters that aren't direct drills. You don't tend to use ploughs anymore because ploughing's bad, you know. It's interesting how all of that does change. All still switched on, and then all, oh, look at that. Yeah, so it's kind of one of the reasons I don't use it all the time. I know a lot of people will say once precision farming is out, they will only ever then play with seasons on and precision farming on because it's the most authentic way of playing it, and I absolutely get that. I really do. Like I say, I did put the tram lines on because I was curious to see. Obviously I'm not following those at the moment, I'm not following GPS or anything like that, I'm just putting the spray down. But what should happen is, once this all starts to grow, we should get the tram lines in the ground anyway. Assuming, of course, that works on fields you've made yourself, because all the testing I did for the precision farming video was on set fields that were already there on the map. So we'll see what happens. Again, it's kind of a, we're doing it as part of, you know, the let's play, the map, the storyline, but we will then see what transpires. Is that what those white lines are? Although that's a bit weird. Yeah, I guess it's just where we've been, isn't it? I don't know, we'll see. We will see. But there we go. We have come to the end of another episode. And I hope you've enjoyed it. Again, it's more farming. It's not all logging. We are doing farming too. And precision farming, no less. If you have enjoyed it, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then of course, please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:33 in PMs. Money's gone down a bit again because I've got some stuff on order to be delivered by train. I said in the last episode about getting a flatbed trailer for putting our bags and IBCs and stuff on that are getting delivered to the train station to take down to our farm area. I think what we're going to do is sort out a couple of sheds, just a couple of cheap ones, just to put our stuff under, because we're into November, December. If we get snow or anything, I just think getting our equipment and machinery under some sheds and shelters would be a good idea. There's this tree stump I missed, I assume. That was a big bump. what was I going to say? Yeah, so what we're going to do is get some more trees down, because obviously we need some more finances, and now we've got this new tractor that we got in the last episode. I think this might be a little bit better for the transportation backwards and forwards, and we'll leave our telehandler just for the lopping of trees, or not lopping, or we're going to be lopping the trees, but taking them down. We are going to need to at some point do a big old session, because we need to upgrade. Really need to upgrade our logging gear, because at the moment I've got a chainsaw on this. We need a tree harvester maybe, we need something with a better log pickup. These have been absolutely nerfed. I've been using manure forks for picking up logs for, oh man, I can't remember how long, probably since 15, maybe even 17 onwards. I just prefer them. Don't know what I've done on 25, but these things are absolute rubbish now. The grab doesn't want to grab, you open it up, and whereas before you would close it, and obviously as these are closing it would pull the log in. It doesn't have the oomph to pull on a log. They're just rubbish. I don't know what's happened. Anyway, I've also ordered a second one of, not that, if we go down to our sprayer units, I've ordered another one of these, because that wasn't too expensive. It was that was expensive once we got all the additions on it, but that, it actually turns out you can't unload, or haven't been able to unload. It gave me the option to transfer, but not unload. So I thought for $4,950, I think it worked out $5,300 or something with a couple of changes I made on it. I'll have one that'll have liquid fertiliser and one that'll have herbicides, so once the weeds come through we'll sort that out. The other thing was as well, I couldn't get my long grain rice field to flood, and I can't remember whether it was at midnight or was it the following day it comes up saying that it needs water. Unless I'm misremembering completely and long grain rice doesn't, but I could have sworn it did. Nope, done it again. Up here. Come on now. Yeah, we'll go with the... like I say, the axe is much faster at cutting through trees, but for some reason, some of the bigger trees, when it's on the floor, the axe wouldn't let me then cut them. So I thought, you know what, let's stick to this. So yeah, I'm going to be... like I say, I'm not going to... each time I do a load of this, I just thought, you know, I'll try different ways. When we get some new equipment and machinery and we start doing logging in a different way, then I'll probably do a little bit more of it again. But someone asked me the other day, maybe just hadn't watched all the episodes, whatever, when I was talking in the last episode about taking down a whole tree and lining it up with a trailer, I was asked what I was talking about. I wasn't particularly clear. I guess I made the assumption that I think whatever little clip it was that I'd put in before, that it was not obvious, but you know what I mean. I could probably do this, laying this one down the same way. If I can then lay two together, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. You know what I'm going to do? Let's do this one. And then you can chop them up together if you want to. But once you get onto using tree harvesters and stuff like that, it becomes a kind of moot point. This is just, you know, it's measuring stick or this, or, you know, measure your stuff up to your trailer or however you want to go about it. It really doesn't matter. And again, whatever floats your boat, whatever suits you. If you don't want to do any manual stuff like this, if you really don't want to do it and you want to jump straight to tree harvesters and stuff, that's absolutely fine. Go for it. Whatever way you want to do it. I might have to go through and have a bit of a scour through, because we don't have a CSZ pack yet. I might have to have a look through and see if we've got any front loader gear. There have been a few different packs here, and actually that other tree was a lot smaller than I thought it was. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll still I'll still put the bases together. Yeah, what you used to be able to do, if you just laid that there, when you brought that in, it would drag it in and grab underneath it. But I don't know if the prongs at the bottom are longer than they used to be. But you notice that those forks on the front aren't going underneath the log, which is what they used to do. Do that now, maybe we can get it to go, there we go, a little bit better. And then again, it's finding that centre of gravity so that you can get it to balance nicely in the middle. I'm too far at one end, but for the moment I'm just going to move it. And I'll say it again, for the people that have been watching for a long time, I'm not, you know, I'm teaching Granny to suck eggs. If you've seen me do this before and you know, that's absolutely fine. Little bits like this, it's more for people that are new to the channel, new to Farming Simulator. You know, if people are watching think, oh, it's a, you know, it's a login type series, I want to learn some different ways of doing logging, then this might help. If it doesn't help, that's absolutely fine. It might just be another way you watch and think, oh, I'm not doing that way. That's fine. That's absolutely great. But again, like I say, that's kind of part of the reason for doing these types of things. I missed a couple of bits here, haven't I? There we go. Yeah, so what I would do, I would probably take down 3, 4, 5 trees. You can do one tree at a time, of course you can, but if I grab like 4 or 5 with the grab and line them up on the floor next to each other like that, then bring the trailer alongside, it makes life a lot easier. I mean, to be fair, I could probably lop the other one the other way, couldn't I? Yeah, what I'll do, let's lop this one this way. I'm hoping in this episode, that's why I'm trying to get some trees down, so I need the money to get the sheep and goat pen in. Do that one that way. I can always swing it round when I pick it up, I guess. Not quite the direction it needs to go, but... Did I miss another one there? Not too bad. I mean, I could, you know, I'm trying to avoid getting, you know, some of the different ones that I've found. What have I done here? My temptation to go straight to getting a big bag handler, because of course that works far easier. It's far quicker. I know a few people in the comments when I started doing this series had already mentioned and pointed out, you know, he's obviously just going to do what he always does and go straight to doing that because it's far easier. And I thought, you know what, no, I'm going to avoid doing that this time. But that being said, when you get to this point and you're trying to speed the process up, yes, it is far quicker using things like that. Of course it is. Well, it's warm here today. It's going to be 23 degrees again today. Got the man cave door open. Of course, once all the neighbours' dogs start, as you can hear, they're all at it. No, I don't think I've got that right this time. No, still not in the right position. Bizarrely, farm dog's not joining in, which I'm quite surprised by. I thought he might, but he hasn't. I'll get that a little bit higher. Maybe just dance that over the top if I can. There we go. Those don't all have to be the same way round each time at all. And if they're not quite lined up at the end, that's not a problem either, because, especially using something like this, if I do that, and that, then close that up, what we can do is come to the end. It depends how, oh, now farm dogs rushed out into the garden. Do that, boom, line them up. Job's a good un, as they say. So then what I'll do is line my trailer up alongside it. Is it a faster way of doing it than doing a measuring stick? I think so, because the great thing with this is once they're sort of good to go, you can load multiple up at the same time, all from the same location. If you're cutting a tree down, you're cutting one down, then using a measuring stick, cutting it into 6 metre lengths or whatever it might be, and then you've got them all spread out all over the place. At least doing it this way, you've gathered a few together. If I just bring the trailer alongside now, again, this is not a tutorial video, this is just part and parcel of, you know, I think I've kind of come away from doing this as much as I used to. I think I used to do this a lot more, where I'd be doing whatever Let's Play I was doing, I'll be talking about what I was doing, why I was doing it. If I actually have a bit of an overhang as well, allow at the back for them to overhang, the front to overhang, so then what I would do, turn the engine off on there, is just line myself up with the front here. Where do I want my overhang to be? I don't want to go too far this way, because if we go too far this way it makes it difficult for the tractor to turn. But if I come to maybe about there, now that smaller one, that's almost at the end anyway, but we can still lop that end bit off. But if I come to there, do that there, Jump up a little bit on there. Just go that way a little bit. There we go. Assuming, of course, it lets me do the last one. There we go. So that last bit might be small enough I can pick up by hand. If it is, that's great. I can put that on the trailer separately. Maybe at the back. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, it did not like that, did it? I think I might have got caught in the trailer. Yeah, I can just throw this on. Any end bits like this. Because sometimes the manure grab doesn't like grabbing them, and you know. Again, just do what you need to do what you need to do and be happy with it. If your best mate that you do multiplayer with doesn't do it the same way, that's fine. If your mum's watching and she says, oh no, I wouldn't do it that way, that's fine as well. Do it any way you want. So right, so now we've got a length for the entire trailer, but you tend to get more money for it always used to be like 8 metre lengths was the you know, the sweet spot. So what I can do now is look at my trailer and say, okay, where's my halfway point, my midpoint, which is roughly here, I guess. And then what we can do again is chop them. Now what I can do is either chop them here, then it means I've got to load those 3 on, then those 3 on, or I can try and load it on as it is and then cut them on the trailer, which I can do. That's okay for the first few, but then once you get a little bit higher, I mean, you can use your telehandler and you can climb up. Again, it's just about saving time. Is it quicker? Of course, it's quicker to load that up in one go than just cut them down the middle, than it is to cut them down the middle, load that lot, then load that lot. So again, however you want to go about it is entirely up to you. For the purposes of this, actually, I might do the whole lot. So see how weighty they are. I might just do one at a time. Again, it depends on the girth. Sometimes you can get away with a couple, sometimes you can't. And having a telehandler is always handy because you've got the reach of the boom. No, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get under this way. Again, considering there's spikes, we should be able to get under, but it doesn't. No, it doesn't always like it. So again, and whereas before you used to be able to, there you go, a little bit of a drag there. If I can close that, tilt that around it a little bit, and then drag that in, there's just no oomph to it anymore. It doesn't seem to want to grab anything. Right, can I get those up and on? Oh, there's loads of branches underneath. That was not what I was intending. We'll be okay. Like I say, I don't need to go through the whole. You know, you get the process how this then works. Drop them off. And you can tidy up however you want, push them around. It's entirely up to you. And now at this point, if I want to get those kind of 8 metre cuts, I can then jump on the trailer. And cut them on it. What I have found with this trailer, I think because this is one of those trailers, it's not just a log trailer, because it can be used for multiple things. It's one of those ones you can convert into, you know, it's the forestry trailer, it can be a tanker, it can be a flatbed, it can be a bale trailer. There are so many things it can be. I've been finding when I've been putting logs on it, it's no, it doesn't want to cut, does it? I should have cut those branches off, shouldn't I? Oh, there we go, I've got a little bit off. The logs tend to shuffle. There you go, got that branch off as well. Yeah, they tend to shuffle along the trailer. So if they start shuffling as you're loading, you can just do the tension straps as you go. And there you go. I mean, that's it. In essence, that's what I've been doing. Yes, it takes a lot longer than if you had a tree harvester, but we don't have a tree harvester. So we just do the best we can with what we got. And then, like I say, the rest of the tree that's left over, I can then drive my trailer forward, measure up again, cut again. Any bits I can pick up by hand, I'll throw them by hand. Any bits I'm going to do with the forks. And to be fair, when you look at the size of the logs, it doesn't take long to get a full load. And with this trailer, I've been getting roughly, I say roughly, it is roughly, roughly 50 grand, 45, 50. I think I had one load, which I did severely overload. I think I got about 62 for, which is brilliant. You know, yes, it takes a bit of time, but it is 60 grand. I'll take that. There you go. Drop that on there. Now if the log I've already put on is in the wrong orientation, or it's in the way, it's preventing that from going, no, I can always move that out of the way. Like I say, I put that on and thought actually that's alright, but no way, you've got to be and then things like that happen, and then you get frustrated and angry. Don't get mad, get even. I'll sort it out. Right, I'll see you in a bit. Hopefully we'll have a full load, and then I'll probably see you tomorrow, or I'll see you. I'll keep an eye on the long grain rice field, because I'm a little bit puzzled by that. I think it might be midnight. I certainly need to keep an eye on it when it will allow me to flood it. So let's redo this one. So, second load done, a little bit less than the first, but then to be fair, it wasn't as neatly stacked, and I had one of those large trees in there, which is a little bit sort of knobbly, not knobbly, but you know what I mean, it's not as flat, so I probably could have got more on that load if I was just being a bit too fast for my own good, but we have got all the bits and bobs that have been delivered, which I was sort of gathering up. I've got some herbicide now, only one of those at the moment, because I'm not going to do a lot of weeding, because I've got a lot of fields. Our seed has arrived. We already took some of the seed, didn't we? The seeder had 550 litres in it. That's going to be our herbicide tank, and the back will just go onto that. And then what I'm going to do, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I was going to try and pick up the whole thing. You know what I'll do? Let's do that, and that. Seems daft moving one at a time. Let's wheel it over and then we'll just lift them on, and then I'll put one of the diesel IBCs on. I'll leave one here so we can refuel here if we need to, and then one down at the farm so if we need to refuel there we can. And then we'll probably then see you engine off, I guess, in the morning, or like I say, it depends if I keep a track on the water situation for the long grain rice. If we need any water, then maybe there'll be a tiny little bit where I'm yeah, sorting the water out. So yeah, I'll just get these things loaded up and we can get those down to our tent. I'm going to get some more logging done. I'm probably going to do quite a bit actually. I'm just trying to build up ahead of money, because I was thinking about the harvest gear, and I need to have a look as well in the brochures again. Yeah, I was looking. I mean, we got the tree harvesters, and that's fair enough. And there's another modded one, I think, only one. I was looking at the excavators, because the excavators, and again, there's quite a few of these, so I might have a look and see if I can find a cheaper one. Because with the excavators, you've got the option of the grapple, you have got harvester heads, and then you've got the coupler. And the coupler, we've got a load of packs that have got harvester heads and stuff on. That might work out a cheaper alternative for me than getting a in inverted commas, tree harvester. And because of all the attachments, excavator tools and stuff you can put on it, we can then utilise that maybe a little bit better than what we're currently using. I was just thinking, oh, there was one of the Kenny 456 ones has got tension straps on it, hasn't it? I was just thinking for loading piles of wood and stuff, that might not be a bad idea. So I'm trying to get a fair few trees done to potentially put in the sheep and goats and have enough money to get ourselves, which will be our next step up for our forestry, something along those lines. So by the morning, again, for you it's going to be that kind of, you know, there'll be some kind of transition. For me, it could be a few hours. But I'm going to get it done because I'm enjoying doing it. You're setting yourself a target, and I'm finding it quite fulfilling doing it without using bag handlers and bits and bobs like that. So yeah, it's working well, but I can improve on it, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, it's December, it's 8:07, I'm collecting my equipment, soon to be, not replaced, added to. You might be able to see the gap down there, off in that direction. I cleared the fire break, like I said, so we've gone way back. I don't know if you can tell where the trees were. Is that tree there that's standing up on its own there? To the left of that was where we started cutting, so we've cut right the way back to over there, cut right the way across the front, and then cut that channel up the side there. It was quite a few trees, it took quite a while, but our money has gone up. I don't know if it's the time of year potentially. Like I said, I was getting about 50 odd thousand, sometimes just under 50, then one load I got 55. When I delivered that first load, which you saw earlier on, was 87 grand. The next one was 70 something. They've all been around the 70, 80 grand mark, which, I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind that at all. I did purchase myself a herdsman stick rather than a trailer, which is over by the animal dealer. So we're going to go and we're going to, once we put the pen in, of course, for our sheep and goats, we're going to go and grab the sheep and goats and we're going to walk them over. So all our equipment and machinery here is good to go. Actually, you know what? I could leave it here. I don't actually need it down at the farm, do I? Realistically, not at the moment. Not for the time being. We are going to put a couple of sheds in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to park this up here. I'm going to park the trailer next to it. What I'm intending to do is sort out the animals first, and then seeing what money we've got left, whether we need to do any more logging or not. It depends how much the pen's going to cost me to put in, and the animals to go in it. Is we're going to get ourselves an excavator. That is the plan, he says. So we'll see. I'm not going to take any more trees down on our plot just yet. I mean, to be fair though, if I fill this trailer at once, we could buy another plot of land, because the next plot we were going to purchase was only 56 or 57. So potentially one full load that earns us 80, we can get ourselves another plot of land, which I think is probably not a bad idea. Maybe that's the next goal after what we're doing now. I don't want to bring the animals down. I suppose I could bring the animals down now, couldn't I? But I haven't got a trailer on this. It's like a no, actually. I'm just trying to avoid too many trips backwards and forwards, but it's okay. So yeah, I've got the sheds ourselves going to put in. I say no, there are so many different sheds to choose from, and I picked the best ones or the. They're not even necessarily the ones I want to end up with, but to start off with, I think they're only £2 each. You can see we've. Oh yeah, I showed you the clip, didn't I? It was just gone midnight, and then we needed to flood our field, so our field is flooded. We have also got, and I kind of showed it last night at midnight. It depends. I haven't edited that bit yet. I might do a voiceover on that bit, so I might have already talked. See how grass is growing again? There is a problem with precision farming. Sorry, our grass is growing, as you can see here. There is a problem with precision farming. I've been talking to HMG about this. If we go to our map, I said this before, this is our plot, and if we go across to our precision farming, it could be to do with the map, it could be to do with the fact there's not necessarily a custom soil map, but I always thought they're supposed to default back to Giants ones. But it's always that case of when you do your soil sampling, you do a soil sampling on a field or plot. The problem is because the plots on here don't have fields, it's registered the whole thing, I said this before, as one plot/field. Now admittedly, I've now made these two separate ones. That's corn, that's long grain rice, but it's only registering this one. If I go down, whilst we can see our stuff, I did my liming on there. I wasn't going to lime on there because I already put the crop in. Decided, you know what, I'd rather than unload the lime, so I limed until I ran out on there, and it worked. There wasn't too much problem. There's our nitrogen. So let's say, because I did put nitrogen down on there. Sure I did. Oh, our environmental score's up to 60. Yield obviously nothing yet. And seed rate, it wasn't giving me anything for seed rate at all, which was really weird. So, and this bit here is also registering as a field. When I was doing that, I didn't even notice. HMG said to me, message oh, when you were liming, it was putting lime down on here. I also noticed that when I was seeding, there were bits that it hadn't. When I ploughed, it's a very weird situation. I can't quite get my head around it. Yeah, it's not registering all of it, and I'm not sure why. I don't know. The sun will come out soon, don't worry. But what we also found, that's what the other thing I was going to say was, is tram lines. I set my tram lines, and the tram lines have only registered that field. Let's go aerial. Look, so tram lines have registered on our long grain rice field. Let's put the tram lines in, but haven't registered on the cornfield next to it. I just set it to tram lines. So it's like it's noticed this is a field, but this isn't a field. I don't know why it's doing it. 'Tis annoying. So I'm going to try and I'm going to put 3 sheds in. I think they're £2. I'm pretty sure they're £2 each. Some of this equipment will go in, not all of it, because I'm pretty sure the penta line might be too wide, maybe. So I'm going to put them in. I'm going to put one at a diagonal here, and then 2 here, facing this way, away from the river. And we're sort of beginning our farm enclosure tucked up in this corner here by the water. So I'm going to get out of the way. And like I say, there are so many to choose from. I mean, absolutely tons to choose from. Will I upgrade it at some point? Yeah, probably. I'm just going to use this here. This just small wooden shelter. If I put the first one I want to put in at the angle I want it at, about there, I guess. Turn the other one that way. About there. Then put that one. About there. There we go. They're a bit ramshackle, but it's you know, you can go down the route of we've got some stuff from the sawmill, maybe, I don't know. It's just all timber construction, basic shelters. It'll protect us a little bit, and then we can get a few bits of our equipment in under the cover. I can unload some of this stuff now. We'll put that at one end so it's easy to access. Yeah, and I'll tidy all that up. So that's the first thing done. Oh yeah, next thing then is going to be the animal pen. Now I don't know. I need to leave myself enough room to get round it. So what I'm going to... then I can come across it. But I'm thinking my trackway is going to probably come down here and round the edge of the forest in towards the farm area. I know we were using this as a cut through. We can still use it as a cut through if we want to. So I'm not sure how this is going to work. Let's go to here and go to our sheeps. Sheep pasture auto water or sheep pasture that requires manual. I think we'll go auto water. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's not the end of the world, is it? So, do I want my access to... I want my access to it here, don't I, really? Because this is where our sort of hayloft is. So this is going to be the front of our... It's going to be an open pasture. Do I want to customise the fence? Yes, I do. Now, which side are we coming out from? This side? This side, are we? Seems to be. It doesn't seem to like that side, does it? Right, so how far out are we going to go? Bearing in mind I want to put in a farmhouse and that kind of stuff. I want to make it a fair size, actually. Let's go to there. Let's just go that way so I give myself a bit of room around that as well. Let's come out to... I don't want this to be one where it's going to charge me like $1 gazillion. Leave myself a bit of space here and there. I want them to have plenty of room. You know what? Let's go right out. Why not? So I want a meadow for it. Do I? Is that going to really ramp the price up? Yes, I do. Oh. Okay. Oh, I've just realised what I've done. No, I didn't want the meadow, did I? Because I could have mowed it. You muppet. No, I should have left it. Mind you, the meadow grass will grow, won't it? That's a fair old size. What are we looking at? Capacity wise. Where's my well, how many can we put in here? 457. That's not a bad size. Now, trailer wise, we have got... That's a good point. We can convert this back from a bale trailer to a normal trailer. I'm just thinking of what we need to use to... because I leased a loading wagon. I'm thinking, how do I get the grass in the first place? I leased a loading wagon, didn't know. Right, well that's how animal pasturing anyway. That's the start of it. That should regrow, shouldn't it? Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. And I think what we might do is put a track in. What I need is that print-off thing. That print-off thing that does... It actually puts a nice, decent track in. But that's too expensive. I suppose even to lease it might be a bit expensive. So I'm going to pack some of this gear away. I'll see you in a minute. When this is packed away, we'll head up to the yard. I'm just thinking, have I left myself enough space there? Got a couple of sheds here. Farmhouse, maybe a barn. The river crossing's a bit further up. Yeah, we've got space in that gap there. Got a little bit. We can always cut a few of the trees back there if we wanted to go that way. But we are utilising our land. We're doing what we're supposed to do. We are building a farm on the land we have available. I'm pleased. Just looking at the size of these gaps, I don't think we'll get 2 bits of machinery between each one, maybe just one. Maybe I can stack some of the stuff between where I've got gaps. I'm thinking the sprayer... Actually, that's the perfect angle, the sprayer, isn't it? I've just suddenly realised. But I'll keep those forks in. Sorry, I'm saying, you know, I'll see in a minute when this is all done. I'm just working out the logistics of this. It is 10:04. Sheds have been placed. Sheds have been filled. I probably need more sheds. I have used my little toolbox to adjust the trailer, the small Krona Elmsland, so we can move our hay once we've got our animals in. I've got my herdsman stick, so we're going to walk our animals down. You might just be able to see poking over the wall there. I made the purchase. We're down to 154 grand, so I've spent a fair bit of money. We've bought ourselves a case excavator with a harvester head. Now the harvester head only goes to 80 centimetres, so I think some of the bigger trees we still won't be able to cut down. But what we can do with the bigger trees, cut them with a chainsaw. If you come down the tree a little bit, because you can tilt the harvester heads, you can then pick up, if you cut it a little bit further down the tree, cut one length, then you can pick it up with the harvest head and you can continue. So it's not horrendous that we haven't got the biggest harvest head, but we should be absolutely fine. Plus that, well, I'll show you later on, that does come with some special dangle bits and you know, things. So now let's move on to this bit. Sheep and goats. We got room for over 400. Nina reached out. You might have heard of Nina. We were at Nina's farm the other day, and they have got what they refer to as cades. Now, it depends where you're from, because I asked her this, where does that come from, what does it mean, and she said she wasn't sure. They've always been called cades. She thought it came from a Scottish word, and it was referring to lambs that have been rejected by their by the ewes for whatever reason. Some, it used to refer to orphaned ones, but she said obviously that's not the case, because some are orphaned, some are rejected. They're all referred to as cades. So the ewes go off and do their thing. The cades then have to be bottle fed and then fed on buckets, and then they gradually work them up until they're strong enough, big enough, they can go out in the field on their own, because they don't have a ewe. Sometimes ewes will take on another one that's not their own, but that's not always the case. So she's got 14 cades that she said we can have. We're going to buy them from here. So we're going to have some main sheep, we're going to have some goats for goat milk, probably get some kids as well, I guess. But we're going to have 14 cades we're going to get in, and we're going to, well, just see how we go from there. Our herdsman stick should take everything we need, because I think we can do 200. Pretty sure we can do 200. If we go across to our sheep and goats, I think we're going to do a mixture. I'm trying to remember what we had when we were there. We didn't have any Swiss black brown mountain. We didn't have any brown ones. So I'm going to go with I can't remember what the numbers were. Let's go with 3 of them. Let's go with 3 of them. Let's go with 4 of them. That takes us to 10. Actually, I should then, I guess, let's go 2 more of them, 2 more of them. That should be our 14 cades. Now we're going to go with 10 of them, 10 of them, 10 of them, 10 of them, and then we're going to go I'm going 20 of the larger goats and go with 10 of those, and then we're going to go with, yeah, we'll go 10 of those, why not? There you go, 94 of 200. We're going to walk them over with our stick. I'm going to put them in. I'll show you the stuff down there when we get down there, shed wise. Like I say, are we going to expand more? Will I get bigger sheds moving forward? Yeah, probably. Stuff that came out the other day I was very, very taken with. It was the Ivoy stuff. I don't know if you saw the mod review I did on it. The Ivoy, various different sheds, barns, buildings, very cool. Fairly expensive, but then to be fair, if I can get a ton of logging done. I mean, now we've got our case. Actually, we need to unload that. Send the trailer to others. This is going to cost us a fortune. Now we've got the case with the harvester head. That will speed the process up massively. We can cut and lay down logs now in stacks, which we can then come and grab with the telehandler in easier grabs to load up our trailer. So we should be able to speed this whole thing along a lot more. We can get different heads and grabs and stuff on that, but that, like I say, that does have tension straps, which is pretty handy. I also had did I show this in earlier on or in the last episode? I had a big brain moment when I was moving all my stuff down to put it. Slow this down for the moment. Let's put it down Crouch down and let go. I put this onto the little trolley we've got. So we have actually got a movable fuel bowser. So if we need to refuel stuff, we can move it around or we can bring stuff to it. And then we can just do what we want with it then, which is pretty cool. So yeah, we got the case, look. This is a nice bit of kit. This was 240 grand. That was 30 grand, the header. But then, all in, 270 grand. Got ourselves a tree harvester. But multi-purpose, because then we can attach the heads. That's got tension straps. We can put grabs on it. We can put all sorts of stuff. We can do stump grinding, the whole lot, all with this. So, bit of a multi-tools. Get our beacons on. If we switch to control group 2, we can bring our cab forward, which brings us closer to the action, makes life a little bit easier. Put it back on control group 1. Let's raise it up a little bit. Got to be careful. Got to be careful here. Oh. Not as careful as I thought it was going to have to be. Let's get this off the ramps. Like I say, I just think there's a fella bunch ahead as well. We could use the fella bunch ahead. I've switched over from, I know I said about that logging series. I've started watching Swamp Loggers. I watch odd episode here and there when I've got a bit of spare time. I don't have a lot of spare time, but when I have a bit of spare time, I watch the odd bits and bobs here and there. The problem is, all the guys I have watched in the past and all my friends, you know, all the guys that make content sort of similar to what I do, I don't have enough hours in the day to watch everyone's stuff. I wish I did. There we go. I'm way behind on my Tom Pemberton stuff. I haven't watched the Millennial Farmer episode in ages. George Saunders, I used to watch religiously. Haven't watched any George Saunders stuff, and I would say probably a year. And then some of the other ones I kind of drifted off of and away from. I go through sort of bouts of watching something, you know, binge watching something, and going back and watching all the back catalogue and stuff as well, and sort of gradually work my way through. And then some sort of, they kind of drift away. Some channels end. Like I said the other day, I was watching Demolition Ranch and Off the Ranch, Matt Carricker. He quit and retired. He's not doing his stuff anymore. And then some people, again, it depends, sort of the views they get are so big and what they're doing is so complicated. They only post a video once every couple of weeks, once a month. And then you kind of, if you miss one, you're sort of way behind. So anyway, yeah, I'm trying desperately to keep up with stuff. Look, it's all nice and tidy. The gaps between the various different supports are too narrow for our Penta, but everything else is in there, all tucked away nice and neatly. I could probably do with another one because I haven't got anywhere for putting my other tractor, which is just over there, and that trailer. I put my bags in there and my concentrates over to the side there, so they're all tucked away as well. So yeah, I might put another one in. It's only £2 so why not, you know. That's our hay, which we'll put in there in just a moment. I've got to remember where our trigger is. I think it's in the middle. That's a bit of luck for you, isn't it? So, what are we putting in? What's going on here? Let's put our 5 in. Move to husbandry. So what I'll do now, I'll spend a bit of time just getting these in. And I'll see when they're all in. We'll get some feed in. Then we'll go and I'll give the case a go. I'm not going to be doing a ton of logging, you know. We did a load earlier, but just to show you, hopefully it'll be a little bit quicker and easier to utilise. That at least is the plan. And there we go. We have got a load. There we go. There's our cades that we're going to now be looking after. Hopefully the ewes will look after them, but they'll get there. They might need a bit of bottle feeding, but potentially if the ewes take them on, we'll be absolutely fine. So we've got some, yeah, they're the cage. That's one of the goat kids, isn't it? Yes, that's a goat kid, but they're all about. We've got a few in here now, so we should be getting goat milk, and we should be getting wool, which is absolutely brilliant, which again will help towards what we're doing moving forward. If we can supply whatever we can supply, that's brilliant. We had a bit of a hiccup. The company that supplied us with our shipping container I say it's a hiccup. It's kind of worked out in our favour actually. That supplied us with our shipping container workstation took it back because it was faulty apparently, and left us with nothing. But then they replaced it, so we're good. And now I bought the diesel. The great thing is they replaced it with a fuel tank. So we've got a fuel tank on it as well, which I think we have to fill up, do we? Oh, we do. I mean, I suppose we bought the IBCs, didn't we? So I guess what we can do is just put 1,000 litres in. So we've got our IBC. We'll use that first, and when that's run out, we'll use this. So anyway, what's next then is come alongside this. Let's get some hay in here. Can't remember what tip side we're on, if we're on back or not, and where our pickup point is. Assuming I haven't made a mistake and covered it up by putting the thing in its place. I'm sure it was here. Please work. Please work. Nothing. It should just fill this, shouldn't it? There we go. Grass, silage, chaff, hay. Hay. There we go. I was like, what the? Let's get them fed. On what? Well, it depends. Are we moving to the next month or whatever? We should have meadow grass there as well. But for the time being, we'll give them some here. One tip side left. I am. Wow. The forethought that went into that. Like I said, sometimes I get it right. I don't know if I did it on purpose or whether that was completely accidental. There you go, we've got some coming over. Oh look, some running over. At least I thought they were. Anyway, so I guess what we'll do... How are we looking in the trough? So, okay, we need to put a load more in. We've got plenty, so we'll chuck a load in. I'll spend a bit of time topping up, and like I say, I will then see you in a little while. We'll head up to the case, get that brought over. We've made good headway. We've got enough money left. I think we can, buy another plot of land, but I'll do that next episode. We might start doing... Oh, I didn't send the train off. I said about I walked away from it and didn't send the train. That's costing me money. Why is that now not working? Oh, come on. You are... Oh. No. It's a slow trundle out, but I don't mind. Gives us a chance to have a chat. How is everyone? I hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's families are well. Hope you're doing alright. If you're not, and if you're struggling, hope you feel better soon. I haven't done it for a while. Answer as a percentage. I reckon today I'm up around, I reckon a 90% today. Pretty good. Got a map tour done. Finishing off this Let's Play episode. The sun's out. MrSealyp's at work in London. That's not a reason why I'm happy, but farm dog's out with me in the man cave. It's very happy. Yeah, it's nice. Got the man cave door open. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago it was so bitterly cold with the stove on, that kind of stuff. And now we're moving rapidly towards the temperatures where it's too hot to be out here. And I need an air conditioning unit. Oh, I don't know. It's one thing after another, isn't it? But yeah, not too bad at all. And again, like I've said before, have a think about what could improve that mood, what could change it. Sometimes just going for a wander, go for a walk around the block, get out in the fresh air, even if it's just for 5 minutes. I've found often when I take farm dog for a walk down to the local park, we do walks all over the place, but if I just go down to the local park, I'll have a wander around the park a couple of times with him. Sometimes I sit on the bench and I just sit and just listen, watch the world go by, bit of fresh air, come back and I feel a bit better, you know. sometimes it's nice to get away. And I have found the last couple of times we've been to Nina and Brian's, and I said it to Nina, I couldn't thank her enough for my mental health and well-being, how much I needed it. Both times I went, I didn't realise how much I needed it, you know, and to just be able to go and sit, and we sat, I said this before, we sat with the lambs, the cage that I just talked about. MrSealyp sat on a bale, I sat on a little chair, and they ran around her legs, and everything just melted away. I just felt so, you know, I don't know, I guess because you're in that moment again, you're right in the moment, not worrying about what's happening, not worrying about what's past, not worrying about video uploads, not worried about subscriber counts, not worried about likes, dislikes, not worried about how many views a video's got. Just being there in that moment just seemed to make all the difference, you know. So yeah, can't thank her enough. But yeah, just, you know, keep your chins up, keep moving forward, and if you're not in a great place, whether it be health wise or could be an injury, a disability, something, I hope you get better soon, feel better soon, you know, whatever might be happening. And I genuinely mean that. I can't remember what I've got this set on. This is going to be the first tree, is going to be one that's too big for me to cut. You watch. Oh no, hang on. Hello. Hello. We might be alright here. I can't remember what I set my cut on. It did it. It only went and did it. Oh, this is going to make site life so much easier. That looks like an 8 to me. Mento on 6. I might be able to load 8s onto the trailer. And look at the way it's loading, or like laying down. So when you've got little stacks like that, I can then come along with a telehandler. I'm not chopping one tree up into small bits. I'm not having to bring the trailer alongside now to cut it to the right lengths. This will speed up the process. It's little incremental incremental changes each time. Yeah, 8. That's weird. My thing's set on 8s. I've got an 8.1 there. Calibration is required. Recalibrate. That's good. I wasn't sure it was going to do the sort of slightly larger ones. So yeah, this all. Oh, this is gonna, I didn't get all the stumps out. I just realised I brought my stump grinder over. I say my stump grinder, the stump grinder at least. Can we get a load of that? It's as good as we're going to get. And then I returned it and realised when I returned it I'd missed absolutely loads. Now I can either spend the time. Oh, got a little bit on the end. I actually have got a pile over there somewhere of all the end bits which I didn't come and collect. Yeah, so what I can either do is do them like that, separate little piles, or try and pile them up all in one place, or you know, or just literally where the tree falls, cut them, leave them, come and collect them later on. This is very manoeuvrable, but the thing I wanted to show you as well, which I was probably going to show you in the next episode. Tension straps have been playing up since update 1.8. I'm not going to lie, let's turn that off and drop that down a second. I hope this is going to work. Let's disconnect that. That's what we should have, and I can't remember which way around it goes. I think I've got to be lengthways on, I think. Let's turn that out, drop that down. Tension straps, baby! So that's what I mean about it being really, really useful. I can grab that whole pile, load it onto a trailer. I mean, technically, I can use the telehandler for pushing up, but this will kind of do multiple things. I mean, it's. I'm very pleased, very pleased. And on that note of extreme happiness, I'm going to end the episode. I've got some more trees to cut down. As you can imagine, I'm going to be busy. I've got a new toy to play with. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. As always, thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't see my last episode, when I bought the case I'm having a great old time. I'm using it to great advantage, and I'm really enjoying doing it as well. I say it's more kind of manual, hands-on. Let's get some stuff done. Now I'm in the process of trying to raise funds, and this has been recorded in different segments. This I'm actually doing. I don't want to spoil the the magic, if you want to call it that. But these first two clips you're going to watch, these first two bits that we're doing now, I recorded without a voiceover. I was just playing, and I recorded and thought, we'll have it there as footage. And I thought, as I was editing, I thought, no, I should talk over the top of it and explain what we're doing. But I don't want to repeat myself, because on the later bits, obviously when I am talking, I can't remember what I talked about and what I didn't talk about at the time of editing. But I am getting my piles together, trying to line them up as best as I can, and I'm going to work my way sort of across the forest. But yeah, we're saving up because we're aiming towards the next big bit of equipment we're going to need to purchase, and we'll just see how we go. It's I'm trying to think of various different bits of equipment and machinery I can try. I've also been considering, and I think I talk about it later on as well, but when I said about watching the Woodsman series, and there's one called Axemen, but I'm watching Swamp Loggers at the moment, and I was thinking about doing an episode where I go through the full how it's done, or not, it depends where you are in the world. Again, it's that how it's done, what I've been watching on TV, how they've been doing it, of using a feller buncher. The feller buncher's out there bringing down the trees, putting them in sort of little piles, and then they've got one like this with a grab on it, which either the skidder or the clam bunk. And again, it's that weird thing, I've done so many mod reviews and map tours and various different things, and in my head it's always been the same thing. I know what a piece of equipment is, I know what it does, and this is this, this is that. But the skidders, the grab is pointing down, and the crane arm can come down, grab a pile of trees, grab it up on the grab, and it will drive them off to the next part of the operation. Whereas a clam bunk is the other way up. It's still got the same grab, but the grab opens up towards the sky, and they're often loaded onto with another piece of equipment. Then the clam bunk closes and it drags it off. Kind of working like a skidder, but slightly different. So I thought about doing an episode where I run through and do each process. Do the feller buncher, use a skidder, drag the stuff out with a skidder, cut it into the size it needs to be done and delimbed, then load the lorries, then take it. I just thought that might be quite cool, because it's not a set of processes I generally do. I don't tend to do skidders and that kind of stuff, but I just thought, it might be I don't know, depends how people feel. I know people, I've been doing a bit of the farming side of things. I'm going to bounce between the farming and forestry on here. The forestry's paying for the farming. I think we might look at getting another plot of land, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get another plot of land. Another thing I'm trying to do as well is just trying out different methods, different tools. And if you've been watching my channel for a long time, I've done a lot of forestry over the years. I've done a lot of farming series. I've done a bit of everything, and it is very easy to fall into the same habits of using the same bits of equipment and doing it the same way. So I'm trying a few different methods, using telehandlers like I'm doing now for just neatening up your piles and your bundles. I find it very helpful, because especially when you're loading a log trailer up, I think I might have made a mistake, I think I might talk about it later on as well, doing 8-metre cuts, because my trailer's not really long enough. The trailer looks really big, but 2 sets of 8 metres is not, it's really not working particularly well. But if I can tidy my piles up, when I grab them and load them onto the trailer, the neater they are, the easier you can load your trailer up. If they're a bit haphazard, and sometimes they can be a bit haphazard, and you've got some that are sticking out, some that aren't, when you try and put your next load next to it, they can just get all tangled up, and you're not utilising your trailer to its best. I think, I don't know, like I say, I'm just fiddling around trying a few different bits and bobs, but Anyway, yeah. Well, I was saying that actually, you know, not that you're necessarily interested, I would check it out, Swamp Loggers, if you haven't ever seen it. Have a look, it's a good series. But I was watching that, and then I was doing a bit of research on the guy, Bobby Goodson, whose logging company it was, All Terrain Logging. And the Swamp Loggers was 2012? I'm sure it said 2012. I think they did 3 or maybe 4 seasons of it. It was around that sort of time. And I thought it's weird they never really carried on. They didn't, you know, after a certain point they didn't do any more series of it. But what was really sad to hear was in 2022, 2023, 2022 I think it was, they just stopped operating. Just shut up shop, stopped going. He'd been logging for 37 years and he was 3rd generation. I'm sure it was his dad and his granddad were both loggers as well. And since like 10, 11 years old, he wanted to do logging. It's all he'd ever wanted to do. The company had built up 37 years. And the economy had changed so badly. And he said that the margins weren't great. They were okay. You could make a bit of money doing it. But in 3 years, the cost of fuel tripled. And the problem was then, if they were doing logging operations quite a long way from mills and stuff like that, the fuel costs were crippling the company. He was trying to keep everyone employed that he could keep employed, but it just wasn't financially viable. The cost of equipment and machinery, I suppose after COVID and all the lockdowns and all the problems with manufacturing and that kind of stuff, equipment, machinery, spare parts, prices of those went up as well, and he just couldn't keep operating. That's a really sad thing, isn't it, when you think 37 years. And the company had been going a long time, and then, yeah, just having to stop because you just can't keep it financially viable. Anyway, yeah, it's really, I was kind of, because I was really enjoying it, and I thought, oh, it's really cool, I wonder if there's any more, you know. And, yeah, I don't know, it's odd, isn't it? I suppose it happens everywhere, in every industry, but, you know, it's just because it was what I was watching. I was kind of getting invested in the characters and the family members and all that kind of stuff, as you do with certain series. But anyway, I'm kind of doing that thing you would do when you're streaming. I'm just doing what I'm doing a bit of logging, having a chat while I'm doing it. And what I'm going to do is try and load these trailer up, this trailer up. I'm looking at maybe getting, I don't know whether to get a lorry or not. Whether to invest in a lorry. The tractor's working fine with the trailer we got, but I don't know if we need a bigger trailer. So we can do 2 sets of 8 metres with plenty of space, but the bigger trailers can be a bit more expensive. There's a couple of Pitts ones knocking about, aren't there? There is another one, because this is it's a Mack Trucker 921 version, isn't it? The one I've got now, and I'm sure there's a bigger one that has log bunks on it as well. I might have a look for one of those, and I'm also looking at maybe getting a pickup. I'm quite taken with the 82 Studio one. I don't know, we'll see. So here's the situation. This was something I was going to talk about a little while ago. I mean, obviously I'm going to carry on clearing some of this, and I'm using the telehandler, as you've already seen. But I've got my mandate now. We're kind of up and running. We've got another bit of equipment. Oh, that was what I was going to do. Can I afford to do it now? Yeah, you know what? I wasn't going to, but I'm going to. I was going to show you this first of all. Look at the price of wood. Lumber mill and selling station wood are both up around 1.8, which is amazing. Fantastic price. My mandate from the ministry is I've got to send every so many loads by train, need to be going off for other projects. But the price at Goldcrest Valley is awful. They're all falling, but that's so much lower. So we've got to do one load. The only downside is loading with the crane on the side of the railway. It's a 2-log crane. It's one of the small ones. I'm not so sure whether I'm better off. I mean, I suppose I could try. It's going to take a long time to unload a log trailer, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's head up here. to our land, because I said in the last episode, didn't I? Oh yeah, I was going to show this map, the growth map. HMG reached out to me. If you look at the sheep pen, that's changed it because we put a sheep pen in. If I paint grass down, that should help resolve some of the issue I've got with the precision farming. But you can see all the land that's around, all the grass, it is grass. That's why each plot is showing as a field, because each plot is essentially a grass field. That's why when I did the precision farming and I split this up into separate sections, when I bought it and got the soil map, I soil mapped the whole lot, which is where I might have an issue. So you can see there, all the grass is ready to harvest, in inverted commas. It's a consideration. So anyway, I said I was going to buy another plot. It was this one, wasn't it? 18. 53,000. Should we do it? I reckon we should do it. Nice. So we've got our plot next to us, which means we can continue our forestry. We've got a nice big forestry plot here, which we can really eat into. I was going to look at doing one of these, because I thought if I can join this up to here, and then we can put a kind of roadway in or whatever. But the problem is this one's it's not horrendous, 166 grand, but it's a big chunk of money. I thought like open areas. It's only 78. I suppose we could go for that, something like that next. Nice, open and clear. We can get some more fields in. I'm thinking of the farming situation, maybe get some more fields in. But anyway, so new field purchase. So we're expanding our land. Not quite a land grab. It's not, it's not frantic, but yeah. So just showing the prices, and I think what we'll start doing, we'll load the trailer up. I'm only going to do. I'm not going to. I'm not going to make any sweeping statements at this stage, and say something daft like 1 in 5 loads will be going by train. I was going to do every other one, and then when I saw the prices, I was like, no, that's not going to happen. All they've said is they need some lumber going by train because it is required elsewhere, the resources, which is fine. I have no problem doing that. At the end of the day, I'm cutting ministry land, so I cannot get over how much easier this is. I mean, it's not a surprise, is it? I mean, I've used forestry equipment before. We've done logging before. I've used plenty of forage harvesters and the old black sheep modding excavator. Oh, I forgot the number of it that I used to use. This, for some reason, I'm just feeling this is very controlled. It feels smooth. I don't know. Someone asked me about the farm stick the other day. Since update 1.8, I'm having an issue with the farm stick, but it is being dealt with because Thrustmaster made the farm stick for console, or made the farm stick working with Giant software to work on FS25. That was the whole point. When I messaged and said that, they're now talking with Giants, and they asked me for some extra information yesterday. And the guy that I've been talking with, Ollie, apologised. And I said, look, at the end of the day, don't apologise, because I said when I did the video on the farm stick, they sent it out to me. I feel very lucky and privileged to be in a position where, yes, there is an issue, but I can help. If I can give them some feedback and some assistance in what I'm finding, and the issue I'm finding is, I didn't actually say to him what was wrong, just that it stopped working. Is that every time I start an ignition, because I don't run auto ignition on, I have mine off. So if I turn the ignition off now, my ignition's off. If I turn it on, I turn it on. So I don't have it where you jump in and out and it automatically starts. So I can turn my ignition on now and it can sit here running, no problem at all, ticking away until I decide to drive away. And when I accelerate, I accelerate. After update 1.8, every time I start the ignition on any vehicle, doesn't matter what it is, it automatically drives away. I can't stop it from driving off. I can't sit just idling, ticking over. So for doing something like this, I can't do forestry because every time I start a vehicle and it drives off, I can't sit stationary to cut a tree down. It doesn't work. So they asked, do all the other controls work? And I said, look, I'll be honest with you, I think so, but because I can't stay still for long enough to operate anything, it's hard to tell. So they're looking at it and they think potentially something has happened where the setting for the acceleration for the throttle, it's set itself 50% to 100 rather than 0 to 100. So every time you get in the start of ignition, it's already saying it's accelerating, and it will try to go. So I don't know. So hopefully, potentially, that'll be sorted. Because as I said when I've done the videos on the farm stick, for doing something like this, it is awesome. Especially with a vehicle like this, which I'm finding to be awesome anyway. I just found it's frustrating, but it's not, it's not the end of the world. It's not, I suppose because the side panel stopped working in that, it was never supposed to work in the first place, and then Sony did the, whoever it was, Sony Giants, whoever caused the issue, and it stopped working. I kind of accepted the fact at that point that it's like, oh well, what can you do? It is what it is. I know it's frustrating, but it will get fixed. I don't know. I'm just trying to be open and honest because people have been asking, and I don't want people doing that whole, it's typical content creators, they're hiding stuff from us, they're not telling us the truth. I want to be completely honest, and that was the point. They didn't send it to me saying you have to say this, you have to say that, you have to say nice stuff only. I haven't been told anything at all. But what I am going to say is Thrustmaster have been absolutely brilliant at trying to sort it, at working out the problem. They're not sitting back and going, oh well, it doesn't matter now. Anyway, I don't know. I just thought I'd explain. So anyway, I'm going to cut some more trees down. I'll probably see in a bit. I know it's interesting. Like I said, this has tension straps under it, and you can use tension straps for all sorts of stuff. It's not a big bag handle or anything like that. I know people weren't happy about me using tension straps to pick up the piles of logs, which again I showed a little while ago. I might buy one of the grabs because I bought the harvester head already. The attachments aren't cheap, but I might grab one of the grapples. If we go back into here and we go down to our forestry equipment, let's have this episode. It's not going to be all. I say not going to be all forestry. Potentially. Oh, that was something else I was going to say. I put in a couple of small sheds for the sheep for when the weather gets inclement. Yes, we've got these grapples. They're not horrendous. I mean, 17 grand. I don't know if to go for one like that or one like that. The size is different. I'm going to go for a dangler, I think. These I can never get on particularly well. They are good because they'll do huge amounts at a time. But these, I think, because of the way they close up, they just close up tighter around stuff. Although the downside with these is they're not that big, so you won't get a huge amount in there. I suppose. I don't know. Shall I lease one and try it? You know what? I think what we'll do. Let's lease one and give it a go. I'm going to change the colour of it, I think. Let's make it nice and light so we can see it. We'll go for a nice bright yellow. What should we go white? Let's go white. Oh, I know what we'll do. Let's go metallic. Let's lease it. What's that going to cost us? 867. We'll make that money back. And if we find it works really well, then we'll... yeah, I'll try loading up with that. I mean, I'll say the tension straps. I'm more than happy to use those. And will I use those off camera? Probably. Just going to try and clear this corner, so we've got a bit more of a bend round there. And I'm going to gradually. I kind of work my way along in strips. I go along a section. I'm very impressed with this. It will be worth absolutely every penny. I'm just thinking, should I go and grab the telehandler? I wonder if I can grab that grapple in the in the forks of that manure fork, rather than driving, because the excavator's quite slow. Whether or not it'll take more time to go in the excavator than it will do to bring it over with something else. Maybe I'll try something else. Right, see you in a moment. I'm going to go and grab that, and let's see if we can load up some with that. And then what we'll do, we'll take a load over. I want to give the crane a go. Yeah, again, I'm not overly keen, but we'll try. Oh, actually, these little big brain moments keep happening. I'm just suddenly thought. I just suddenly thought. There's that big forestry crane derrick thing, isn't there? The trailer, mind you, we'd need a lorry. I suppose we could lease a lorry, couldn't we, to pull it? Because we only need to put it into place, so we could lease a lorry just momentarily. I'm just thinking. Actually, let's drive over and I'll show you what I mean. So if we come over here, we've got the crane on the platform further up. I'm pointing again, but obviously again you can't see. Whoa! Now I don't know if it will work. It should do. I know that the ground's not clear, but you know what? I stopped and thought I better look before I cross the tracks, just in case. And what should happen? There we go. Yeah, so the crane's quite small, but I'm thinking that that bigger crane, I wonder if we can open up the gantry for the crane either side of the tracks down here. Oh, will it allow me to unfold it on land I don't own? It should do, shouldn't it? I don't know. I guess we'll have to try that as well. But I don't know how much that is. We'll have to have a look at the price of that. So let's go and grab the stuff. I'll see about it down there in a minute with the grapple. And we'll see. It's 11:36. We have our least grapple over. Let's give it a go. I don't think I've used one of these. Certainly not on an excavator anyway. Tell you what, I know I said in the last episode because I've been inspired by various different series, and I've moved over onto watching swamp loggers. I've been watching the guys, and I would have to say I think doing a multiplayer forestry would be especially like something like that, because we have got some swamp on here as well. You've got the guys with the fella buncher. So you've got the fella buncher, and you got whoa, wrong way around. Okay, and he's just cutting, laying. You got some guys with a crane with a grab, a little bit like this, a grapple grab, kind of tides him up a little bit. Then the skidders come in and they'll lay down a track, especially on the swamp stuff, of trees, of smaller trees. The skidders come in, grab the piles, take them off to a platform, a deck they call it, and they pile the logs up. We've got two then cranes there with saws on, excavators. They'll cut them to length, pile them, then the lorries come in onto the deck and they'll load either one loader or two loaders loading onto the lorries, and the lorries keep going. And it's that thing of, I keep watching thinking that is so cool. I don't think, let's just double check. Let's go under here. I don't think, have we, oh okay. So we could still grapple but tension strap as well. Okay. Actually, that's gone way bigger than I thought it was going to. It will certainly be better than 2 logs at a time. Well, at the end of the day, let's just give it a go. I keep turning the whole vehicle. I keep forgetting because this is an excavator. I can just swing the whole lot, and if I'm not quite in position, just rotate the head. We're all good. And like I say, I know forestry is not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone likes it. Some people find it not difficult, but frustrating, whatever. I think the more you do it, the better you get at it anyway. And you say that, you know, I've done a lot of forestry on the various different iterations of the game, and I like doing it. And you can have a good day, you can have a bad day. You can have days where you've done stuff you've done 100 times before. Come on, keep closing, keep closing. It's like it doesn't want to close any more than that, which is weird. My tension, okay, so I can, well, undo the tension strap. So doing the tension strap up really grabbed those up tight, but I'm not sure that's been the best thing for it. Let's release that a little bit, just to let that off a little bit. So is it going to be easier just tension strap? Of course it is. Did that pick up better than I thought it was going to? It actually did. I was quite surprised. And obviously using an excavator as well, rather than a telehandler, we can get so much higher, and we can get right up on top of the whole thing. No, be careful. That's the only thing that I say. I want to get my farm stick working again, because on console, as soon as you start twisting It can open the grab. I'm not a big fan of that. I need to come more this way. Because I don't want to go over the... so we might have to open that as it is. I'm not too happy with that. We need to come that way a bit more. Rotate. Open. And like I say, oh, what the... Okay, I've caught them. I've caught the supports. Of course I have. I need to be in a gap. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at how far off the end they were, and I was actually between two supports, and that's gone on really poorly. So, like I say, when I'm watching the shows, and I think if I could use the farm stick, that would be a lot smoother. Just thinking, can I close that right up? And let's go to there and to there. Okay, we can tidy up a little bit. What? There's a certain amount of finesse you can get to these things. When you see guys doing the videos on YouTube and the viral videos where you've got excavator drivers and they're pouring cups of tea, like they'll use the excavator crane head and stuff like that, and they'll pick up a teapot and pour. Honestly, the guys that do this a lot, you know. Professionals, you know, people that are good at it. Try and get that to go into a better position. Like I say, I think, yeah, the tension strap on its own would be easier, but I understand, you know, people, the purists, I get it. There you go, let's drop that down to there, and hopefully if I can. It's not pretty, I know it's not. Further, probably should have come a bit further over. Just try and get that to settle. There we go. Then come back a bit. Can we drag it over a bit? Maybe not. Oh, a little bit. I mean, that's safe. It's not ideal, especially when I took the time to, when I'm using my telehandler to gather everything up and make it nice, neat piles. That's going to take some practice with that head, it really is. But I guess we should really invest in one, even if we're going to use the tension straps. At least we're using the grab. If you use the grab with the tension straps, it's not just tension straps, and then that kind of, it's a bit more realistic. But again, you can bounce between the tools then, the various different bits of equipment. And then there's the stump grinder, so I can have a stump grinder head here, and I can just switch between that, clear the stumps out. I think that'll work out quite nicely. I just want to have a go. Let's do that. Again, I'm curious. I don't know how big a pile this will let us pick up. So let's find out. Put it in there. Go that way. Are we out as far as that will go? Let's rotate that. Are we central? Kind of. Let's go that way. No, want to go up. That way, rotate that way. Well, we're over the whole lot. Okay, tension strap. Okay, I didn't grab all of it. But, I mean, as far as, like I say, log loading goes, because the next load's going to be way overhanging on the back, isn't it? Yeah, it's too wide. What we need to do that, then that. Open that back up again. We've narrowed it a little bit. Then we come, there we go. We come down in there a little bit. Okay. Let's speed up. It's 12:30. We have a full load. I'm going to take it to the lumber mill and sell it. Hopefully, we are full. Again, not the neatest loading. I didn't do my one lot one way, one lot the other way particularly well when I first started. I think I was overhanging way too far at the back. I might have to go back to doing 6 meters. I think the 8s, they're just a little bit too long. But at least with the 8s, I'm getting far more wood on there. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But I had a plan. When I said about that crane, and I said about getting a lorry, I can always pull that crane with a dolly. I've got the tractor. I brought the tractor over. We'll go down and have a look at our new plot of land as well in a moment. I'm going to see if we can buy that crane. Well, actually, I'll see if we can buy that crane. It depends what we earn, because that crane is expensive. It's 110 grand, but I reckon it will come in very handy. And then what we'll do, I'll load some more up what I've cut. I haven't got a huge amount, but and then we'll see. Come on, be good. Okay. I got like 86 when I did a load like that before. And we've got. We have got enough. Do I just go for it? My worry is. Oh no, actually no, we can put it to the side, can't we? Because if we get the extension, or is it going to charge me more for the extension? I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, if we come into here, not here, here, and we go to our miscellaneous, this one here, the wood crane. Oh, it's on extended arm already. Oh, log grapple, clamshell bucket. Bale fork, pallet fork, hook, log grapple. So it's not 110 grand, it's 120 grand. So if you want a grand, you can buy the crane with nothing on it. Brilliant. I haven't got enough money. Okay, I'm going to have to do some more logs. That's frustrating, to say the least. But with the extended arm, which doesn't cost us any more, I think we can overhang it over the track. So we can drive underneath it, grab it with the crane, go right the way out to load the train. We'll do that. That way we haven't got to straddle the railway. That should work. Yes, right. I need to bring some more up then, and then cut some more. Or maybe I can load the train up on the next one. What we'll do to end this episode, that kind of. Will it work? Won't it work? What we'll do at the end of this episode, we'll grab the crane. We'll drive it down there, see if we can't open it up and it overhang the track. If it does, in the next episode we'll grab a load of logs and we'll try and load the train up. That's the plan. What I'm going to do is whiz over here and just show you the little sheds. They were just, I think one was 650, one was 500, and I picked two different ones and just put them so they look right next to each other there. The sun's come out, nice, looking quite good for December. Pretty nippy, but we haven't had snow, so that's good. And because I just thought, you know what, if we get any inclement weather, we've got a couple of trees and bushes that kind of got landscaped in around them, just to give them a little bit of protection. And I've opened up the doors so they can come and go, to give them a little bit of shelter. And then our new bit of land then, we check the map, so it should, boundaries onto a, that means my boundary's no good now, so I need to scrub out the boundary. I'll landscape out the boundary we got, and then we'll put a new boundary in. What we'll do is just go from the sides, I guess. Let's check on the map again. Oh yeah, so where our boundary comes around there, I need to find that point, and then we'll do a boundary up towards the woods here, and then we'll know that that's all our land. And the same here, where our boundary curves round, we'll go up to the woods, so we know our boundary then goes that way. And we're just going a little bit. What I could always do to start off with, if I do some logging, I could actually log a gap around the edge of our boundary. Or I'll tell what we could do. We could go and do some tree marking. I don't really do much tree marking. We could do that, but we've got all of this. Let's drive right the way through, see how far we get before we get to our boundary. I'll keep checking the map. Cool, this is going to keep us going for a bit. How are we looking? Oh yeah, we're only halfway. For 53 grand do we pay for this? How are we looking? Oh, oh yeah, we've got some good trees in here as well. Oh, we are sorted, absolutely sorted. I had this weird. I'm sure I saw somebody doing it way back. It won't work. There's no way, because log physics, they jostle around and move too much. I thought, what about trying to build not a constructible, not you know, cut down some trees and then put a log cabin in. I wonder if you could actually build a log cabin. The trouble is you can't notch the trees, but you can cut them. I wonder if you... No, there's no way it would work. I just had this crazy kind of... Oh, that would be quite cool. Anyway, let me go and grab some more trees. I'll lease the dolly. We'll see if we can unfold that crane next to the thing, and then at least we know we're kind of on track. Successful. Oh, the other thing I was going to show you as well was, again, in the logging scheme of things, if you are considering... I was looking at, not there, under excavator tools, I was looking at that because I thought, oh, I said about stump grinding. It's quite expensive for a stump grinder, but it's for the excavator tools, that's what it's for. Or, the other option you can do, if you come down to here, if you've got the, like this pack here, the excavator attachments pack, if you get the tools adapter, that enables you to put front loader, telehandler, wheel loader and skid steer loaded tools onto your excavator. If you do that, which is only 12 grand, and then come up here and we go to our skid steer loader tools and get the stump grinder, which is only 2,500 for 14 grand rather than 23 grand, you've got a stump grinder. Yes, it's a bit of fiddling around. Does also mean you can use an excavator for rock breaking. That's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, just thought I'd show you that. I've just been looking at all various different ways of solving problems, you know. Not necessarily a standard way of doing it, but yeah. Sometime later, another big brain moment. Well, not a big brain moment. This is what I was talking about way back when I said about potentially upgrading our trailer at some point as well, which we will do. Because I said about putting 2 lots of 8s on, which we did earlier, which it overhangs way too much. So as I was cutting the trees down, I thought, well, I haven't got to worry about measuring sticks anymore. I've got a tree harvester head that I can just switch it up whenever I want. So I did a whole load at 8 and a whole load at 6. Genius. And now it doesn't overhang so much. But to be fair, to make life easier, if I can do them all at 8s or all at 6s, but if I do them all at 8s, I should get more logs, more money's worth. So it worked out really well actually. But with this load now, that should take us over the 120 we need to pick up that crane. I think potentially. I think what I might do actually while we're here, before we go into there, I want to have a look at, because I'm sure I've got one. Yeah, that's what we've got. We've got the 40 foot. Oh, it's 55 grand. It's a bit more expensive, isn't it, than we paid for that. For the 53 foot. But if we go back that way, where is it? I'm sure. Oh yeah, log forks. We should get 2 sets of 8s on there, no problem. What's that? 59. Okay. Might have to do a little bit of fiddling. The question is then, do I look at getting a lorry or do I get a dolly? A dolly would definitely be cheaper. And it's whether we've got enough oomph to pull it. So I think potentially looking forward, we are going to need to get a lorry, aren't we? So I'm going to have to look in the lorry section of available motors and see what we've got that's reasonably priced, something I like. And again, potentially look for something I haven't used before. Might not be a bad idea. But it is there. Okay. What are we going to get for this? That is le question. Oh, blimey. Okay. Let's go, and then what we'll do, I think next episode will be, we'll get our first load onto the train, because what we'll... I'll show you, if I haven't shown you already, I'll show you the crane in just a moment. It's one of the small grabs you get on the trailers and stuff like that, and I think what we're going to be going for will be a lot better. Maybe then between this episode and the next one I need to do a bit more logging to afford the new trailer and a new lorry. I want to go out and do the tree marking to put in our boundary of our woodland, so I can go out and we can see as we're going round where our boundary is, sort out the boundary on between our two fields, put that back to how it was, should have been, I don't know. Help me understand. Nothing's making sense anymore. Right, so the last load I did. Is that working? Are we not inside the thing? Last load I did was 2 lots of 8s. And I said, no, it wasn't as much as I thought it was going to be. I've been getting 80, 85. I then just did a load of 8s and 6s and earned 70 grand. What? I don't know anymore. My brain's hurting. So as I was saying, way back at the start, which for me has been over a couple of days, 3 days, 4 days of recording and whatnot, but for you obviously it was, however, at the start of the episode. I'm seriously considering doing, like I say, doing a fella bunch. I mean, I might just get the heads, so I can use the same crane. I'm going to have loads of different, but we might need to lease a skidder or get one from the ministry. If we can get the ministry to send us a skidder, at least I can show you the stuff. It won't be ours; it will go back. We could do the fella buncher, drop the trees down, skidder, grab it up, drag them out. What we need is one they call on the, what they call on their deck, on their platform, when they drag all the trees up with the skidder. They drop them off. The crane grab on the deck grabs them, puts them onto like a saw. It's like a flat bunk saw that cuts them to length. Then they grab them and they put them onto the trailer, or they put them into a stack, depending whether there's a lorry there or there's not. But yeah, I was going to say about this. I think I showed it when I did the map tour. Come on, there we go. Yeah, it's only a small. Whilst this does go along the sides, and it's pretty. Oh. Come on now! Don't do this to me. Come on. There we go. Yeah, look. It's a weedy one. If you're unloading a train onto a lorry, or lorry to train, that's going to take forever, isn't it? That's the size grab we were using on those cranes right back at the start, on the back of the trailers, which I didn't mind. But if we're upping our game and we're getting bigger gear, that's just not going to. It's not going to cut the mustard. How do you cut mustard? I've never quite understood that saying. You spread mustard, don't you? So, on our way back, I'm going to end the episode by buying a crane. We'll get the one we wanted. Won't we? There we go. So, back to where we were before. Under our miscellaneous. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, we could have got the grapple yarder, couldn't we? We bought ourselves an excavator, but for 240 grand we could have got that bad boy. That might not be a bad one. We can look at getting one of those further down the line. I'm excited about this. I'm excited. So yeah, let's get our wood crane. We're going to have the log grapple, got extended arm. We're going to keep it forestry. We're going to go challenge yellow so we can see it, so it's not too. Do I go metallic? No. Do I change that to metallic? Maybe. Do that. Then that. That'll do. Rim colour, we'll leave as it is. Don't mind about that. License plate, no. 120,000. Oh, let's do it. Right, we'll get that shipped in. The next episode is going to be exciting because next episode we're going to try and put that by the side of the tracks, unfold it all. We'll bring a load in. We'll have to rent the train, see if we can load from the trailer. What I'm going to do between now and next episode, I'm going to cut down some more trees, and hopefully we'll have enough. If I do 2, 3, 4 loads maybe, or what I might do, I don't know, so I can get a trailer, can get a lorry, then we can up our game a bit more, can't we? Maybe. I'm just thinking the way that worked out with our loads, whether or not I might be better off doing, if I get a longer trailer, would I be better off doing 3 loads of 6 rather than 2 of 8? That'll be a test actually. We could do a test on that and see. So we're doing log testing at the same time. I haven't done log testing for way back. It was kind of a given that 8 meters was the perfect length, but what we just saw then wasn't necessarily the case. So I'm thinking maybe do a load of 8s and do 2 loads of 8s when we get our new trailer, deliver it, then do 6s and do 3 loads at 6 and see what we get. I think we'll do that. But there you go. We have come to the end of another episode. I hope you've enjoyed it. We are going to do some more farming, don't worry. When those crops are ready, we've just bought some land. We're going to cut some trees down. We're going to do some stump grinding. Probably put in another field as we're cutting the trees on our own property, because we're going to move on to our own property soon to start doing that. We need to also then look at what we're going to do about a farmhouse, and then, yeah, better sheds, whatever it might be, a better barn, I don't know. We're going to put a whole lot of stuff in, but that's the plan. Like I say, I hope you have enjoyed it. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, we're into January. It's 8:02. The money's gone up. I have spent some time logging. As you can see, our crane has arrived. We've got enough, I think, to buy a new log trailer and probably a lorry. I was going to go dolly, and then I thought, no, you know what? Let's go lorry. I'm going to head out to my gear, and what we'll do, we'll order the lorry and the trailer. The first tray load I'm going to bring up now. I've already got my 8s on it. My 6s I'm going to be putting on. You'll see how much I've cut down. And there's an elephant in the room that needs to be addressed. And we're going to address the elephant in the room momentarily once I've done my purchasing. I don't know how long this episode's going to be. I'm going to go out and I'm going to mark my territory. Not in the way that dogs do. We're going to use a spray can. I said in the last episode I was going to do that. So what we're going to do, I think, is we're going to go to here. I did look at, I think, oh, I just do that, but I've used that before, so I thought let's use the Volvo F-Series. This is a Smetty version, 500 horsepower, which adds a bit of money on. That's more than I thought it was going to add on, but oh, you know what, it'll be useful. Do we go, oh, do we go monster? No, let's stay a 4x2. Keep that the same design. What was that? Oh, do we keep it plain or go fancy? I reckon we go, say 500 for the extra bit on there, isn't it? Let's do that. Mud flaps, none, yes. Let's go, yes. Roof setup, I'm leaving as it is. Additional lights. Not they're going to come on at all, but you know, we could probably put them on. Let's just go with those. Front, I can't remember what this is. Oh, that's that. Okay. Let's keep that. Beacon lights. Do I want beacon lights? Yes, let's have beacon lights. Let's go with a larger tank as well. And then I'll have a fiddle around with the main colour. Shall I go Volvo? Let's go. We're going to keep it in the construction-y theme, I reckon. Let's go Volvo yellow. Whoa, she bright. But we'll go with that. Grille colour, let's go... Can we go metallic on that? We can. I like it. Chassis colour, rim colour. Ah, what is... Oh, right. We want that on that. There we go. That's better, isn't it? I like that. Bit brighter. Chassis will leave the same. Rims will leave as they are. Don't want a license plate. We're up to 90,000. But I reckon for a 500 horsepower rig we should be alright, shouldn't we? Let's purchase that. That will be delivered. And then next we have got... oh yeah, I was going to go with that trailer, wasn't I? It was under... Did we start on flatbeds? It was there. This. And then we were going to go back that way until we got to that. We'll leave that the same. We zoomed out as far as we can go on this. Wow, okay. Potentially. That's a good point actually. Do we need more axles? I think more axles might be a good idea. Wide tyres, more axles. It's an extra £6 grand. Okay, fair enough. Let's do it. Rear hitch, we'll put one on just in case. We'll go pin. Chassis, again, I think I might... How's that going to look? Bit too light, I think. Let's go with that and then do it. Yeah, that'll be alright. Log forks colour, again. We want to keep it bright so we can see them. Yellow, or should I go white? What's that one? Colour name 23. Yeah, we'll go white. Rim colour we'll leave as it is. No license plate on that. So this should give us... We should be able to get 2 lots of 8s or possibly 3 lots of 6s. And that's what we were going to do a test on that, weren't we? To see how that would work. That's 67. And those will be delivered. I'm going to see you down. I'm going to head down now because I've left all my gear down there. So that's why I'm on the bicycle. And we'll check this all out. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll address the elephant in the room while we're cycling down. So, on our ride down, I have got a lot of people who are very angry with me because I've been cheating on Farming Simulator with another game. It's outrageous. How dare he? How dare he waste time playing other things when he should be playing Farming Simulator? My channel has been built on all sorts of games. I've played Farming Simulator predominantly. My channel was built on Farming Simulator. I have played all sorts of things over the years. But all of a sudden now, it's abhorrent. The whole concept of me playing another game is absolutely outrageous. How dare I? It baffles me. It really does. And some of the comments, some of the stuff people have been sending me is awful. I mean, some horrible stuff people have sent me. Messages and comments, and it's like I don't get it. I understand that you guys, if you want to play something else, you go play something else. You can play Farming Simulator, you go and play something, whatever you want to do. If you only ever play Farming Simulator, that's great, that's absolutely fine. I've played all sorts of games over the years and do play all sorts of games, and I've kind of prided myself on that, and I've played all sorts of games on the channel, and I don't know why all of a sudden playing something else is so horrendous, so horrific, so awful. I don't understand. Comments along the lines of, what a complete waste of time, it could have been a Farming Simulator video. Why? So I'm talking about Roadcraft, of course. I've been very excited, and again, that thing of, I'm a shill, I'm only doing it because I'm being paid to. No one's paid me to do anything. I was going to buy Roadcraft anyway. I played Construction Simulator, I played Mud Runner, a Spin Tires game, I played Snow Runner, I played Expeditions, and I love all of them. You've seen my content. I love playing those games. I love playing this game. I get excited about all sorts of stuff because I'm an excitable person. There's nothing wrong with that. I've said that many times before. And I was going to buy it anyway. I was excited. I deliberately didn't watch any PC content when they did the Steam event back in March, whenever it was. February, March, because I wanted it to be fresh. When I got the game, I wanted to play it and experience it on console. Focus Entertainment reached out and said, we'd like to send you a copy, we'll send you a code, make some content. Brilliant, that was awesome. The game was $34.99, which I would have bought anyway. So, have they bought me for $34.99? No. Have I enjoyed playing the game? I love it. I think it's brilliant. It's great fun. And I know people are going to get angry at me for saying this, but you know what? Get over yourselves. If you're one of those people that's been having a go at me, if you're one of those people that's not, I'm not having a go at you. You know that. The supportive people, the friendly people, the kind people, the nice people, the lovely commenters. I don't mind constructive criticism. I don't mind that at all. I've said that before. But you know what? If you're one of those people, just take a day off once in a while, please. I just don't understand it. And can you tell I'm angry? I'm really, really angry. I'm frustrated. I'm beyond angry. I'm furious. I'm at a point where I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter to somebody. That's how angry I am in Britain. That's angry. But I'm on here. I'm playing this. So this is what I was going to say. Anyway, let me do this first. 8s are on. 6s. I've done this, and I used the tree marking spray, which I don't use very often. And I suddenly had a thought. I've got all these trees. And when I built up to 294 grand from where we were, I can't remember where we were in the last episode, I left some dead standing trees as markers. So the dead standing trees were at the edge of where I'd cut last time. So that one I left, and then we started cutting in that direction. I left that one, I left that one, I left that one down there, and that one down there. So you can see how much forestry we've done since the last episode. And what I also did was, here I marked this with an X, generic symbol, not anything in particular. That one there, that one there. I was going to do another one a bit further back, but I haven't got that far yet. This is my divide. This side are 8 metre cuts. That side are 6 metre cuts for the time being. So all the wood that's dumped this side is all 6 metre. Bottom right, 6 metre. Boom. Anything that side of the divide, 8 metre, which, as you can see, there's a lot less on the floor because I've been loading the trailer up. So here's what I was going to say about all of that, people getting cross with me. Because playing Roadcraft is fairly linear when you start off as far as gameplay goes and you're following instructions and whatever. At the time of recording this episode, I've done 5 episodes on Roadcraft. And I did those prior to the embargo lifting, so I can release an episode each day for 5 days, and then I'll probably continue playing. Whether I do content to put out or whether I'm just going to play for me, don't know, haven't decided yet. And because it's linear, the amount of gameplay time in those 5 episodes works out about 8 hours maybe. It's 5 hours of recorded footage, but maybe 8 hours, maybe that's a bit much, maybe 7 hours. Anyway, regardless, about 7 hours of gameplay for 5 episodes. 5 episodes. And there's a bit of editing and stuff on top of that. Fair enough. The time it has taken me to do the forestry along this strip, over to that side, load up my trailer, take my trailer backwards and forwards to get myself up to 294 grand, to which I've just bought a new lorry and a trailer, between episodes. Not an episode, between episodes, was 9 hours. 9 hours at different intervals of gameplay to get to that point. And I haven't made an episode. That's 9 hours of gameplay off camera to get to this point. So the argument of what a waste of time, you could have done a farming simulator video, I have been preparing a farming simulator video. It's taking a while because it's forestry. So please, just have a think. Also think about the impact of your comments, and that's generally speaking the keyboard warrior world we live in. Just think about the impact you're going to have on the person that's receiving them. Generally speaking, I can shrug off the odd comment here and there, but some of them have been horrible. And because people seem incensed, I mean absolutely incensed, I think I posted episode 2, and within 3 minutes of it posting, it already had 6 dislikes, and people were already angry. So why? If you watched my first impressions video and knew you were angry and didn't like it, why have you watched the second one? to be angry and to have a go at me. And I suppose it's had the desired effect because I'm talking about it now in the video. But this is what I do. I talk about stuff in my videos. So what I'm going to do now is load up the 6s. By the time we've done that and we get back over there, hopefully my lorry and my log trailer will be delivered. That log trailer we can sell. Or I could actually attach it on the back and we could run... Oh, I wonder if my lorry would pull all of that. Ooh, we'll see if it will hook up. Maybe it will. Maybe we'll keep hold of it. And we're going to put up a big log crane. And what I'm going to try and do is load up a train. If we can load up a train, unless I'm saying that now, if we can load up a train, we will. I'm not saying we can, but if we can, let's open that up. I'm going to be doing what I've been doing leading up to this. I've been using the grapple and the tension straps in harmony. So what I've been doing is grabbing the bundle like that, grabbing it up, squeezing it right up so it's nice and tight, tension strapping, undoing like that, which means that when I come to load it on, if I go from the back or the side or whatever I'm going to do, I have to be careful because the I'll bring that in a little bit, because the grapple has been getting caught up. I've been, you know, it happens. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I don't understand why all of a sudden, when SnowRunner first came out, my views on my SnowRunner stuff were off the chain. I mean, crazy views. I think a lot of that's also down to YouTube and the way YouTube have changed their algorithms now. And whereas before, like if I posted a video on something different, YouTube would say, look world, here's a video by this person, and it was different content to what I normally did, so it was that kind of, you know, this is a little bit different, check it out. Now what they do is say, this guy plays Farming Simulator, so we're going to share this with anyone who watches and plays Farming Simulator. No, why? That makes no sense. Surely you want to share it to a wider audience so people get to see something different they don't normally watch. I don't understand how the YouTube stuff is working these days. It doesn't equate, it doesn't add up. That one started to shift. Yeah, it's very odd. I don't know what's going on with it. So yeah, I don't know, and I suppose that's why people are getting annoyed, because if it's only sharing, if I'm playing Roadcraft or something else that's not Farming Simulator, and all it's doing is pinging it out to Farming Simulator viewers, you're never going to gain a bigger audience, you're never going to gain more people that might go, oh, I never would have thought of watching this, or, you know, I didn't know this guy made other content, or, you know, I don't know, it's very odd. It's that kind of, when algorithms get too smart for their own good. It's like, we know you, we know what content you make now, we know who to push your stuff to. No. Why would you push my stuff to people who are already watching my stuff? Surely you want to push it to people that aren't watching my stuff. That, to me, makes more sense. But what do I know? I'm not an algorithm. Whoever makes these things. People apparently smarter than me. Anyway, that's me. Rant over. For those people who love the rants, there you go, you're welcome. If you have been annoyed by the previous rants, there are probably numbers you can call, there are probably websites, there are probably all sorts of things, you know. If you feel that you need some kind of support, that's absolutely fine. If my ranting has annoyed you, then potentially think about whether you might be one of the people that caused the rants. That's always the thing to consider, isn't it? Maybe it was. Drop those there, do that. That's all moving way too much. Why is that all jiggling? It's that thing again, isn't it? The floor. That's awful. It didn't do this last time. Look at it. These are all strapped down and look at them moving. Hopefully it won't do it so badly on the next one. I don't know. We'll find out. Right. Let's go. Okay, we're loaded. Isn't it always the way? I've loaded how many lorries now over the years, and how many on this series, on and off camera, and that one was an absolute nightmare. Funny how you get the odd one every now and again that just doesn't want to know. It's because at the bottom it was an odd shaped log on the bottom, and it wasn't 6 meters.
I think that's what caused all the problems. Again, I should have left that, put it on the top probably. Now I'm not going over to the lumber mill because this is going on the train. So I'm going to go over here because this is where we're going to set up our new gantry crane. Which is kind of bizarre that this is now going to parallel what what I was doing on roadcraft. Not logs, but using gantry cranes and stuff like that. But I need to give myself enough space here to back up and move around. And then what I'll do is I'm going to bring out the other trailer because I don't know whether it's going to load hook up so we can run both trailers, which would be crazy. If we can double load them, then we can really start making some money. So the plan is by the end of this episode I'm going to get the train in, we'll back it up, we'll use our new crane. The problem is as soon as I undo the tension straps on that trailer, those logs are all going to start moving. They're going to start jostling all over the place and it's going to become an absolute mess. Oh, there we go, our lorry's here with our new trailer. It's going to be interesting driving up alongside the other one. What's the other one? A 40 foot, and this was a 50. Is it 54? I can't remember. That's nice. And I was right. Look, lights on. Nothing. Those top lights are pointless. Right, if I do this at an angle across here, so it's not as steep an angle. Kind of. If I take this first, oh no, that's a nightmare, isn't it? On the wrong side. If I go across there on the wrong side of the tracks, I've got to go around. That's alright, let's drive around. Let's enjoy our new vehicle. And once I've got my logging set up just where I want it, with this nice big trailer, with a lorry, which is going to make life a lot easier. And we can swap this trailer out from a log trailer to a low loader. We can do all sorts of stuff with this. So this trailer is going to be quite useful. Then we can turn our attention back to the farm and start looking at farm buildings, bigger tractor maybe, and start really expanding our equipment, what we need for the farm. Just thinking of the 6 meters, right? So let's line up next to the 6s. I don't know actually. I don't know. We certainly wouldn't get. If we get 3, I suppose if we overhung a bit there, maybe. Let's line up to where the support is, which is well, actually if we overhang. Oh yeah, we'll get 2 loads of 8 on there. Absolutely no problem at all. 3 6s might be a bit of a stretch, but with that rear trailer hitch, if we can hook to that trailer as well, we could run 3 lots of 8. I mean, potentially 3 lots of 8 and a load of 6, but that's quite extravagant, I think. We'll go back for the crane. And setting this up, I've got to get this just right. That's a smart looking rig right there. It's a bit custardy, but you know, custard yellow. Probably don't need my beacons on because there's not really anyone else around, but you know, health and safety, we should have them on. You know what'll happen? There's not a soul for hundreds of miles, then an inspector will turn up. And then you'll get in all sorts of trouble. Now I've got to make sure. Now remember, we've gone for the extension on this as well, so how much gap do I give myself to put this crane up? I reckon that might be about right. About there? Do we think? I guess we'll find out, won't we? If I go back to about there, maybe? Let's say yes for argument's sake. Beacon. Actually, no, I'm going to keep the beacons off. On, even, because, you know, we're going to be doing crane stuff. Engine off. Now. It should flash. Oh, have we done that? Oh, we're off. We're on off kilter. How have we managed to do that? Let's fold it back up again. How I could have sworn. Oh no, we are at an angle. But, God, I tell you what, that weren't bad going. We are pretty much right on the... Another foot or two the other way and we would have been too close. If I do it back like an angle, that should get our angle back right, shouldn't it? And you know what? Whatever it ends up being now, we'll go with that. Engine off. And go again. As long as the train can get past, we should be absolutely golden. Oh, look at that. You know, sometimes, just sometimes. Oh, no, I've just realised what I've done. I wanted to get as far up this way as I could. But that being said, that's going to mean I've got to back in and drive out, or drive in and back out. Because I've put it so close to the trees here, I can't drive through and round, not without taking some of these trees out. Which I suppose we can do. If I took out 2 or 3 of these, we can just have ourselves a track so we can drive through, round, through the gap in the trees and out. Maybe 2 or 3 of those out there. And go through. Yeah, we'll do that. As long as there's no rocks in the way, we should be fine. Now, let's test this out. If we enter our crane again, up and down, forwards and backwards, and then we've got our side to side. I can't remember if, let's, does this have a tension strap? No. Oh, okay. Means I've got to do things proper. Do things proper, like, you know. Does it have beacons on it? Something's flashing. Oh, yeah, down the bottom. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Lights. We've got lights, and at the back. Oh, come on. It doesn't get much better than that. And then if we go right the way through, we can overhang the train as well. And if we wanted to, we could load up something the other side. Or we could pull up the other side. So if we are going... Oh, that's even better. So if we're bringing logs from our side, I'm pointing again, from our woodland that we bought in the last episode, I can come out there, load up. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. So the question is now, what happens... what happens... Let's go there. I don't want to take the logs too far. And then we want to go down. Okay. That'll work. Beacons off, lights off. I need to come right back to here. I can't exit the vehicle when I'm overhanging. There we go. Down the ladder. Let's do this thing. And then what we'll do is we'll think about... I know I'm going to undo these straps, and the tractor's going to catapult because it's only the straps that's holding it all in place. This is one that it's got a very weird physics dynamic to this. I'm wondering if I can... Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Oh, hang on. This isn't a... Oh, it's a pull behind, isn't it? Our Volvo doesn't have a rear hitch, does it? I had an idea, but it's not going to work. No. Oh. Oh, train's coming. Run! I can't get there fast enough. Quick. Careful. Get to our spot. Boom. Come on, train. Come on, train. It is slowing. Get in. Well. Here's a thing and no mistake. Yeah, actually what I might do is if I grab the other trailer, the lorry with that trailer, back up, attach it, if it will let me attach it, then I can keep the straps all in one place. Oh, it's actually backing right down to where I need it. What are the odds? Oh, come on. So when I hire the train, I can move my crane. How much room have I got? Out to here and out to there. At least for the first trailer, for the first log. We're fine. I planned all of this, you see. I measured it all out, made sure it was in the right place, and I thought, you know what, we can get this to work. Did our heck. Complete accident. Although trying to reverse multiple articulated points is not going to be fun, is it? So, let's detach that. Assuming, of course, it will let me attach. If it doesn't, then we're just going to have to wing it. We'll make it up as we go along. Please hook up. They're both by the same manufacturer, in inverted commas. Nope. Because I would imagine when I chose this, did I choose the wrong hitch or did I not get an option? That's a pin. That should... Why is that not... Come on now, play the game. Okay, so I'm not about to do what I thought. Nope. Okay. Carnage it is. Carnage it is. Just try and look and see. Have we got a gap here? Oh no, just saw that. Yeah, we can make it work. All this dilly-dallying and I'm wasting train time, you know. I think what I have to do is do a bit of landscaping as well. As we use this over time, I would imagine the ground will become a little bit more flattened and muddy. That being said, I don't own this land, so I can't landscape it, can I? Nope. Oh, this is going to be awful. Oh no, what am I talking about? I can manually unstrap it, can't I? So if I take most of the straps off, I'm looking for the train car. We should be able to load all of that onto one, shouldn't we? Disconnect that. What was I thinking? I wasn't, was I? Sorry, I'm making a right old meal of this, but yeah, what was I? Of course. How much the log's going to move? Quick, before it changes its mind. You know what? It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I need to be between supports. There we go. We've lost one. We've lost one already. Trailer's moving. Let's grab as much as we can. Come on. Don't want the trailer. How have I... Okay. That moved. It had to have done. I wasn't like that, was I? No, I wasn't. This is not going to be clean, is it? Come on. There we go. But now I've got to rotate that without opening it. No. God, I tell you what, we haven't got a lot of room, have we? Considering this is what... No, 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 what are you doing? Oh, I don't like this. This is designed to do this. But it's not doing this, is it? It's... It's causing me too much consternation. Oh, I've got logs all over the place. I'm going to have to pull those out. This was supposed to be my saviour. No, just unload. I mean, come on. Oh wait, what's happened to my trailer? Where's my trailer gone? I need to perfect this. This is not the way. I think to avoid going through the leg, I think having this here to load. Hang on a minute. Can I? Will it let me? If I pack this up and then unpack it, will it allow me to unfold it across the tracks? So I have this section here over the tracks. And I haven't got to go through that gap unless I absolutely have to. I've still got to tidy those logs up. Right, let me readjust, test and adjust. Oh my days, it's carnage. I'm going to send the train off because the time it's going to take me to tidy this all up, I'm being charged for the train sat here. So what I'm going to do is just strap this down, what's on here. There was one sticking out this side, one sticking out the other side. I've managed to move those. Let's just cut the straps on here just to get it out of the way. Send the train with what it's got on it. There we go. And then what I'll do is I'll tidy the piles up, push some more into the area. We are making an absolute mess of the ground as well. Boggy is not the word. We are bogging down big time. So let's do that. Now it should 640 leasing costs. I hope I make more than that back on the logs I'm sending. That's how long it's taken me so far. Right, so crane is re-established, and as you can see we have set it up so it does go across the track, so I can unload from a lorry onto the train without going through that gap. But if I did want to load some stuff up from this side, I mean going through the gap and twisting it sideways. But what I would do if it was logs, I would probably pick it up, take it through the gap and put it on the floor here. You see our ground here? We're wet, we're boggy, we're making an absolute mess of the ground. And because I moved the gantry a little bit further along, we're not over where these are. I couldn't place it here because the logs were all over the place. So I'm trying to straighten the log piles up. Unfortunately, we've got a mixture now of 8s and 6s. Oh, we did get paid. I didn't even notice what that said, Dan. I'll have to check when I do my editing. But yeah, we got paid something anyway. So what I've got to do now is try and tidy this up. I need to try and move this pile here away from this pile here. And then what I'm going to do is push this pile into a gap and push that forward so the crane can grab it. And what I might do is just end up with a mound here. So if I pull the crane right back out of the way, so if we do, what do we want to do? Let's go that way. Like that. And then if I pile them up between this rail and that rail, guess what I need to start looking at as well is potentially within this gap here, some of those supports, you know, like the log supports you can place. There are some ones that are transportable, mobile ones, or ones you can just place down. And then we can put logs between those supports without getting in the way of the rails. That's the other option. So yeah, I'm going to crack on and do that. That's going to take a little bit longer. And then hopefully we'll get a train loaded. And then once we've got a train loaded and sent on this way, I'm going to sell that other log trailer because, like I say, it won't hook up to the back, so there's no point. And then I'll go and then we'll start marking our trees out, so I can mark my territory. It's not looking good. How am I going to do this? I suppose just grab them a few at a time, move them over. I think it'd probably be easier actually if I went and got the crane, my excavator. That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? So it'll take a little while to get it over here, but the time it will save me. doing this, which is why I kind of got it in the first place. Because these are 6s. Yeah, the ground is... Ooh. Shall I push the 6s to here? And the 8s that are in that gap, like I say, I'll just push those up, and I should be alright for the crane to grab them. Should we try this again? I can't guarantee it's going to be any better, but I've managed to line everything up. I hadn't noticed this before. We've got like an animal dirt mud thing, and it's really become like a sloppy mess. I haven't really... Anyway, let's see how we get on. Like I say, if this starts to go wrong again, then I don't know. We'll see. I should get it all on here, shouldn't I? Yeah, should do. I'll start off with the 8s. And we'll see, actually. I honestly could have sworn we had a... What's the word I'm looking for? As far as I can go. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get that M1, am I? I might have to push these a bit further up. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start with the 6s. That's where the pile just disintegrates. Come on. Grab them properly this time. Well, we're not going up. There we go. Come on. Go right the way up. Oh, come on. Okay, that's better. That's better than it was. I'll take that. This train car's big, isn't it? We get quite a lot on this. I don't know if I can get all the smaller ones on. Should we try it from here? I don't know if I'm able to do it from here. It's difficult to tell where we are in relation to it. We're on the ground? Come on, grab it right up. Rotate that bundle. Now we go that way a bit. Let's bring it up. That's better. Why are we... No. What is going on? This crane is absolute garbage. Why are we... Even with it fully fully closed, everything's just dropping out the bottom of it. Come on, open. It's all just falling through. That makes no sense. If I close that right up like that, nothing should fall out of that gap. Nothing. Right, let's try it again. Right, nothing. Nothing's going to fall out of that gap. Let's do at least one of these right. Maybe I need to grab smaller loads at a time. Gently does it. Okay. So I'm not sure how we're going to get on with this bit, but come on, grab them all up, grab them nice and tight. Don't fall out. Oh, we got them. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of it. Not as much carnage as before. Still a bit, but not too bad at all. Right, let's bring that back to here. And then I'll shove those 8s up a little bit. Let's line up our cab. Come down a ladder. Let's strap those down. Come on. And then we can move on to potentially doing some spraying of our environment. Have I got lights turned? Have I got lights turned on? Don't know. Right, let's see if we can... Oh, that's on. I have got lights on. Do you want us to put those on? Yeah, I need to shove these a bit further up. Just so we can get a better grab on them. Might need to move the train as well, because I'd rather not be having to shove the whole crane along. Come on. There we go. That'll be better. Let's do this. Some of the loading might have been edited out. Realised that was taking a while, but I just wanted to get it right, you know. Come on. And one more over here, and we should be good to go. Why are we not catching the end of that? Ah, that'll do. We've got plenty of space. Right. Let's raise that up. That. So back the train or just do the crane? Ah, we'll do the crane. Alright, Steve, we'll do it. Come on. You're always having a go at me. Should we do less? Let's do less. Can we... I can just shove that way. There we go. That's better. Come on, grab them all up nice and tight. Nothing should fall at the bottom. That is closed up. Apart from that odd one there, but we'll be fine. Oh no, I'm still not far enough. I thought I'd be alright. No, that crane grab is closed. Nothing should fall through that. That's as high as up as we can go. Yep. Don't fall out. Don't. Oh, I've got to move the train. Oh no. Don't know. Can we get past those? This is going to be awful. Come on, just jostle a little bit. If we wiggle a little bit. Wiggle it. Just a little bit. Yes. Yes, I do need to move the train. Right, I'm going to load the rest of these on, then we'll send the train on its way. I feel very happy. I'm very pleased with what I've accomplished. Yes, it didn't start off great. I'm not going to lie, it was awful. But all these things are a learning curve. I haven't really used a crane, not in game like this before. I tend to go with the smaller stuff. That works brilliantly. Just been able to partition off enough. Let's go that way. That way. Close on that. Right. Chop out a second. Let's move the train. See you in a bit. I shall bask in my perceived glory for the moment. Let's send this on its way. I'm going to take the telehandler down and I need to move my lorry over. So what I can do now is I can cut down those 2 trees that I've got my X's on. I don't have to do 6 metre ones now. I can just do all 8s. Let's send that on the way. 208. That's a little bit cheaper than last time. 600 and something. Oh, the money went up to 179 because I sold the other trailer. I was only 150 something, wasn't I? I think I got 24, 26. I can't remember what I got now. Something like that, anyway. So once that heads off, that's what we're going to do now. This needs a serious clean. Might need to put some gravel or something down on all this, I reckon. It's a mess. Let's go down and do some tree marking, which is what I was intended to do. I thought, yeah, loads in the train, that's like a 5-minute job, isn't it? We'll get that done in no time. Oh, okay then. 65,925 on top of what we got with the other stuff, plus 190. Okay. Well, that's covered the cost of what? The trailer. And a little bit towards... That's brilliant stuff. Right. I started to make a little bit of a change down here to delineate our new boundary, which is what we're going to do now, hopefully. So our old boundary went off in that direction, round there. Our new boundary comes up here. So this is all new ground, which is great. Then we head off towards the Forest, just up here. So this is going to be a case of, if I stop just there. Oh, I know what I need to do. I don't think my marking spray would have been where it needed to be. So if we go and we look here at our map, so we're kind of heading, well, it's a long area we need to mark out. But if I edge forward, what should happen is, if I bring up our marking spray, I've got it on cross. If I do that, right, can't mark that tree, that's not ours. This one, however, is. So we know that's part of our boundary. That one potentially, let's go out to this one, see if it'll let me mark this one. And I'll work, I don't think this one I'll be able to, nope. So with this one here, if I mark this one, there, and then work my way around, sort of in the direction I was heading. Nope, that's not ours. So at least I can see when I'm cutting my trees, when I get to one of these, I know, there we go, we've hit our boundary. Let me check this one. I don't think I can do this one. Oh, I can. Oh, that's a bit of a worry. No. 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 Okay. Wow, our boundary comes quite in quite a bit, didn't it, from there? Where was the last one we marked? Oh, that was that one there. So we couldn't do that one. This one? That one we couldn't. No. This one? Yep. That one? That one? What should happen is, if I go back to here, there you go, so you can see we're still in our boundary line. It will just make life a lot easier when we come to cut these down. If I work my way in from the edge that we already know is ours, and then work our way out to the outer boundary, I can see my boundary straight away. I'm pretty sure if I go straight away across to this is going to be on our boundary. That one on the outside won't be. Oh, okay. That's interesting. How have we come so off course? Let's check that. Let's go to there. I disagree with that one. That should be one of ours. Let's go to here. Fair enough. Carry straight along, maybe. Yep. We are kind of heading in a slightly outward direction at this point, so it doesn't hurt to double check. No. No. And there you go. You get the idea. And then that will continue. I'll keep checking the map, keep checking the trees. We'll do our bend round again in a moment, I guess. You know what I've never actually done? I've never actually used it. I haven't used a spray can a lot. I've done a little bit here and there with them. Need the tree icon to be up. I've never Does it run out? Can you run out of spray? I guess you must be able to at some point. Or is it just infinite? Not that one. Yeah, I guess you must do at some point. That's not going to be ours, is it? Which means we're doing our bend round now. Again, just double check. No. Oh wow, we really are on the bend round now, aren't we? So that one to here. To have a double check. Yeah, I'm not convinced actually. Let's have a look at this one. I mean, that's dicey. I reckon if we brought the harvester out, I reckon we could probably get away with that one. Cutting it. I don't know if it would let me. Why are we not getting any marking? Have we run out of spray? No. Have we actually run out? That was me saying I didn't know if that was a thing. Seriously. I've got to go and get more. That didn't last very long. Where was the last tree? I've got to work my way all back out again, haven't I? So there's our last one. There's that one there. That is crazy. Let's go to... Why is that not working anymore? So they'll still pay me to... No, I've got nothing. What if I put it away, store... Oh, it's gone. So maybe it had run out then. I should have sold it. I should have sold it when I had the chance. Okay, alright, I'll get some more and I'll carry on. But there you go. It all started off alright. We had a little bit of a fracas in the middle, but we come out alright at the end, and now we've got some more gear and we can move on from there. Just a note, just to make people aware, after my rant earlier on, at the time of this posting, I'm already away with MrSealyp. We're up in the lakes for a few days. We've got some stuff we need to sort out. Potentially there might be a video coming because I think we're going to get to visit the Jennings brewery, which is now back up and running, which I talked about before. That is a potential. It depends whether they'll let us film or not. And I'm taking my PlayStation with me, so potentially, again, like I've always said when we go away, the internet is not great when we stay at the barn. I can make a video, I can record, I can edit, but it can take 11, 12, 15 hours for a video to upload. I'm not kidding, it takes that long. And we're back on Sunday, so it depends when this actually posts. But I do appreciate you all sticking with me. If you are the guys that are sticking with me and supporting me, you guys are awesome, and I cannot thank you enough. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then of course, please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and as you've seen, I've been busy still. I keep chugging away. I'm loving playing on it, so I'm having a great old time. And I've had an idea, so I'm just going to change things up a little bit for this episode. I don't know, moving forward, we'll see. It's 3:09, it's still January. I've delivered... Did I do a load of 8s and 8s, or was it 8s and 6s I did last? 8s and 6s, wasn't it, to get rid of what I had? Can't remember. Might have been 8s and 8s. And I've changed up the lorry, so the lorry's now been upgraded, so it's an 8x4. Did we go for 8x4, I think? So that's been upgraded. I've leased this again, so I've been going around and I've been clearing stumps. We're up to 422. I've done another couple of loads in between that, and I'm part way through loading another one up. But I thought what I want to do is I want to change up my accommodation. I don't want to sleep in the tent anymore. So I was looking at a few different houses and things like that, and I thought, I've got an idea. Since we're working with trees, what about a kind of tree house? I mean, it's kind of not, well, I suppose. Let's just say an elevated house. It depends what the thumbnail is, because I haven't done the thumbnail yet. Now, what you'll also see as we're doing this is, I'll show you. Remember last time we had our previous line of trees, and I left some trees out as markers. I think there's another one down there. There you go. There's our previous marker. And we cut up to where that tree is, and that tree is. And I think we've got another one there and another one there. So we'd cut everything from there to there. So from there, we have now cut from this tree line. So that those dead trees there in that row, we've cut across to here. And I think I'm probably going to leave some dead ones here as well as we go along this row. The next row of dead ones we come to, so I can see each layer as we go. So now I've done those outside ones can come down, just to show you how much we've been doing each time we kind of do a step forward. And then what I do is then I go along and I take out the stumps as I go, load them all up, and off we go, which is brilliant. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably come back and finish this, or should I finish this now? Not on camera, I'll get this done. We've got quite a few stumps actually, I've missed some as well. Go. This seems to be working a lot more efficiently than it did before. I think it's better driving over and going forwards than it is going backwards, bizarrely. I say bizarrely. There was a couple actually I noticed as I was going through the undergrowth. I found some more. Hope everyone's well. As it always is, it's been a crazy few weeks. I came back from my trip with MrSealyp trying to catch up on maps I missed, and then mods got dropped, and people asked if I was going to catch up on mod reviews. I don't tend to do that. There was the mod pack for the supermarket. I've had a fiddle around with the Fent pack by Chris S. Riley S, and I've changed up my tractors on my modding, my mod test map from the case ones to the Fent ones, because I think they just work a little bit better horsepower wise and whatnot. So I've switched those up. Family stuff, you know how it is. Like same for all of us. Just because I do YouTube, it doesn't stop me being a person. You know, it doesn't stop me being a human being with a family, and things happen. You know, family stuff that you have to deal with. You know, I've talked about that before. We still have household chores. We still have, you know, tidying, hoovering, housework, gardening. You know, there's a whole load of stuff that needs to be done. I haven't touched the garden in quite a while, and guess what? It's hedge trimming time again, and I've got to be careful of the cable this time. What else have we got to do? Oh, we've got some building work to do in the house. I think I kind of mentioned it. It's not great actually. It's a bad one. We had a water leak a while back. I think I might have mentioned that. And we had a few problems, and the water had come through down the walls. We've got some dry rot in some of our skirting boards and door frames, which have all got to come out. And we had some plaster in the kitchen had lifted off the wall. And I was like, because we had it once before up the staircase, the plaster, it's an old house, it's like turn of the century, last century, not this century, so 1900, built for Ben Skin's brewery, which is just down the road for employees. And the plaster had just lifted. It's like lath and plaster walls, old sort of lath and plaster walls, and the plaster had lifted on the stairs. It's just where it squeezes through the lath, it just breaks off, and then the plaster lifts. So we had that in the kitchen, which is down below where the water leak had been. So, oh great, so I thought, okay, well, I'll pull off all the old plaster, then I'll get some plaster board and I'll replaster it and whatever. And this is above our rear kitchen window and our back door, which has got like a lintel above it. Well, when I actually removed the plaster, the lintel is, because it was turn of the century houses, I assume it's like an oak beam. It's not a metal lintel. It's not an oh, my mind's blanked on what it's called. Anyway, RSJ. It's not an RSJ like a metal RSJ. It's a wood beam, and where the water has obviously been leaking through the wall for some time. There's a few elsewhere as well. There's another bit over there. The water's been leaking down inside the wall for quite some time between the cavity wall. The actual lintel, the wood beam, has rotted and had bowed completely, so it's sagging underneath, but that supports the brickwork above it, above the window and the back door to the garden. So when the plaster came off, I've got 4 or 5 courses of brickwork have dropped about 1.5 inches, but separated from the brickwork above it, which means it's got to have a new lintel, it's got to have all new brickwork put in, but I don't know how to do it, and I can't afford to do it. It's going to be thousands, it's going to be a lot of money, but I don't know what to do. I've propped up the sort of lintel at the moment. I was looking for one of the industrial builders props, but I had some 4x2 knocking around, so I've just got a temporary prop in there to hold it up. So yeah, there's a whole, you know, and it's that thing I've said before. It's no different again to anyone who's self-employed. If I take the time off of my channel to do the work myself to save myself some money, rather than getting a builder in, I'll have a crack at it. I'm sure my brother would come and help me. He's pretty good at that kind of thing. But because there's a lot of work, door frames and all the dry rot's got to be sorted out, and then all that stuff above the lintel, and you're probably looking at a couple of weeks' work, I would say. If I'm not making videos, I'm not earning money. So I'm saving money on not getting a builder in, but then I'm not earning any money, so I'm still losing money. But then to get a builder in, I haven't had a quote, and I am horrified to even look at it. So it's that thing, you know, there's so much that needs to be done, and then giants are dropping mods like bucket loads and bucket loads still, and I'm just trying to keep up, you know. The Roadcraft stuff, I'm enjoying playing Roadcraft still, and for everyone that reached out about Roadcraft and said they've been enjoying it, liking the videos, and have bought the game off the back of watching my videos, that's awesome. All I was trying to do was say, look, you know, I've been sent this to have a play, I'm really enjoying it, I think you might enjoy it, and just showing it off, you know. And so many people have said they bought it, and that's brilliant, and so many people are saying how addictive it is and how they're really enjoying playing it, and that's great as well. That is the point of playing computer games, is having fun, enjoying yourself, immersing yourself and losing yourself, I suppose, from the real world and all of its building problems, and you know what I mean, it's that kind of thing. So anyway, I said I wasn't going to show you me doing all these, so I'm going to get the rest of these done, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to move my logging equipment over to my forest. I did finish off doing all the spraying, and it was, the spray cans were empty. On the last episode when I said about it, the spray cans were empty, and stupidly I should have just sold them, because there were 100 to buy. I ran it out, it was empty, completely empty, no spray left in it, and they were going to buy it back for 80. 100, so I was only going to lose 20. So I think I got through four cans in the end, but I sprayed all my boundary trees, and so I know where to cut. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put in a small, I started using it on Riverbend Springs, and I think I did an episode or 2 with it in place, and it's the little industrial sawmill, like a kind of personal one, but it runs a little bit faster. I need some wood beams and planks and stuff so I can build my elevated tree house home. So I'm going to get that up and running, and what I'm also going to do, because I said about the fact we're trying to provide and get stuff in place for the workers to come for the ministry. We are clearing sites, we're preparing everything. I thought about doing some like a fishery, but not the fishery, the Gwendol one. I thought about doing the crawfish thing, because well, that's quite cool. We've got the river next to us, there must be crawfish in the river. Get that dinghy, so I've got that ordered, and I've also got some of the brood stock ordered for the crawfish, so we'll get some crawfish going in the river right next to where our home is, where our farm is at the moment, and that'll give us a food source sort of ongoing, so we can have crawfish as well as whatever else we're going to do. So I just thought that's what we'll do. So oh, is there a tree stump there? I assume there was a tree stump there. There was another big one out here somewhere. Anyway, I'll get the rest of those done. Those logs, I might leave those on the trailer for the time being, or do I load those up and take them? I'll load them up and take them. I'm going to clear these stumps, load up those logs, take those and get rid of that lot. What's on the ground now, I'm not going to cut any more. Then I'm going to move over my excavator, harvester and my telehandler, and we'll look at getting some of our trees down, get an industrial sawmill in, crawfish sorted out, and then hopefully treehouse. That's the plan. We have a full load. There is still some wood over there actually. I cut down more than I thought I had, and I've overloaded these. These aren't going to the crane onto the train, these are going to the lumber mill up here. We are going to use the crane again. I've been thinking, depending on how much money we make, I'll use that crane a little bit, and I'm thinking we might upgrade to that oh blimey, my mind's gone. Oh, you know, the one that's got the winch, the cable yarder type crane. Yeah, that. I think we might go for a cable yarder-esque type situation, because that will give us the ability to set that up wherever we want. Although, do we have to own the land to put it down? Maybe. The Ministry owns this bit, not us. Anyway, our crawfish broodstock has arrived, as has our boat. That's there. That needs to be taken down to the water side, and the broodstock needs to be put in as well. And then I think, you know what I'm going to do for up here at the yard, rather than keep bringing up the tractor with the front loader, I might get a skid steer loader. There was the John Deere one that came out that was really cheap. That was quite small. I always remember that being quite loud and not doing as much weight as I wanted it to. But there is the Black Sheep modding one, the Massey Ferguson. This is really weird. It's I have to keep adjusting for the turn. Oh, it's doing it. There we go. We're in. So I think I'm going to order one of those. That way I can load stuff up. I'll get a trailer up here, get the crawfish stuff. All my equipment has been moved over. Let's do that. And then, come on, how much are we going to make? Is that all? Really? For 2 stacks of 8s, I did a stack of 8s and 6s and earned 79 or something, didn't I? Unless the price has just fluctuated again. That's weird. I don't actually need this for what we're going to be doing for our small... because I can just put it straight into... I'm going to put the mini sawmill down there. So we'll park this up. I'm going to get onto the ministry ordering system. I'm going to get my skid steer ordered, and that can be delivered. And then we'll load up... I'll bring the little trailer up. Actually, saying that though, no, it doesn't hurt to have one, does it? I was just thinking, if I'm going to bring the trailer up anyway, engine off, it makes sense. Yes, so the boat will go down. That'll go into the, well, say into the water, but you know what I mean. And then our crawfish broodstock. I don't know. We'll give it a go. Last time I saw any of that stuff was when it kind of first came out. So yeah, we'll see, I guess. I'm going to cut down some trees first because I want to get that little mini sawmill up and running. Only because I need the wood so we can build our elevated home. So I need that running overnight. The broodstock, that's not too much of a rush because we need that obviously potentially for us to eat while we're carrying on, but also once we start getting employees arriving. I guess on the ground where we're clearing the trees there, that's going to be where their main centre of operation is going to be. So I assume they're going to be wanting like huts and stuff put up for accommodation and I guess like an admin block. I don't know how that's going to work. Would that be... We haven't really got... Have we got anything shipping container-esque like that? Maybe. I'm just thinking something along those lines might work. I'll say it again. I really miss the shipping containers from FS22. They were brilliant because they were so versatile and you could use them for all sorts of stuff. Storytelling type things too. So anyway, we're going to cut some trees down, get those down. I'll put in the little mini sawmill, the industrial sawmill. Is it GMNGjoy? Something like that. Details in the description. Righto! I shall show you. We are back over. Our skid steer loader has been ordered. I've ordered it. That one actually now comes with the option for skid steer loader on the front or front loader. So I went with front loader because I've already got some front loader tools. But I can switch it back at a workshop. So as you saw when I was doing this before, I've gone through and I've marked with a green X all the trees that are on our boundary and you can kind of see them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all go around the woodland and I'm going to take out the green one and then 1 or possibly 2 to the left. So we'll have a strip that runs round, so we'll know when we're doing our forestry and we get to a gap, like a fire break, we've reached the edge. And that goes right the way round, and the green crosses are, I mean, right the way down there, I think it comes out at. Right around the outside. So I'm going to start this side, get these in. Actually, while we're here, is it worth... Where's there a flat bit of ground? I suppose it's flat-ish. I'm going to put in the little thingy-doodad, the sawmill jobby. Because that, like I say, on Riverbend Springs, that was working really efficiently. So I think, you know what? And you get wood chips with that as well, if I recall. So we'll get that running. I want to get that down here because it's easier, and I think it's going to run faster than the big lumber mill up there. It's a cheaper alternative as well. So, actually, I want to show you. If we go into build mode, we tend to shy away from this menu. Say I do. It kind of breaks the illusion of of storytelling. It doesn't take up a lot of room. Is it 10,000? It's saying 1047. So it's going to do a little bit of landscaping. My question is, what way round do I want it? If I have it that way round, then the logs that are coming out from the woodland are going to be at the right side for putting that in, and our pallets will spawn out the other side. I really need it on the cheapest. I want it to be as level as possible, otherwise it's going to mess the ground up in it, and then it all just becomes a thing, and then you know how it all goes. Actually, if I can get that down here, maybe I'll start in the middle. Let's get it down where it's really flat. Maybe I'll start the other end. Let's do it there. Boom. Okay. That was very underwhelming. I was expecting ground deformation and all kind of stuff going in. Okay. So maybe I won't start off doing the boundary. Maybe I should do, really. We can use our thing and drag it all over. I haven't got to load it up into anything big, Right, let's turn it on. Oh, it was turned on. I'm going to keep it 8 metre lengths. It's just just for ease of operation and whatnot. What are we stuck on? We're not stuck on anything. I suppose I could just... It's a lot to drag them all the way down to there, isn't it? I'm going to start in the middle. I'll go around and do the outside off camera, actually. We'll do a boundary off camera. Oh, have I got that wedge between two trees? Of course I have. There we go. Yeah, we'll drag this one down. And then we'll do the rest from the middle, because then we can get it all into there straight away. We'll get that running. But the thing about this is, as we clear this and we clear the woodland, we can put a new field in ourselves. We can so we can expand our fields we've already got here. Our stuff is all growing, which is great. We have also got some goat milk and wool already underway, which is brilliant. Well, I can't remember, so I'm doing it again. If I can cut this directly onto the platform, that'll make life a little bit easier, won't it? And I'll go from there. Wood chip containers the other side. Careful. Let's rotate the head a little bit. Maybe I rotated the crane head the wrong way. Potentially. And was it this side? There we go. Nice. Then we come a little bit closer to there. So we're going to want wood beams. Oh, we can do wood delivery from here as well. Ooh, fancier. We're going to need wood beams, wood... We're going to do all three. Planks long, wood planks. I reckon planks long and wood beams we're going to need for what we're building. So let's go with that and that. Yes. There we go. We're off and running. Right. I'm going to get some more done. Actually, I'm just thinking I might put a little I might put a shelter over this, maybe over the back section, but that'll be further down the line. Maybe I'm getting way ahead of myself, a bit too fancy for my own good. I'm just thinking for the inclement weather. This thing is still the best to buy by far. I've got that pile of small logs actually over there. I could probably do with going over the trailer, loading up, and bring that one over here as well. Why not? Because if we're utilising it for our own ends. Oops. There we go. So that was weird. Yes, could I come a little bit further over and have put them straight into the thing? Of course I could. But in all honesty, where they're laid down now, if I use my telehandler with my manure fork on the front, I can just push them in. Use it like a plough blade, sort of dozer blade type thing, if I want. Right. See you in a little while, and then we'll go and get the crawfish stuff. I want to get that up and running, and then it'll probably be, I guess, tomorrow. Once we've got some wood beams and bits and bobs, we can get our and I can get out the tent. That's the plan. I shouldn't have gone over the top of that tree stump. That's uncomfortable. I can feel it in the cab. Ooh. I hath arrived. I was going to cut some more trees down. I thought actually with the ones we've just pushed in there as well, that's running. So I can have that running. Now I'm going to get the crawfish thing running. Money's gone down again. The boat has been moved. The boat is now down by the water. So what we've got to do is put the brood stock in. These aren't liftable, are they? No, they're not. I didn't think they were. And here's our, there we go. Here's our Massey. Again, I've used this before. There are other skid steer loaders and stuff are available. Let's say I've used the John Deere one before. There are quite a few. There are front loader things, and people say, "But I thought you said you were going to be using different stuff on this." Yeah, I was. And again, I've said many times, you default back to stuff stuff that works, stuff that's reasonable. You can pay 50, 60, 70 grand for a front loader vehicle or a skid steer loader or whatever. That's 25 grand. So. It does the job. I'm just going to have it for up here. Now, I am considering, though, because we bought the other one down the hill, mine's blanked, the Bura now, we may well keep it, because obviously that was from Tom and Nico, because we've got Nico's number plate on there, haven't we? Yeah, Nico 100 NCO. But I'm thinking about, the forestry stuff that came out. I was talking about earlier, Chris S. Riley's. There's the bonkers horsepowers on the bigger ones, but there's the smaller one, which is like the grapevine orchard type tractor. If you go up the horsepowers on that, there's one that's like 386 horsepower. There's a forestry edition version of it, The twin wheel version's got this weird, like, I don't know, like a metal bar around it. I don't know if the bar's supposed to be between the wheels or I just quite like the look of that. It's got some decent horsepower. Yes, it's a little bit nuts, but at the end of the day, well, why not? I'm just thinking, you know. Again, I'm doing this series because I want to. I'm doing it because I'm enjoying doing it. I'm having fun, and in the vein of using stuff that's a little bit different. Yeah, I guess people will then still argue, but you've just done what you always do. You've gone from standard stuff to bonker stuff really quickly. Yeah, probably. But again, I need to have fun playing, you know. I'm not going to stop myself from doing stuff. Not that it's going to make me miserable, you know what I mean? I don't think... Can I get all of these? All 4? How heavy is that? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I could get all 4, whether they'd shift around or not, whether the forks would go far enough forward. I think we might have some... There's some fork packs that have got some longer forks, but I can't remember if they're... Because this is skid loader or front loader option. But I was worried the wheels would come off the ground. They don't seem to be. I just thought for... Oh, careful, careful, careful. No. No. Too much. Can I tilt it back? If I get it right up against here. And if it tips, if I go really quickly, it'll tip onto it. Yeah, probably should have done 2 at a time, realistically. There we go. I don't know if I need to unload at the other end or not, or whether or not it'll take it from the trailer. I don't know. But I'm going to leave this here up on the platform, loading dock. So as we get more stuff, or if I need to use it for the woodland stuff or down at the farm, I can come and grab it because it is ours. We can do what we like with it. Let's put our straps on there and there. Got the others? I think we're missing all the others, don't we? There's a double one there. Cool. Is there a double one there? It is. Caught that as well. Right. So what we'll do now is that. Is it that and triangle? Yeah. Close the side up. Let's head off and get that put in. And then that's today's stuff done. So what I'm hoping is by tomorrow we've got some wood, beams and planks, and we can construct our home. I've still done some more logging. We've still earned some more money. We've got some new stuff. I've got 2 new productions: crawfish, logging, well, no, like sawmill-esque. I don't know, I know people are going to go absolutely nuts. There are so many tractors, there are so many things available and so many cool ones, and I was looking at all sorts of different tractors. I'm going to keep this. I'm not selling this. I'm not selling the other one either. I suppose I could sell the other one and upgrade that, but I just thought I was fiddling around with the Chris S. Riley S ones the other day, because that was another mod pack that came out, and I was like, oh, I like the look of this, you know. And thank you to Richard. Richard reached out and said, oh, have you looked at it? It's really cool. And it is. And I think with the upper end horsepower on the larger ones, was it 5,000 horsepower or something? 200 miles an hour. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's Chris S. Riley S stuff, isn't it? It's bonkers crazy, but kind of cool as well. The one down from that, I think, was 1,000 horsepower, 50 miles an hour, which I think I might have gone for on my mod test map. I've got to decide as well, where am I going to put my tower in? I want it down here by the water. Do I just put it where the tent is? Or do I move it over slightly here by the trees? I mean, we could put it in the trees, I guess, couldn't we? I'm just thinking, I don't know about the size of it, but when we build it, just think if I lopped out maybe this middle one, or actually, there's a bit of a gap here, isn't there? Just thinking having it by the water might be quite nice, mightn't it? In amongst the trees. Yeah, I'm going to put it here, I reckon. Reckon I will. Then we can pack the tent away. Not have to worry about that anymore. Now, I can't remember what side we need to go for this. So the boat is by the water. In putting this in, things did get a little bit muddy. I'm not going to lie. We got a little bit of wet mud here. What side was it? Oh, it was this side. There you go. It's taken all of them. Excellent. Right. So that broodstock will go into the water. If there aren't crawfish, crawdads, crayfish in here already, there will be. So what we'll do now, I think, is at this end. There we go. Crawfish production. Oh yeah, 4 out of 5. Crawfish production 10 to 40. So we should get some crayfish, crawfish, crawdads coming out of here. Nice. Crawdaddy's treehouse. That's what we're going to be making. Crawdaddy's treehouse. Let's put that back. Right, so that's now running. That's now running. I'll get some more wood into that so we can get that going. And then tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow we'll build our thing. Yeah. Exactly. I know exactly what you mean. I was just about to say, sometimes it just works really well, but I think I just leveled out, didn't I? There we go. That's not too bad. I've certainly done worse, I know that. Certainly done worse. I'm just thinking, with the money we got, shall I just buy another tractor? It will shift as well. It'll have a fair bit of horsepower as well. I'm sure it says the one that I went up to was 396. What's happened to our... Why is that tipped on its side? That's gone a bit weird. We've gone a bit wonky. There we go. You alright? Medic! See you in the morning. We should be into February. I'll get some more trees cut down between now and then. We should have a nice big gap cleared over there. Look, everything's doing really well. Look, as I said, we got goat milk already cracking away. Look, we can drink that, make it into cheese, do whatever we want to do with it. That's up to us. Wool, we can use that for all sorts of things. We are building our little homestead, farmstead. Everything's going, I say according to plan. The plan I originally had kind of went out the window. A couple of things I intended to do we are doing, but other than that, we are pretty much, we're freewheeling it, man. Oh, look. I need to check this at midnight again. I had that, I completely forgot, and it went to the morning and I'd forgot to put water in it. I think it's only twice. I'm sure it's only twice we need to do water. It is 7:02, it's February, and I've already made the start. Look, we've got a shelter above it, which is very cool. These were ones I hadn't actually put in, I just piled them up by the side. We've got our first load of wood beams, we've got our first load of wood planks. Actually, there's plenty here to be cracking along with. I've loaded 2 up already, and you can see the dent we made if you come to, I mean, it's roughly here, isn't it, where we started doing our logging. So we did a big chunk out of here, all the way back to here. So we had, I think it was just over 150,000 litres. This was like 250,000 litres, the sawmill here. So I put 150,000 litres in, actually. How much have we got here? Let's do that. Back up to 158,000. And we're still showing wood chips 972 litres. Planks long 958, so we've got another planks long coming soon. Wood beam 33 litres. Brilliant. And then what I also did was moved my equipment and machinery once I'd taken a big chunk out of here and got enough in there to keep that chugging for a while. I then decided to bring my stuff up, start working my way around the perimeter. So I've just got piles. I haven't moved any of this yet. I haven't loaded it up onto trailers. I haven't done anything else. All I've done is moved the wood out, piled it up. So as I've just cut myself a channel. So there's a definite gap. When I get to the edge, there's a big gap between this and the next load of trees over. So I know kind of where our edge is. I've got all the way around to here, third pile here. I've been doing the stumps as I've been going, picking up the trees, piling them all up. You can see, look, there's our ones of our green crosses that I've been cutting down as I go. So we're now at this angle, you can see them all through there, look. Green cross, green cross, green cross, cross. That goes on through. So I'll do the same thing, sort of about 3 wide, channel round, and that'll continue to go around the outside. Probably should not have left that up like that. Just pop that there. So, what we're going to do then is, yeah, why did I walk up around the side, not through the middle? It doesn't matter. I'm going to load up the rest of those, take them over to where we're going to build our watchtower, and I'll get some construction underway. We've got our first pallet of crawdads, crawfish, crayfish. Yeah, we got our first pallet out already, which is really good. We are going to need to get, it's actually getting through the brood stock fairly quickly, I'm not going to lie. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And as you've already seen, I've bought over the skid steer loader because it was a little bit easier. Once I put the shed over this, and I just wanted it as a small, you know, it works out just about right. I can get to my trigger here to get my wood chip out. I can get my trigger there to run it. My trigger here, I put a little bit of gravel down on the floor so I know where my trigger is for putting my wood in. That's fine. I've got room for all of this to spawn here, and then room for a vehicle or whatever I want under here. But there wasn't a huge amount of room for a telehandler unless I come in this side. So I thought a skid steer loader, that's probably the best bet. Let's do that. I think that pallet just spawned out actually. What I'll do, I'm going to take 2, well, maybe I'll stack some more up. These are in 3s, aren't they? Can I lift 3? That's the question. I'm not actually lined up particularly well, but that's fine. Don't want to go too far through, that'll be fine. And that forward a bit. Drop that. There we go. Nice and gentle. Another reason for choosing this sawmill is the speed that it operates at, because I want my wood to be prepared, and once we've built our tower, our home, then the rest we can obviously then sell on or do what we're going to do, use it for other projects, whatever it might be. But for the sake of doing this, this was for the start of doing this. Oh, I forgot this was a double, yeah. So is that. Worked out perfect. Now if I'd have put them right to the end, could I've got another one on? Maybe. I guess the other way of doing it could have been if I'd done it from the end and had the back fold down, I could have put more on with some overhanging potentially. But I'll just come back with some forwards and get some more. So what I'm going to do is get all this over there. Let's get construction underway, shall we? I could just drive over with stuff on here, but it seems daft and we've got a trailer. We'll use the trailer. Trying to get through and get to... Oh no! Oh, whoops. I might got a bit above my station. Whoops. Let's get these out of here. I think looking at where the pallets are placed, I could have done with my post, because didn't have any pallets when I placed it. So when we built our shelter, if I'd have built the shelter just a little bit to the left, I would have been perfect for getting in. I suppose I could remove it and rebuild it, couldn't I? Just bring it over a little bit more, maybe. No, that'd be alright. Load those up when it comes back. Let's crack right along. Oh, I didn't stop at midnight to check the water situation. I'm sure it was only 2 I'm supposed to do. Oh man, let's go and check that. See if that needs refilling. Everything's growing very well though. Well, I say that. We're about to find out, aren't we? Oh no! I know you said it at the end of the last bit as well. I got so engrossed in my login I completely forgot. As I said, first pallet out of there as well, so we can feed ourselves and anyone else who might come along. Let's get this unloaded into the gap and we shall get building underway. So it's 10:06, 10:07, and we have built our tree house. Not quite a tree house, but it's up in the trees. It's in the tree canopy. I'm taking it. Now, I could have just placed this. It's a lookout, that kind of thing. But I have another trick up my sleeve, another plan, something I'm going to try. And I thought, well, I'm doing logging. Let's do a bit of lumber. Let's bring some beams. You know, that whole... If we were going to do it for real, what would we need to build it? We'd need beams. We'd need long planks, you know. And so, we've been building. And... it's done. I'm happy with that. That's very cool. But we're not stopped there, because if we want this to be our house, tree house, we need a sleep trigger. So can we put a sleep trigger in this? That's the plan. So I think I'm going to do a doormat. That's probably going to be the easiest thing. And what we need to do is, we can go in here, can't we? Yeah. Just in, I mean, it's a bit sparse at the moment. I don't know if we could put any other decorative items in. We need something sort of here, really. So if we go into here, I've had a lot of trouble when I'm recording going into these menus, and the menu freezes for some reason. When it's recording, I don't know why it does it. It is driving me absolutely bonkers. But if we go to farmhouses, come down to there. Let's do that, right. So we want the front by the water. Let's zoom out a little. Oh, hang on. Can I zoom out a little bit? Oh, we were nearly there. We are so nearly there. Hang on. Do I need to... Can we... I don't want to zoom out too far. I'm just thinking we just need to get over that lip. There we go. Just inside the doorway. Boom, baby! Oh yeah, come on. We've done it. I'll take that. I will take that. Yeah, we need a bit of furniture. I don't know how we would go about it. But this is our new home. It's a little bit different to normal, isn't it? Why not? And look, beams, planks, it's all, you know. I'm going to take it how you want to take it. It's entirely up to you. I did also, that's why money's gone down from 410 to 405 or 411 or whatever it is. Our shed, you know, I said about moving over a little bit. We did dismantle it, move it over ever so slightly, about a foot. We just moved it over, and it's perfect now. It's lined up. Actually, you know what? Let's whiz over. I'll show you rather than just chatting about it. The next episode, right, we're going to put the tent down. We can pack that away. I need to start, because I thought about, oh, what can I buy next? Let's buy some land. I thought about aiming towards getting the land that's got the peat on it and doing some peat work, because I haven't really done much of that. We need to start getting in some of the accommodation buildings, cabins, what we're going to do for the workers over on the ministry land. I'm splashing through my own... That was clever. But we need a harvester, because once this is ready to harvest, and we're going to need a corn header for the corn, and I need to keep clearing that so we can then do our next field further over there, and then we need some proper barns. So yeah, as you can see, we are now, our post is pretty much right slap bang in the middle, so I can get to either side of this without this post being in the way. And again, I could have used a different barn, I could have used a different building. Oh, we are so close. I didn't realise just how close we were to that. But all the triggers, everything's available. We can get to everything, we can do what we need to. It has worked out absolutely perfectly. And I'm pleased. I'm pleased with what we've managed to get done today. I'm really pleased about it again, because that was just that kind of, okay, I've built it, but I need a trigger on it. I need a sleep trigger. And I thought, I'll just put a bench at the bottom or do it. No, that's worked perfectly. But anyway, that's the end of this episode. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, please give us a like. If you don't subscribe yet, please do. If you want to leave a comment, feel free. And if you want to share this video, then please be my guest. Whatever you should choose to do. Thanks for watching.